The story begins with a foolish night in the darkness, where only the fluttering flights of nocturnal predatory birds were heard. But the silence was drowned out by someone's voice. At that very moment, a woman's heel knocked the young man off his feet from right behind. He lay on the ground and the girl stood nearby, pressing her foot against his raised femoral crease, spinning a sword in the air. Then the girl sharply pressed the blade of the sword right into the boy's palm, which he had stretched forward. He was seized by incredible fear, and a sharp pain pierced his hand. The girl shouted for him not to resist, otherwise she would kill him. The girl asked what this man was doing there at all. The young man trembled with fear and looked at the ground. He did not answer for a long time, and the girl shouted why he was not answering her. The boy bowed his forehead to the ground and shouted that his name was Shibata Kasuke. The surname is Shibata, the first name is Kasuke. The guy said he is 24 years old and completely single. He worked as a regular office employee, and his hobby is playing survival games on the computer. Every day he went jogging. The girl continued to look intently at him, while the boy said that all he remembers is standing in the middle of the forest, so he really does not know where he is. He went into the forest for water and food and lit a fire hoping to come across someone. The boy continued and said that, in other words, he was lost. The girl asked if the boy really thinks she will believe this nonsense. The young man turned to her and said that it was true whether she believed it or not. Suddenly he saw the girl and declared that she was a dark elf, then decided to add that she was very beautiful. He wanted to say that she was a good girl, but suddenly she kicked him. The young man did not understand what she was doing. The girl said that the boy called her a dark elf because of her skin color, but let him try to say it again. Kosk shouted that she was just a savage. The girl barely smiled and asked if he really dared to call her savage, after which she shifted her gaze to the boy and asked what he was looking at. The boy said, "Let's say when I look at her figure." The girl replied, "And he is a very honest boy and I like that." She closed her eyes and removed the sword from her hand. She asked what he was doing here. The young man replied that he himself did not understand what he was doing in this place at all. He suddenly realized that he was in the middle of some wild area and could not comprehend how it happened. Raising his head, he saw another planet in the sky. It occupied about 30 of the entire visible area. He also noticed a moon-shaped planet the size of a fist. The girl understood what the boy was talking about and said that these were Rancor and Orcus. The girl realized that the boy understood. The boy really did not know where they were. She was in Ryoushu, on the continent of Pensu, in the thickets of Omit, at the edge of the Black Forest. On his first day of survival, the young man found himself somewhere in the desert and did not understand exactly where he was. Then he decided to rummage through his pockets to find his things. In his pocket he found only a smartphone and house keys, as well as a wallet with 2 banknotes and a ticket. But he could have taken a taxi. If he had found a city, he could have returned home, but there was not a soul around. If he were on Earth, say, in Japan, then at least it would be some kind of game. But the young man realized, this is reality. There was nothing to be happy about. He had not yet seen any dangerous animals, but he did not know what would happen that night. This is Earth, and he could not imagine what monsters he might encounter here. He did not know where to start, and maybe first he needed to find water. It was definitely not here, and his senses told him that because he was a survival maniac. He would not be able to do anything if he did not focus on one thing. First of all, he needs to make a shelter. With this thought, he stands in the middle of a dense forest in an extremely disadvantageous position. If this were a game, he could build a refuge for the wronged. Then he thinks that it probably doesn't matter, so he begins to sharpen stones. After some time, stone knife number 1 was ready. Such a knife will greatly ease the hero's further survival. It's time to leave here, and the hero heads straight into the forest. He pushes through thick bushes that prevent normal movement, and huge insects also inhabit the forest. The young man froze with surprise. He shook an insect off his hand. Then the young man came out to a clearing where a huge oak tree grew. He decided that it should be clean here, so for now he noticed no traps or claws on the trunk. A wonderful place for a future base. He looks up at the sky and tells himself that he needs to move while there is still daylight outside. Later, the youth crafted several sticks, impaled a handful of dry leaves, and also came across a very flexible stick. He had no idea if this would be enough for him. Using stone knife number 1 made of stone, he will make a hole in the stick by rotating the knife in a circle. He will also need a rope. He pulls a rope out of his pants and wonders what it will look like stretched around the flexible stick. Then he invents his own way of ignition. The young man begins to rub the sticks very vigorously against the dry leaves to start a fire. Then the youth notices a small ember and says that only a little dry leaf needs to be placed on it. Suddenly the fire goes out, but the youth does not give up. He strives to ignite it again. The sun has almost set and the young man is still trying to start a fire. The ember was dying, the stick was bending, but he did not give up trying again and again. Finally, the boy finds fire and lights a bonfire. On the cold night, he warms himself by the flame. Suddenly, his stomach emits a dull rumble. The young man was very upset because he wanted to eat. He does not understand why he has to survive somewhere in this pitand all alone. He says he did not give consent to this, and they could have at least given him some cheat since they called him into this world. During his speech, the boy was banging a branch on the ground, pouring his anger onto it. He curled up into a ball and kept telling himself that he was terribly hungry. He looked at the fire and decided, tomorrow he would have to look for water and food anyway. He thinks that if this were a game, he could press the E or F key. While scrolling through these thoughts, the young man tapped his hand with his index finger, as if imitating pressing keys. He thought that the creation menu would appear and suddenly, a glowing cube surfaced near the fire. The boy was extremely surprised by what he saw before him. A bright line burst out of the fire and led straight to the menu panel, where icons drawn with water, a stick and meat were depicted. The guy decided that it was some kind of crafting menu. He imagines, he presses the letter E and it starts talking about how to hide. Suddenly the panel disappears. Then he imagines pressing E again and starts talking about the shelling gun. The panel shows it again. The young man tenses up and thinks that he actually succeeded. He looks at the panel and thinks it appeared because of the very thought when he pressed the button. In games, the tab button is usually used. Suddenly an inventory panel appears, and the young man beams he actually managed to open his inventory, which, as it seemed to him, existed. He joyfully celebrates and shouts about the summoned inventory menu. Here he can check his status. Then the young man clicks on the icon with the hammer. The usual crafting menu opens. The young man is happy he managed to open the crafting menu. He looks at the menu, where the creation of a stone knife, stone axe, stone spear, stone arrow, and bow is described, and thinks about how he can now craft things. He is happy that it looks like something from a survival game. He shouts that now he has nothing to fear anymore. Then he looks at the crafting instructions and says that to create an item, the hands must be held in a certain pose. Suddenly a sign about crafting a stone axe appears. The young man is wildly happy, everything is ready and he can get started. In the end, he crafted everything he could. So the young man made a stone knife, stone axe, stone spear, flask, stone arrows, and bow with his own hands. Later, the boy decided to test his tools. But in the end, neither the spear nor the axe suited him at all. He does not know how to shoot a bow, so neither the bow nor the arrows will help him. The arrow does not fly straight, and he will not be able to hit the target. That is why he rejected those options. In any case, he was wildly happy that he could craft anything. He lifts the flask and says that the inventory is a convenient thing. You just need to focus on what you hold in your hands, and it automatically ends up in his inventory. Suddenly, the flask disappeared from the boy's hands and appeared in the inventory slot. Holding all the tools in the inventory is convenient, he will not be able to carry them with him in his hands. The numbers at the bottom of the inventory are hotkeys, so he drags the axe and spear there because he decided to test them. Suddenly, the young man has an axe in his hands. A moment later, there is already a bow and arrows. He realizes that this is surprisingly easy. The boy says that it is already night, and if you go somewhere at night, it will definitely lead to the hero's death, so he needs to sleep right now. He lies down by the fire and thinks about what he wants to eat. On the second day of survival, the sun rises and floods everything around with light. The young man wakes up and greets someone, saying his name Kasuk, and then promises that the second day of his survival in another world has already begun. No one answered him after all. He said all this to dry branches standing on a stone. The young man rushed upward and shouted that he does not understand what he is doing and to whom he is broadcasting. He brushed the twigs off the stone and began stomping on it with his feet. The young man says with his mouth that he is tormented by thirst, so he decides, it's time to go for water. After some time, the young man was shocked. As soon as he started thinking about the WASD keys, he was already moving. He was amazed and decided to say goodbye to the laws of inertia. That young man thought that if he thinks about the shift button, he starts moving faster and does not get tired at all. Then he imagines pressing the space button and jumping over that stone. He even jumps higher than he can. Then the boy notices something shiny and thinks that there is water there. If he had looked as usual, he would not have noticed it. Then he sees a stone in front of him and wonders how tall it is. If it is that high, the boy will jump by pressing the space button. Then he pressed it again and made a double jump, flying over such a high stone boulder. The young man looks surprised and happy that he can jump over such obstacles. Then he lands lightly and raises his head. Suddenly he sees, on a stone in the middle of a small pond sits a huge monster. The young man thought it was terrible and why he always had so many problems. At that very moment, the huge monster licked its lips. The next moment it lunged at the young man with a growl. He immediately realized that he could quickly sprint away and run. The youth breaks away from the monster, shouting at the top of his voice, and says that for some reason he is also incredibly fast. Then he pulls a spear from his quick slot and declares, this is his chance. He throws the spear, but the monster suddenly dodges and starts hissing. The young man got scared and decided that he lost. He quickly pulls the spear from the inventory again, and with tears in his eyes says that he has to try again. The monster opened its jaws and hissed. The young man was wildly scared, then stabbed the spear right into the monster's head. It fell right on the boy and knocked him down. Kasuke looked at the spear and realized that it had broken. But the huge creature lying on its back twitched in despair and could not get up, and the spear was sticking out of its jaw. Kasuke realized it was stuck in the throat. The youth pulled an axe from the inventory and struck the huge monster with it. He whipped it again and again so that it would never get up again. Finally, catching his breath, the young man asked if the monster was already dead. He looked at the carcass and realized it could be looted. And since it was said that raw meat would come out of it a lizard, then it was indeed a lizard. It seems you can immediately transfer all its goods to your inventory. It's good that you don't have to cut it up yourself. Suddenly, the young man looks where the lizard was and realizes its corpse has disappeared, although a pool of blood still remains. He needed to get out of here before someone else came. It was time to put to use what he had managed to get. Opening the crafting window, he decides to make a water flask first. The young man scoops water with this flask. After some time, many bottles of water had gathered beside him. Although he was thirsty, this water probably needed to be treated and at least boiled first. He looked at the bottle and realized there was a liter of water inside. Eventually, the young man made 50 bottles and filled them with water. As a result, he had 50 liters of water in his inventory. He thinks everything will be fine and that he needs to return to the base and boil the water. But just then the young man realizes the fire menu has a function that creates drinking water. Arriving at the base, he thinks about what to take a flask of water to throw into the flame. But the young man ultimately decides to roast meat. Then the young man looked at the icon and suddenly a plastic water bottle appeared in his hand. He decided there was even more water there, and for some reason the volume of water increased by 1.5 times. He considers that unimportant and sees no point in going into details. Then the young man opens the water bottle and drinks it all. The young man finishes the water and says it is very tasty, then looks around and sees the meat is already ready too. He bites into a tender piece of meat and says it tastes like chicken. There is almost no smell, but the meat is tender and tasty, and this is his first meal since he arrived here. The young man thinks he still has time, so he contemplates how to improve his base. First, he will make a stone shovel using crafting. After some time, as soon as the shovel is ready, the young man digs a small hole and says that working like this is much easier than with bare hands, but still not very comfortable. When he uses a shovel, the soil immediately gets added to his inventory after he picks it up. This means that he does not need to dig up all the land, so it is possible to save some mills. It would be really cool if in the real world one could dig the same way. Later, the boy thinks that it is simply wonderful just as he wanted. He dug a ditch around the tree. He is incredibly curious about what exactly he has dug up. He looks into the inventory and notices fertile soil and clay there. Now he can also craft more things, for example, a stove. If he makes a stove, he will be able to forge iron. Iron tools are much better. The young man tries to find out where to get iron ore, and fueland whether he will have to dig again. Later, the young man makes a hammock. He says that tomorrow he will have to look for more food, probably also iron and salt, and he will see what else new he can craft. The young man falls asleep, but suddenly an elf woman approaches his base. She looks around and pushes the young man out of the hammock. When the young man woke up, a girl was lying next to him. She repeated the hero's words that he was not from this world. The girl said she believed him. Suddenly spirits appeared around the young man. He asked the girl what those green balls of light were. The girl replied that they were spirits of life. Suddenly the young man's wound healed. He thinks that he feels as if he is in hot baths and he feels very good. The girl says that the spirit of life loves him. The boy asks if it is true and if he can use magic. The girl replied that she did not think so. The protagonist told her that she had destroyed all his hopes. Then the girl told him to come with her and he asked where they were going. The girl replied, if the young man wants to be eaten by a monster or to meet an elf from her village who will kill him on the spot, he can stay here. The young man said he would listen to her, but suddenly remembered something and asked what the girl's name was. He clarified she had not introduced herself. The girl said she forgot because everyone around had known her for a long time, so she didn't even introduce herself. The young man asked if this girl was a celebrity. The girl said her name was Sylphie and that she was one of the guardians of the Black Forest, so people called her the Witch of the Black Forest. She had a naive face and carried a sword on her back. The young man barely kept up with Sylphie. One time he asked her to wait. It was the third day of his survival. The boy told the girl that they have been walking all day and asked how much longer they still have to walk. Sophie told the boy to behave like a man. After some time, Sophie ordered the boy to look here. They stood on the edge of a high hill. Sylphie said that her village was there. The young man approached the cliff and simply froze in amazement. He said that the village was very large. He imagined how he was greeted by beautiful girls who came from another world. He wonders how they will greet the guest from another world and whether he himself is right. Sophie gave the boy some object and ordered him to put it on before entering the village. The guy asked if it was a collar or some kind of fashionable trinket. Sylphie ordered him to hurry. Let him think it's magic that protects his life, then he will be grateful to her. Giant humanoids began shouting at the hero that he must be killed and burned. The hero was terrified to death. The boy did not understand what was happening. Sylphie ordered everyone to stop and step aside. She needed to talk to the guards, so the boy had to stay here. He got scared and asked what it meant for him to stay here. He was left with only one elf and an angry crowd. The young man insisted that Sylphie was probably joking. The elf said that there were too many people here, so he had to follow her. The young man replied that she was right and that the crowd was looking too intrusively. She called him to follow her. Suddenly, the girl kicked the young man in the back and he immediately fell to the ground. The girl said that this place would be enough. The boy asked what the girl was doing. She just quietly giggled and said that he was simply a pathetic person. Two huge monsters rose behind the boy. The boy thought they were incredibly large, but suddenly dozens of monsters surrounded him. The young man felt the air smelled of blood. The silent killers were much more dangerous, so he did not understand what to do. Suddenly someone shouted what was happening here, and then a huge explosion. All the villagers saw thick black smoke. The girl emerged from the smoke and said that he belonged to her. It was Sylphie. She pulled the chain and asked who gave them the right to harm her property. At that moment the boy screamed. He was in unbearable pain. The girl looked over the whole crowd with a gaze that foretold trouble. At that moment, the young man said he could not breathe and asked if this subscriber was really invisible. Then he screamed in pain from the girl's heel. She pressed it right into his back. She shouted that no one but her had the right to torment her property. The girl asked if everyone understood everything. If so, let them get out of here right now. The young man exclaimed that he now understood why she needed the challenge. After some time, the boy said that it was very rude. Sophie replied that everyone needed to see it. Then he asked how much longer the girl would keep him on a chain. Sophie smiled and said that a dog must be kept on a leash and not allowed to run away. Kasuke told the girl that he would remember and then asked what it was. Sylphie replied that refugees live on the outskirts of the village. On the continent of Pensu, humans and various other races fight over land. In this holy kingdom, demi-humans cannot do what they want due to pressure from the kingdom. Most refugees are from the kingdom of Varanard, located near the Omit wilderness. They are being driven out of the holy kingdom. Kasuke asks what is ahead. Sophie says it is a magical field. They grow plants using magic. The young man was surprised and said that their agriculture was more advanced even than Japan's. The girl replied that the elves live in the center, the workshops stand on the outskirts, and the rest of the territory is occupied by agriculture. Kasuke saw a big tree and asked if this was the center. Sylphie replied that it did not matter and told him to follow her. The girl led the young man to the house and said that this was his home. The young man was incredibly impressed by such a beautiful building. They enter the house and the boy begins to sniff the air. He takes a deep breath. Sylphie asks what he is doing and if he really sniffs like that when he comes to a girl's house. Kasuke said that the house smelled good and asked if the girl burned incense. Sylphie said she had never done such a thing in her life. After some time, Kasuke asked what the reason was for capturing him. Sylphie replied that there was no special reason. She said it could be said it was for fun. Kasuke said she was lying. The girl said she was interested, and the young man would have to figure out the rest on his own. In the Holy Kingdom, there is a story about the god Adora. He sometimes called people to himself with various intentions. There is even a legend about elves called lost people, who later saved the world. The girl hopes that the boy has such power. Kasuke said that meeting his expectations will not be easy. Sophie asked what kind of mystical power the boy had. She would be very glad if he told her. Kasuke suddenly felt as if he were being interrogated. The boy would say it, but this is his insurance. He is very grateful to her for saving him and for all that, but his abilities are truly interesting. However, he has just come into this world, so he cannot immediately say whether he is capable of anything. He thought if he tells her everything, his value will immediately disappear. Sophie said she would tell no one. The young man replied that he does not even know. The girl smiled and told the boy not to be shy and to be sincere with her. The boy wondered if it was really so. She had a very beautiful body and he liked her. The young man said he understood everything, so he will show the girl his skill. He has an inventory, a place where he can store various things and something like a chest. The girl said that it is quite a useful skill. The boy asked if he could borrow the plate, although he still did not know how much space he had in his inventory. Sylvie asked if he really made the axe himself since it was hard work. The boy replied that he probably did. Then Sylvie said that this spear was not fully finished yet, but it would do for hunting and whether the boy really made it himself. The boy agreed. Then the girl asked how such an amateur as he could do such a thing. The young man does not understand what he has done. He needed to show her some kind of grass or stone. Sophie quietly laughed and said that the boy was ready to show her so much, so she needed to be careful. The boy thought that everyone has this skill. Then the girl pointed at the plate and asked what it was. The boy replied that it was lizard meat. He still had skin and bones. When he gathered everything from him, the body disappeared and only a puddle of blood remained. Then the boy said that he was very hungry. Sylvie wanted to ask the boy, asked what the girl wanted to ask her about. Sylvie asked, does the servant really not have to cook food for his mistress? The young man wondered when exactly he became her servant. The young man bowed and asked the lady to tell him how to prepare her dinner. The girl agreed and said that she had no choice only once. After some time, the young man said that he had done quite well, even though it was his first time cooking, and then thanked the hostess. Then the boy asked where he could spend the night and if he could hang a hammock. The girl agreed and then asked why they were not sleeping together. The young man smiled, then understood what it was about and asked what was happening. He said he still did not know how the philosophy of love and chastity works in this world. Sophie said that she understands what chastity is and asks what the philosophy of love is and whether a man should ask a girl. Kasuke replied that he is not an animal. The girl said that there is not much difference between a man and an animal in this. All a young man needs is interest. The boy does not understand what is happening. He wonders if he can really be satisfied. Sylvie asks if he does not want the girl he likes. He thinks everything is fine and will just follow his instinct. The girl says the boy doesn't need a reason, so he will do it. He picks up the girl and says that he did not intend to be ashamed in front of the girl who wants him. Sylvie turned to the boy again and asked what that means. He smiled and said that he was ashamed not to fulfill the girl's wish, because every young man must win his own. He threw the girl onto the bed, and she said she didn't know it was her first time. The young man asked if there were any elvish etiquette rules he should know in advance. Sylvie said that she has no friends who could tell her about it. The young man replied, so they will follow his etiquette and he is waiting for it. The girl says she can get used to pain but prefers gentle treatment. And she also claims all this is for her the first time. The boy said he would try and immediately ask the girl to call him Kosk. Then he asked, how should he call her Sophie or maybe should she be a lady? The girl said that since they were already alone it would be better to call her Sylvie and in other cases let the boy call her mistress. The boy agreed and added that he liked calling the girl mistress more. Thus, the sleepless night dragged on. The next morning marked the 4th day of the hero's survival. The girl was sitting on the sofa and said that she felt a little unwell. Kasuke was preparing breakfast and asked if everything was all right with the girl. She asked if it was normal to feel like she had lost her dignity. The boy replied that the line between expectation and reality is thin and hard to see. Then the boy approached the girl with 2 plates and said that breakfast was ready. Suddenly, Sylvie embarrassedly pricked Kasuke. She was punching him in the back with her fists and asking how he could do that to her. The boy jokingly started insisting that it hurt and asked the girl to stop. Suddenly the girl hit him under the arm, and the young man shouted that it really hurt him a lot. The girl said that they would go hunting and gather what was needed after breakfast, but it had to be done before sunset. The young man agreed, but at that moment he was holding his side. For lunch they had a sandwich with ham and vegetables, sprinkled with salt, and for breakfast pancakes and fried meat. After breakfast they went out to Elfilage. The young man said that although it was necessary, he still felt very uncomfortable. Everyone is looking at them but not saying a word. Maybe because they are afraid. The thought is one, they are scared because of Sylvie. Then the boy said that it was him. Sylvie did not understand whom he was talking about. Kasuke said that he met a dangerous boy. Sylvie realized the boy meant Nate. Sylvie told him not to worry about him. Kasuke declared that anyone who dared to go against his master would immediately regret it. Nate, Titskid and Kasuke heard him. Later they came across a construction site. Kasuke asked what they were building there. Sylvie replied, they are building a bomb shelter for refugees both as a shelter and for protection. Kasuke said that it was sensible. Sylphie added, "It is definitely sensible everyone wants to live somewhere and eat something." After the Holy Kingdom seized power, the refugees were left with practically nothing and they could only obey. Kasuk said that it was very cruel. The young man added that he believes, "This is the fate of everyone who loses a conflict." It was clear Sylphie wants to restore the independence of the Kingdom of Vernard and take revenge on the Holy Kingdom. His skill is perfectly suited for mass production of weapons, as long as he has the necessary materials. Sylphie asked the boy why he was thinking. He replied that he was not thinking. Sylphie said that it did not matter, so it was time to go. Kasuk agreed. Sophie said that on the hunting grounds the boy could remove the chains. Kasuk agreed and then removed the chains. Sylphie ordered him to be quiet and not to shout. Kasuk asked her to rely on him. He could sneakily pass to the C button. Suddenly the girl stopped in surprise. She felt that the boy was moving strangely. She asked what he was doing. Kasuk said that it was hard to explain, but it was one of his skills and he could do the same. The boy moved in an invisible circle, hopping. Sylphie admitted that she even became scared. Sylphie said that she felt something was wrong. Kasuk replied that everything was fine. Then he asked the girl if she minded if he cut down a few of those trees. Sylphie said that she could cut them down, but they would have to wait about 6 months to get suitable timber. Kasuk said that he understood, but he had one thing. He opened the forest menu. After some time, the girl asked how he was going to cut it down. At that very moment, Kasuk struck the tree with a stone axe. In a minute, the tree would fall. Sylphie did not understand what had happened. Kasuk asked what the girl had said. Kasuk said that it was a log he had just cut down. All the branches had disappeared, it looked dry and was about 15 meters long. Sylphie exclaimed what the boy had just done. Kasuk smiled and asked if it was true that he had such a cool skill. The girl replied that she was about to lose her mind. After some time, Kasuk said that everything was fine. All the items in his inventory were neatly arranged. It seemed he could process all the materials right here. The young man said he wanted to cut down a few more trees. The girl told him not to destroy everything in a row, but only those she would name. The young man agreed. After some time, he said that it was all done and he had 50 decks. With that amount, there would be no more problems with wood, and if he found a few more twigs and some threads, he could craft a bow. The girl agreed with the boy and said that he knocked them down very quickly. The boy replied, "The trees are finished, it's time to gather ore." Sylphie said that then they need to go to the mountains. They are making their way through the trees, and suddenly Sylphie stops. There is something ahead. Casca said that he already hears some strange sounds. Sylphie whispered to him to stop talking nonsense and focus. Then the girl pointed at him from afar. Then Sylphie and Kasuk rushed to the bushes. The young man froze when he saw a huge beetle in the clearing gap about the size of a van. Kask said that if this were the first monster he had met, he would have been dead long ago. Sylphie ordered the boy to watch his stomach. Kasuk did not understand why she said that or if his stomach could really be poisonous. He looked at Sylphie and then the girl suddenly disappeared. Suddenly the monster screamed. Kasuk looked at and saw that Sylphie had already plunged the sword blade straight into the monster. Suddenly the monster roared. Kask took a bow and arrow from the inventory. He says he sees it string there from where it flies. Now the young man says his turn. The young man draws an arrow and says that if he pulls the bowstring thinking he is pressing LMB, then he needs to aim exactly where the cursor crosshair points. The young man shoots an arrow straight at the monster and hits. He is surprised. It worked. At that moment the monster falls and Sylphie immediately drives his sword into the head of this huge monster without wasting time. The monster began to twitch in the struggle. Sylphie dashed forward, twisted in the air and cut the monster's paw. Kask was stunned with surprise and Sylphie landing exhaled. Kask approached the monster and asked if they had succeeded. Sophie nodded. They had killed the monster. At that moment she was pulling the sword out of the monster's body. The girl hands the boy a part of the monster and Kasuk asks if it is edible. Sylphie says it should not be consumed, but the poison glands and stomach are very valuable. However, he can cut off its legs and cook them. Kasuki asks about the deer at the back. The girl says its meat is tough, but it can be used to make a bowstring. Kasuki asks what he should do and if he needs to collect all the loot for it to be in his inventory. The girl replies that she needs to bring it to the village. Kask says he understands. Then he touches the monster and its body completely disappears, leaving a pool of blood on the lawn. The boy said that this monster's name was Gizma. He looked into his inventory. There were Gizma's legs, Gizma's antennas, Gizma's head, Gizma's belly with the right hind leg and the left hind leg of Gizma. Sylphie stops the boy and says that this monster lives in the boundless wasteland. Kask asks in surprise what he is doing here. Sophie says she is afraid. Those strange things she was worried about are starting to become reality. Then the girl asks the boy if he remembers the refugees. Because of this monster, many people died. Kasuk says that in other words their number has sharply increased. Sylphie cannot say for sure, but no refugee has come to them in the last 2 years. It seems these gizmos have started reproducing frequently and are already searching for food everywhere. Sylphie says they need to get out of here. They might run into gizmos and other monsters because she is somewhere deep in the mountains. Kasuk agrees and thinks that during the stone gathering he could have been attacked by gizmos. They would have torn him to pieces. He was incredibly lucky. Later, the young man was gathering resources near the stream. He thought he had come across a real resource storehouse. It was very cold there. But he is ready to do everything to create a workbench. He already has quite a large pile of magnetic sand. Now he will start crafting a simple furnace, and the young man thinks that he needs to make everything required for the workbench, plus a few nails. The young man starts the creation process and estimates exactly how many parts he will need. He examines the future work table. He needs to take 10 pieces of wood, 40 pieces of nails, 1 part of vise, and a set of tools. Kosk says that to make the vise, 20 pieces of steel and 10 mechanical parts are needed. He will immediately send this to crafting. And this ability to create is really good. He can craft anything without knowing how it is made. Her lover is working and her slave is just sitting and relaxing. By the way, she still hasn't returned, although she said she would go check the perimeter. Then the vise was ready, so only the work table remained to be made. The work table was also ready. It took much less time than he thought. The boy decides to just leave it here. He looks at the box and thinks, this is definitely not a poem, so he decides to just try to enter the menu. He sees items that can be created on the workbench, and there the famous knight's weapon. It easily pierces any armor and is good against zombies. He considers the materials needed to make a crossbow. Now he can craft both a homemade and an improved crossbow. But he does not understand how to make a leaf spring from sheet steel. It cannot be made in a regular furnace. Maybe he should upgrade it. He looks at the menu and says that even more things have appeared. And that means materials will be needed: mechanical parts, steel sheet leaf springs, and leather paper. Here the upgrade menu also appeared. He does not understand where it came from. It turns out that to unlock the stove, he needs to fulfill certain conditions. If so, he could have been warned in advance. But he notices a different menu and is sure that everything here has changed. A window of status and skills opens. The boy understands this is his status and skills. He sees that there is a level up and many skills here. It seems they can be upgraded using points. Of the skills, only 5 are focused on crafting and 8 on improving physical fitness, so now the young man is thinking about what exactly to choose. Increased endurance will come in handy both for digging and for fighting. And if they are attacked, he will somehow cope with increased durability and recovery. He does not know if he can later return these points, so he will save them for later. Then he notices the achievements menu and realizes there are so many cells with question marks, which means he had to fulfill a condition to unlock the update. He looks at his other achievements, and among them is a badge for the first night. The young man remembers the night with Sylphia and is amazed. Then he reads the description of the technician achievement and again recalls the night with Sylphia. The young man shouted that this is not the system's fault and that he just took advantage of the opportunity. Suddenly Sylphie appeared and asked what the boy was doing. Kasuk was very scared. Sylphie said that if she were a monster, the boy would have been dead long ago. The boy apologized and admitted that he had let his guard down. The girl threw a rabbit to the boy and ordered him to put it in his so-called inventory. Then she looked at what the boy was doing and said she saw that he really tried hard here. She was impressed by the metal shovel. The young man said that with a good tool, extracting resources is easier. By the way, the pickaxe is just cool. He shows Sylphie a hammer pick and says to hit it a few times. Suddenly a chasm yawns. The boy said that eventually the girl will get a stone resembling iron ore. He immediately gives this stone to the girl. Sylphie says in surprise that you can't do that with magic, but the young man is sure this is not a magical tool. Kasuk objects, no such thing. This is an ordinary tool. Sylphie was surprised and told the boy that he is definitely special. Kasuk replied that this is an accurate observation, so the girl should protect him. Sylphie reassured the boy there is no need to be afraid because she will not leave him. Kasuk thought she said it with such a serious face and was a little embarrassed. Sophie replied that although she made a sandwich in the morning, it was still warm. It seems time stops in the inventory or lasts longer than usual. The boy inserted a wick into it, and when he pulled it out, it was still burning. The girl said that this is incredible. The boy's power completely ignores the laws of nature. Sophie said that after lunch they need to return to the village, and she needs to report what happened today. After some time, the girl reached the house of the village elder and said that she has an important message for the elders. The elf replied, if she wants to leave a message, let her tell him he will deliver it to the meeting himself. The girl cannot be trusted, she brought a man here. Sylphie said she sees no point in talking to him, and Kasuk declared that they need to go. The elf grabs Sylphie by the shoulder and tells her to stop. This is not a place for freaks like humans. Sylphie slapped the boy across the face and ordered him to get out of the way. If he says something like that again, she will tear out his tongue. Sylphie called Kasuk. Kasuk will never again make Sylphie lose her temper. Then they walked down the corridor. Later, the young man and Sylphie enter a large room. The men smiled and said they had long wondered who it could be, and it turned out to be the girl. The boy sees a round table where a bunch of elves are sitting. The girl says this is very unusual. Sylphie, who does not like old people, comes to them for the second day in a row. It looks like it will rain tomorrow. Sylphie said she came to tell them something. They replied that in this situation it was not a funny joke. Then the girl was asked about the boy she found in the forest. The elf man looked at the boy. At that very moment, Sylphie asked him to stop calling her that. Other elves said that his magic was barely noticeable. Barely is an even softer word. He doesn't feel anything at all. So is he really a Marabito, that is, a being who came from another world? Then Sophie told Kasuk to get those antennas. The elf girl said that it turns out Sophie said just yesterday that she wanted to make him a servant. The boy pulled out a tendril. Sylphie said that they found Gizmo in the forest, so what everyone feared became reality. The elf girl explained that it was so, and they started the meeting. If the Gizmati come one by one, it's not so scary yet. But when a whole horde creeps in, it's a completely different matter. If the country takes defense on protective structures, the problem is partially solved, and then the refugee issue is resolved. They leave them and they will perish. They could not evacuate the refugees until they built the barrier. They had to call a refugee representative to discuss it this evening. Kasek thought there was no point in the elves helping the refugees. The elf girl returned to Sylphie and told her about this boy. She wanted to make him a servant because he was useful. The girl asked him to stop calling her that. Then the elf asked how Sylphie managed to get close to him on the very first night. It happened too quickly. Sylphie was terribly embarrassed. Sylphie asked the elf why she thought so. The girl replied that when a girl accepts a man, her magic level changes a little. The difference can be very small, but it is easy to notice. And from that moment, Sylphie had already grown up, although she was very ashamed that she behaved like that with the servant. At that moment, Sylphie was extremely embarrassed. Then the elf said that after all, Sylphie is the only innocent girl with royal blood and marinade, so she can be forgiven for her unusual, intimate desires. The young man pondered the royal blood. Then they dropped the jokes and asked Sylphie who he was. The girl said she did not know. All she managed to find out about him was that he appeared out of nowhere right in the middle of the forest. He told her a lot about his native lands and about things she had never heard of. And all her guesses are based on the fact that he is definitely not from their world. The elven girl said that this boy would protect their people without any magic. Too good to be true, especially given the circumstances. But if he claims that, then perhaps he really is Marabito. She says they will take him under their care. Sophie grabbed Kasuk and declared that he belongs to her. The young man admired the girl's curves. The elf said that he is as stubborn as she is. She thought that he would hardly come to them too, considering what she is giving him. But anyway, even if he is Marabito, he still looks like a human, so it will be difficult for the villagers to accept him. He will have to show everyone that he is worthy of their village. If everything went smoothly and the residents and refugees were safe, they would kill two birds with one stone. The girl asked Sylph if she understood everything. Sylph agreed. The girl said, since Merbato is Sylph's servant, they must use his power, but only if she can really do something. Sylph calls him and they leave. Suddenly the girl calls the boy and says that she still doesn't know his name, so maybe he will tell her now. The boy says his name is Shibata Kasuk, but they can just call him Kasuk. The girl agrees and asks the boy to take care of Sylph. Kasuk agrees, waves to them and sets off. After some time they reach Sylph's home, and the young man asks the girl something in his language. Sophie asks what it is and it sounds like a spell was drawn. Kasuk asks if she is okay. He tried to support her with words and show care. Sylph said she is fine and just asks what they should do next. Kasuk replied, they must follow the orders of the elder. Sylphie said that if the boy protects the refugees, he will be able to prove his strength to everyone and that he is Marabit. Kasuk says that if he understood correctly, they are currently having great difficulties with the walls in their village. Sylphie agrees and adds, at this speed they will finish only in 6 months. The boy says he can help. Sophie asks if it is true. The boy replies that he will first do everything that is needed. Sophie agrees. He will start melting clay for bricks. He has not yet fully explained to the girl how his abilities work, so he will show by example. The young man places a huge wooden cube on the floor. Sylphie is extremely surprised. Then easily move by move, he lays cube after cube. As if they were building a wall, he said he thought something like this would work. Sophie asked what it was. Kasuk replied that now building walls will be much easier. Then the young man said that there were about 6 logs. The brick was also already ready so he could make a crossbow. Sylphie said that it feels like real wood to them. Kasuk said that if the girl wants to build a barrier, it is better to use bricks or stone blocks. Then the boy built walls from bricks and stone. Sylphia was very surprised. Kasuk made a proud face and declared that this is his ability to control creation and destruction. Sylphia ordered the boy to be silent. Sylphia, stroking the wall, said that it is really brick. Then the girl asked what walls would be next. Kasuk said that he forged a new weapon, so he will test it himself first. The girl replied that it is some kind of strange bow. Sophie said that a regular bow is more convenient to use and you can shoot continuously with it. Kasuk replied that you cannot shoot quickly with a crossbow, but it has many other advantages. He loads the crossbow and offers Sophie to try it and immediately understand all its advantages. The girl agrees. The girl said that with the crossbow you don't need to keep the string drawn all the time, then you can focus on aiming. The girl shoots and hits the target. Kosk said that this is perfect for beginners. All you need to do is draw the string once before the shot. Sylphie explained that then, if necessary, they could arm the fugitives with this. However, the crossbow does not have enough power to withstand these gizmos, so sorry to other creatures it might not cope. Then the guy asks the girl to try another crossbow. This is a standard crossbow reinforced with animal bones. Sylphie understands it is much stronger. Sylphie ordered the guy to bring out the body of Gizmo to test the crossbow. The guy asked if the girl was sure. Sylphie agreed and said she needed to know the true power of the crossbow. The guy pulls out the body of Gizmo. Sophie says everything is fine and asks him to step back. After that, she shoots a metal bullet straight into Gizmo's body. The guy says the bullet penetrated very deeply. Sylphie says the crossbow is definitely strong. Kosk says that actually there is a crossbow even stronger than this one, but he lacks resources, and he also needs to talk to her about something. He asks the girl if he can set up a workshop in her yard. For everything to work, he needs to install a few more workbenches and possibly build a factory. Sophie thinks about it. Then the girl says that of course he can build here. She will warn him if anything gets in the way. The young man is happy and says he will start then. He thinks he will build a regular square house, so the first thing to do is lay a wooden floor. So the foundation was immediately ready. Now it was possible to build. The guy immediately erected the walls and then the roof. Finally, he made the door. Sylphie was very surprised. Then the boy realized that it was already getting dark, so he needed to make windows. And finally, the workshop was ready. Sylphie was very surprised because it took the boy less than half an hour to build this structure. She comes in and says that it is a bit strange here. The young man tells the girl to remember, this is still just a simple box. He sets up the work desk and other things. Sophie ordered the boy to do whatever he wanted because now this was his fortress. Kasuk bowed and thanked the girl. Then he wants to talk about how to build walls to protect the refugees, but the girl shuts his mouth. She says they will do it after the dinner she will prepare. Kasuk does not understand what the girl is talking about. Sylphie quietly whispers in the boy's ear, he can be her servant, but at the same time she is his wife. A wife must cook for a man who has worked hard. The boy was very surprised. Then Sylphie smiled and called the boy. Kasuk did not understand why she suddenly blushed and what it was all about. After some time, Sophie said that if they only needed clay and fuel, she believed they could help the refugees. But what should they do about the barrier against Jism? Kasuk said if they set up mass production of crossbows, they could do without the barrier. They would need about 300 considering a few copies. The main problem is the lack of animal bones. He would need as many. Sylphie asks if they can replace them with gizmo made of chitin. The boy replies that he had not thought about that. If they are compatible, maybe it will work. The girl smiles, all right. Kasuk thinks that Sylphie is so sweet that living with her is a bit difficult. But he does not understand what has happened to her in recent days. Then Kasuk says he has a few questions for the girl about her past. The girl asks if the boy really wants to know because he might regret it. The boy replies that he wants to learn more about his beloved lady. He says that is all he has on his mind. The girl rests her head on the boy's shoulder and insists that she is the heir of the royal family. Kasuk says that Sylphie was a princess from the very beginning. He asks why the princess goes alone in the dark forest. The girl says it is a tradition of the royal family. Each time princesses and princes are raised in the dark forest, but the Holy Kingdom took her family and country. That is why she must give everything back. That is why she is in this forest to protect the people who brought refugees here. Kasuk says what that means. The girl wanted to use him then. Merbido, who appeared among the elves in the dark forest and was supposed to save them. The girl could have returned the kingdom of Marinard if she had used this power. so she did not report it to the elders and even gave up her virginity so they would not take her. Sulfi says that is indeed the case. Kasuk replies that he does not deny it. He says the girl owes him nothing. If not for her, he would have been dead long ago. He will stay by her side until she repays his kindness or until she herself wants to be with him. Although he does not consider himself the most reliable person here, Sulfi threw herself on the boy's chest and asked him not to say that. Kasuk took the girl by the chin and kissed her. She said she was very happy now. On the morning of the 5th day of survival, Sulfi and Kasuk lay on the bed. The girl quietly put her palms on her face and asked the boy to forget. Kasuk at first did not understand what exactly the girl meant. She said, "Just do what is asked and forget." The young man agreed and promised to forget, but that night the girl truly surprised him. The girl squeezed the boy and he screamed because the pain was unbearable. The girl shouted for him to forget as she had said. He apologized and the girl sent him away, "Go and make breakfast already." After some time, the girl and the boy reached the warehouse, and the girl asked to bring some ore. The elven friend said there were 8 barrels of mead and 8 sacks of flour. Soifi replied that they still needed 4 jars of salt, and then asked Kasuk to take them. Then the boy asked where they were heading. Sophie replied that they were going to talk to the refugees to find out how their conversation with the elders went, that way they would understand what to do. They reached the refugee camp. The boy was immediately noticed. Sylphie told the boy that he was too popular. Koskius frowned and replied that he was not happy about it. At that moment the girl ran up to Danon like a whirlwind and said that the princess had already arrived. The man greeted Sylphie. The girl asked Diana how many times she would have to repeat it for him to stop calling her that. The man replied that he could not. Whatever the princess said, he still had to say it. Sylphie said that the man was stubborn to the end and then demanded that the leaders be brought here. She wanted to talk about Gizem. The man replied that he understood and that it was his duty. The man turned around and immediately fixed Kosk with his fierce gaze. The young man felt that heavy look pressing directly on him. He turned to Sophie and said that the man was very frightening. Sophie replied that Dana's wife was humiliated and killed by people, and he also lost his children in the wild area of Amit. At that moment, the man turned to Foxman and ordered him to call the leaders. Kosk asks Sylphia if it was worth taking him with her. The girl replies that if the boy listens to her, everything will be fine. Sylphie says she will never leave him. The boy replies he will not leave Sylphie either. The girl says she is glad to hear that. Sophie tells the boys that she brought them some firewood and food. It might not be enough to fill their bellies to the brim, but everyone will definitely get something. Kasuk takes barrels from the inventory and says that inside there is gizmo meat. Everyone is stunned. The items appeared as if out of thin air. Sylphie ordered everyone to start preparing, but first to feed the children. Yet as soon as Danon arrived, he was immediately surprised by what he saw. He turned to Sophie and said that he had brought them. The girl replied that she understood and would come immediately. The girl and Kasuk entered the main tent. She apologized for summoning them so suddenly. The elders were sitting on cushions and asked how they could help. Sophie said it was about Gizmo. Yesterday the elders called her. The man said they can either flee deep into the forest or stay and fight. The children were allowed to stay here. Sophie said that this means they have not changed their minds. Then she asked if the elders said anything else. The man began to talk about the wall. Sylphie interrupted him and said she received the same answer. They have a plan for the walls and this boy can help. She calls Kasuk and says she will introduce him to him. The girl says his name is Kasuk and that he is her servant, but at the same time she is his wife because she gave him her virginity. Kasuk was very impressed, but the eldest and Danon were the most surprised. They all shouted in surprise. Danon shouted that only His Highness could think of doing such a thing to a person. The elder also asked the girl what she was thinking, and everyone shouted that this was a big scandal. Sylphie ordered everyone to be silent and said that Kasuk is not an ordinary person. He is not like the people of Ryoushu because he came from another world. She knows it is hard to believe, but everyone will understand as soon as they see what he is capable of. Danon returned to Her Highness and apologized for his rudeness, then asked if she was being misled. The girl replied that there are no ordinary people here, and another added that she does not feel any magical power. Kasuk thought that there was no need for them to gather, there would be no shortage of words. The girls insisted that his presence shames them, and all they could do was poke their fingers in their noses. Sylphie said she understands their distrust of Kasuk. First, she wants them to trust her. As soon as they see it with their own eyes, their distrust will disappear. Sylphie turned to the boy and ordered, "First let him introduce himself." The boy asked what exactly to tell them. The girl replied, "Let him tell them everything." Later Kasuk says that now they know everything. They answer him, for now they will believe his words. Danon said that since His Highness believed him, he also believed. But if the young man suddenly turns out to be a traitor, he will immediately pierce his heart with his horns. Now he asks everyone to introduce themselves. His name is Danon, Knight of the Royal Guard in Marinard. He was a lieutenant of their squad. Kasuke thought that Danon might be a minotaur. The girl with horns said that she was next. Her name was Melty. She was the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Kingdom of Marinard, so she was very happy to meet the boys. Kasuke felt that the girl had a wonderful aura, probably she was a sheep. Her clothes do not stand out much like a selfie, but they are perfect for battle. Suddenly the girl frowns and Kasuke understands he has already been noticed. Another girl said that her name was Ira and that she was a court magician in Marinard. Kasuke decided that she was a Cyclops girl. The girl pulled up her hood and the boy understood. She was hiding an eye, that is probably why she did not like being looked at. Then a young man came out and said that his name was Kibai. Unlike those three, he did not have an important title, but he was smart. Then the girl with wings said that they were leaders of the refugees. They bear the responsibility for food and shelter. Sophie said that they had introduced themselves enough so they could continue the conversation. And as she assured their fate was now in Kasuke's hands. Melty said that if the boy really could create things in large quantities, then she asks what exactly. Sylphie says they need to go and see for themselves. But then an unknown person comes in and apologizes. The food is already ready. The elder told Her Highness not to worry, he would settle everything quickly. He asked them to continue the meeting. The girl ordered them not to wait and to eat as soon as the food was ready. Then the girl told everyone else that they needed to move on. Later, they found themselves at the edge of the refugee camp. No one understood how this place was connected to Kasuke's abilities. Sylphie grimaced in a smile and asked them to take a closer look. Kasuke asked if it was possible to destroy this finished wall. Sylphie told him to do as she knows. The young man pulled out a pickaxe and began dismantling the wall. Everyone was incredibly shocked. They did not understand how an entire wall could disappear from a single swing of the pickaxe. After all, they did not feel any magic at all. Then Kasuke said that the preparation was complete. Not a single brick remained in the previous building. No one understood what had happened. Then he lays a brick block and says they need to start building the wall. Suddenly the boy begins to lay huge blocks, same wall. Everyone is wildly amazed at what they see. The young man asked if this was enough to show his skill. He suggested they touch the wall, let them see for themselves. Kwabai asked the princess if he could hit her. The girl said she came to stop Jism so they could hit her with all their might. Suddenly QB and Danon began hitting the wall but could not break it. They were surprised that the young man managed to build this wall in such a short time instead of 2 weeks. Her Highness was right. The boy's strength was truly remarkable. Ira replied that the boy could not have done that without some equivalent exchange. Something did not add up here. She asked the boy what kind of trick this was because he did not use magic at all. This contradicted any laws of this world. Kasuke said he himself did not know where these powers came from. They ignored rules like the law of conservation of mass. Ara said that it is absurd, so the boy needs to explain more. Sylphie told the boy to tell as much as he can because Ara will not leave until she understands. Iris said that it was complete nonsense. The original and the result were too different in weight. Moreover, she did not understand why the water ended up in a different container. The girl was holding a flask with water and a bottle with water. Ara asked if that guy was really cheating with that instrument. Kasuke replied that he was not cheating. Ara said that the strangest thing is, if you put a wooden flask on the fire, the water in it should become drinkable. Nulty said that it was not so. Excellent. Multiplying objects is not a problem. Even food could be prepared with this ability. Kasuke said that he had not really tried it much. Melty and Era grabbed Kasuke by the hand and ordered him to look quickly. It would be simply wonderful if the amount of food increased just like the water, then they would have to check again quickly. Kasuke asked the owner, "Save me." Sylphie said that they seemed to be getting along. Kwabai added that Kasuke is a very popular guy and even jealous. The time has come. The guy finally rested because he was very exhausted. QB said it was as if all the juice had already been squeezed out of him and then asked where Melty was. Ara replied, "The girl is figuring out how to distribute all the food." Kasuke said that he had to grind flour on the millstones for about an hour like a cursed thing. Thanks to this, he realized, if you grind it yourself, it comes out much faster. Then the boy was served lunch, the very meat gizmo. They will ask him if it was really tasty. Kasuke said it was tasty, but it's better not to know whose meat it is. Kasuke said that from the place where he was, insects are almost not eaten. It was the first time he saw such a giant insect, and there are no monsters there at all. Ira asked how this could be possible at all. Wherever there is magic, there will be monsters. Kasuke said that they do not have magic as such, no magical powers at all. Ira replied that she found it hard to believe. There are no beings without magical abilities. Kosk pointed to himself and said that he was one of them. Era replied that his existence was simply nonsense. Sylphie said that she and Eri get along well. Kasuk said they should help her Tojtharand. It turned out completely differently. There's nothing more to say. Kasuk wondered if Sylvia was already jealous was so sweet. Kasuk told her not to worry because he had only betrayed her. Then Sylvia hit the boy right in the stomach. He was twisted in pain. Sylphie shouted at him not to approach the girls during the day in broad daylight. QB said they were a wonderful couple. Then he turned to Sylphie and asked the princess what she would do next. Sylphie said that they would first use Kasuk's powers to the maximum and finish the wall. Danin will show where to get clay. She asks Kasuk if he needs anything besides fuel. The boy replies that he does not need anything else. Kyubai says that there are almost no trees left in this area. The girl replies, "It's okay because Kasuk will be useful here just the same." After some time deep in the forest, Ara and QB talked about how it was absurd and overall some kind of fraudulent scam. Koska said that nothing could be done. Ara replied, "The boy barely touched the tree and it already fell, straightened up, dried out, and was ready for further use. This is even more absurd than that water." QB said you can make as many beams and firewood as you want, and Sylphie said that their fate is in Kasuk's hands. Eris said that Nulti would start dancing as soon as he saw it. KB added, "If they keep chopping like this, nothing will remain of the dark forest." Kasuk laughed and replied that they would not do that. Kasuki asked if they really would not do it. He clarified if it was okay not to tell Melty. Eris said they would look into it. Kyubai said it was possible to look at it from the bright side. Sylphie turned to Era and Kyubai, then ordered them to go for clay since they had already handled it here. Kyubai replied that since the girl was nearby, there was nothing to worry about. Era added she wants to expose Kasuk's deception. Kyubai will be enough. Sylphie agrees with Era and orders Kyubai to get out. The man tells Koski to try even harder. Rand storms off. Koski is struck by Kyubai's strength. Then Sophie says that she will pick trees for Kasuk so that he can cut them down. And after some time, the sun began to set, so it was time to gather and pack up. Sylphie asked which era she meant. The girl replied that it was like God's robe, and that was also impossible to comprehend. Although this axe has no magical properties, when Kosk uses it something unusual happens. Kosk says that it is good that no one else can use it. The power he has is too unusual. Ara replies, "Too much." The axe was sharpened. The boy left her no choice. Kasuk told Sylphie that Ara scares him, so she has to save him. Sylphie replied that it was just a joke. Ara said, "Exactly, she doesn't do that." Ira said that as long as a person breathes, Kasuk got scared and said, as if when he dies the girl will have no doubts. But why does she talk about this while he is alive, and is it normal? He says he is afraid of his lover. Kasuk said he was very tired. Sylphie said the boy did not look that tired. Anyway, was he yesterday? No, he did a very good job today, so the girl praised him. After that, she looked at the package and asked what the boy put in it. Kosk said that there were buns there and they were still very warm. The peasants brought them to the young man as a sign of gratitude. He was surprised. Kosk thinks that they are slowly beginning to accept him. Sylphie smiled and said she forgot to praise her for how she ground the flour. It was a wonderful job. Kosk asked the girl not to return to this topic anymore. Then Sophie asks about the boys and whether Kasuk will be able to get along with them. Kasuk thinks he doesn't even know who they are. Kasuk says that Melty seems to believe he will be useful. He thinks that Ira will be fine too. For now, at least she is interested in his abilities. He is not sure about Kyubai, but he seems friendly. Danon will have a harder time with him, but the guy thinks, as long as they and Sylphie are okay, he will be good. Sylphie said she thinks the same. For QB, it will be fine. And indeed, she was not sure about the crossbow and whether it should be given to everyone. It is really a powerful weapon, and it would be bad if someone with bad intentions could take control of it. Probably, it is best to issue it only to those who can be trusted. Sophie says that he will still have the final word, of course, but is that possible? Kasuk said that once he was surrounded like that, and he almost died. He will do all that and the girl will decide how much and to whom to give. It is a big responsibility. After some time, Kasuk and Sylphie reached the house. The young man said it was time to prepare for tomorrow. The young man went into the workshop and said that to burn bricks, coal needs to be prepared. For crossbows, it is necessary to establish serial production of materials to focus on mechanical parts and arrowheads. It is also necessary to make sure there are enough iron ingots. Sylphie said that it is incredibly convenient. Everything can be prepared in advance and it will work by itself. The young man replied that this was exactly the convenience, so he loved it. The guy said that it would take some of their resources, but they can try a new improvement. The guy assured that they will improve it. Aichi decided that this way it would work faster and they would be able to do what they could not before. The young man decides to try. He presses something on the control panel and suddenly the stove bursts into bright flames. But he does not understand what is happening. After some time, Sophie said that everything turned out well. Kasuke replied, "Incredible. And now they have an anvil and a sharpening stone, but the walls are gone, so they need to repair them." He opens the menu to understand what this huge furnace is capable of, and realizes he can improve the workbench and crossbow and also make weapons and armor. He asks the girl if she wants to try crafting something. Sophie says that if they are going to make something, they have to be sure they will be able to use it properly. Danon is skilled with an axe, so can the boy do the same? The boy says there is a halberd and a battle axe, but this one is a bit different. He thinks the halberd will suit a big guy. Sylphie asks what it is. The boy says the thigh was not on the list until he remembered it, so he can add new things. Sylphie asked if the boy can really do that. He replied that he seems to be able to. Sylphie was surprised by this. Moreover, it became possible to repair things. For example, weapons or armor. Sylphie realized that they can be fixed. Then she calls the boy to one place. The girl leads him to a warehouse where war trophies are kept. They open the door and the boy does not understand what the smell is. The girl answers that these are war trophies. Kasuke says he thinks, at first there was much more blood. The girl replies that washing them is very exhausting. He imagines how to put all this into the inventory now. The young man was very surprised and said that in his inventory he has cursed armor. Susie said that probably it needs to be cleaned. Kasuke shouted that the girl seems to be talking about a dirty carpet at her home. Sylphie says there are rumors equipment worn by the dead can have such power. If you keep it away from the flame, you can clean weapons and armor a little, says Kasuke. We need to start repairing it. After some time, they return to the workshop. Kasuke says that fuel and some iron are needed for repairs. He glances at the inventory where a warning about cursed armor was hanging. He did not understand why it was cursed and how many more warnings there would be. The young man swore and said that for now they would restore the rest. And finally, Danon's axe was ready. The girl asked to show. The young man takes an axe from the inventory and it turns out to be heavy. It looks ordinary, but the blade seems sharp enough. He said that it is called birdish. Its strength was in the weight and sharpness of the blade. They said it could cut a person in half, but he did not know if it was true. Sophie takes the weapon and says what she thinks. Such a weapon in the hands of someone like Danon can do it, but it is a bit heavy for him. The boy says that something like a yataghan suited the girl. Sylphie asks what it is. Kasuke explains that it is a sword with a curved blade. Sylphie says that sounds interesting and asks if the guy will make her one. Kasuke clarifies if the girl has a leather strap because he really needs two to upgrade his desk. The girl said that she has one, but maybe they will want to rest more. Kasuke thought that sounded too tempting. He says that as soon as the sun sets, the girl can do whatever she wants with him. Later, the young man asks the lady to stop because it hurts. Sylphie asked Kasuke if they could switch from offense to defense. Kasuke asked the girl if she was tired because a wife's job is to take care of her husband. The girl replied that everything was fine and there were no problems. The girl asked if she was doing the right thing. The young man agreed but asked her to slow down at first. There was no need to rush so much. He was happy, he thought, and anticipated that everything would happen just like that. Sylphie asked Kasuke again if she was doing everything correctly. The boy admired the view and told the girl that she was learning quite quickly. Once she gets used to it, she will be able to move as she wishes. The girl replied that she understood. The girl grimaced in a smile and told the boy that she liked to act first. At that moment, Kasuke shouted at the girl, saying she was being too pushy. He asked her to slow down a bit, but the girl replied that she could do whatever she wanted. The sixth day of survival began. Sophie was very happy, but it seemed Kasuke had been drained of all his strength. He looked like a corpse. Sylphie raised her hand and said they had to do it again today. The boy agreed every week. Finally, they reached the refugees who wished the princess good morning. The girl also greeted them good morning. Kasuke noticed a huge lump of clay. Sylphie turned to the boy and asked him to bring the weapon they had repaired yesterday. Kasuke said he understood the girl. After some time, Sylphie ordered Danon to divide this weapon among those who knew how to fight and use it for defense and hunting. She also ordered Kasuke to make a weapon for Danon. After that, she extended her hand to Kasuke and commanded him to give her the weapon for Danon. The girl handed the weapon to Danon and said she had inspected it. The weapon was of very good quality, so he had to protect everyone with it. The man looked at the sharp blade, then swung it several times. He said it was a wonderful weapon, it would tear jism like paper. Sophie said she was sure of that. Danon then asked if it was really all thanks to Kasuke's strength. The boy thought it took a lot of time, and Sylphie said she knew it was hard to believe, but it was true. According to Ira, his ability was complete nonsense. Today he would see for himself how ridiculous it was. She calls Kasuke and tells him to go to work immediately. The boy agrees. He reports that he will build a forge, so he asks everyone to step back and give him some space. Suddenly he set up an improved furnace and several ordinary ones. Everyone was incredibly impressed by what they saw. Ira said it was simply ridiculous. At this moment Kasuk looks at the menu and says they need to add coal as fuel. Era approaches him, and the guy replies that it's a bit inconvenient. The girl asked how it could work like that because it was absurd. The boy replied, "Call it whatever you want." He asked her not to touch the coal, it was dangerous. If she wanted to see what would happen next, let her watch. The girl gave the boy a contemptuous look. QB grabbed Ira and told Kasuk that they were watching. The boy creates items and calls Sylphia. He says that he seems to be able to fix some broken blades and the like, so if they are somewhere, he will repair them together with them. The girl replies that it sounds wonderful, so they will do just that. The girl tells QB to bring everything, then they will gather clay. The boy starts digging. As soon as the clay is lifted, it immediately disappears. Ara asks how it works and how the boy collects the clay. Kosk explains, he simply, as always, throws it into his inventory. Era said that she really feels traces of magical power, so she asked if there is any other power besides magical. Kosk replied that he has already collected a lot of quality material. So we can stop for now. At that moment Newly appeared, smiling kindly. Kosk thought that he would never look at this thing and that he definitely would not turn it on. He said, they will look, but he will have to return the bricks in the brick block. He sets the workbench in place and says it's time to move on. Melty is surprised, something new has appeared again. Kosk replies this is a workbench. It is used to process various items that enhance crafting skills. He says that he needs to become better. The boy tells Ira, the workbench is a bit blinding, so it's better not to look at it. Era says there is no problem, nothing can be lost. Kosk agrees with the girl, and then during creation the working machine began to glow. Melty asked the boy what it was. The boy replied that it was an improvement, more possibilities and better performance. At that moment I closed one of her eyes because a glow is a glow. Then the young man looked at the huge workbench and said it was a simple, modernized workbench. It was made of steel, stronger than ever. And the lathe had a pedal, it worked by foot. He only wondered if pressing that lever could shorten the manufacturing time. At that moment Ara said what she had just seen. Kasuk asked what the girl had seen. Ara replied she had seen the beginning of the truth. Ira said that this light resembles the glow of sacred magic used by priests. Perhaps his abilities are more like some divine gift. The boy said that it was so. Ira asked if the boy knew about it. Kosk asked if the girl knew that he was from another world. Ira wondered what would happen if some creature called him to this world from another. Ara understood something and said it was a mistake. Kasuk decided that Ara had really fallen into depression and kept himself from looking her in the eyes until lunch began. Finally, everyone sat down to have lunch. Burgers made of bread with various types of meat, deep-fried vegetables, and meat with sweet spices. Sophie asked Kasuk if he would build the wall after lunch today. The boy agreed and said he had already made enough brick blocks. If more are needed, he will make more. I turned to the princess and said that she wanted to ask something. The princess agreed and asked what exactly. Iris said she found a simple and clear way to prove. Kasuk is not from this world. Sylphie asked if it was really true. The girl told Kasuki about the collar and ordered him to take it off, and with her own hands proved that he was Sylphie's servant. Kasuki was incredibly surprised. Sophie turned to Ari Agin and everyone around breathed out in agreement. Kasuk did not understand what was happening or why people had such faces. Kubai explained to the boy if he tries to take off the collar he will suffocate and die, and asked if that was really true. Kosk cut in, a categorical no. He snapped at the scream and pulled them with questions about what they were even talking about. Ira answered. The servant's challenge restrained the master's magical power, squeezed the neck, and immobilized the body. But because Kasuk has no magical power at all, the collar does not work at all. So for Kasuk, it is just a burden on the neck. QB asked if it was true. Kosk replied that she did not know. Then Danon turned to the princess and asked if she would like to give a few orders. Sylphie immediately told Kosk to take off his clothes and everything else. Kosk stammered and asked why exactly this order. Since they insisted that he try to remove the collar, everyone was surprised and began to ask if the young man was really capable of such a thing. Melty asked Kasuk if he could really remove it himself. The boy replied that he thought he could. Suddenly, a few moments he spent with Sylphie that night flashed through his mind, and he remembered that Sylphie hadn't noticed. The order did not apply to him. He had already begun to ponder this when suddenly Sylphie struck him and asked what he was thinking about. Nulty turned to Kasuk and asked how long, in his opinion, it would take to build the wall. The boy replied that if there were enough blocks it could take 2 to 3 hours. He wouldn't know for sure until he tried. Nulty said that later, when everything is over, they will make a loud statement. Kasuk's collar means nothing and does not work. This way they will prove to everyone that Kasuk helped them voluntarily of his own free will. Sophie said that they have a plan for the near future, and as soon as Kask finishes with the wall, they will give a speech. Nulti added that she will make sure everything goes smoothly. After some time, the young man was already sitting in his workshop and was about to start work while loosening his shoulders. Suddenly Danon approached him and asked why the boy did nothing to the princess if the servant's call did not work. Kasuk replied that he thought Danon meant by nothing to harm Sylphie. Because there was no reason to do it, Sophie saved his life. He feels he owes her his life, so he sees no point in harming Sophie. Danon was very surprised. He stood silently frozen in place after the boy's answer. Then Kasuk told Sylphie that he wanted to survey the area and all that, so he asked the girl if she could send him someone who knows where to go. Diane said she could accompany the boy. Kasuk asked Sylphie if it would bother her. The girl smiled and replied that she didn't mind. Kasuk approached Danon and asked his name again, then said he was incredibly glad to meet him. Danon agreed and replied that the boy's name was Kasuk, so he could be spoken to more simply. Kasuk agreed and said that it would even be easier that way. He wanted to start near the entrance to the village and walk there on foot. Danon replied that they needed to go exactly like that. Then they set off, and the rest smiled and watched them with their eyes. Later the young man said that only the large gate passage remained to be made. In a moment, he installed huge gates right between the gap in the wall. Finally, the deed was done around the entire perimeter of the village of elves, and refugees a great round wall rose. Kasuk was satisfied and said that everything went faster than he expected. Danon replied that he did not think the boy could really succeed. Then Danon looked at the left side of the wall and then at the right. Kasuk said that from what Danon saw, he had already succeeded. Then he asked if such a height would be enough to stop Gizem. Danon asked what exactly the boy meant. Kasuk replied that in the world where he lives, there are insects similar to Gizem, but they were so small yet could still jump onto a person's hair. Danon told the boy not to worry. Gizmi is not capable of jumping that high. Their strong paws were needed to jump forward. They usually set ambushes and attack prey. They move quickly due to their weight and use their shell as a shield. Sophie approached them and asked if everything was ready. Kasuk smiled and said that everything was done. And then Sophie waved towards the crowd and said that they would start performing right then. They climb onto the wall and Kask says it's cool because there are lots of people there. He even sees elves. Finally, everyone gathered. Silt immediately increased the power of her voice with magic and ordered everyone to listen. The girl said that with the help of the village they completed the barrier. The walls they built are so thick and strong that even if gizmos try to break through, they won't have to worry. Sylphie is sure of that. It is precisely thanks to the strength of this man, Kask, that they were able to build such a powerful barrier in one day. The girl claims that he is not from their world. Rumors circulate about lost people from distant places wandering other worlds under the guidance of spirits or deities. It seems impossible, but there is evidence. Kasuk is a person from another world and there is no magical power in this body. Absolutely no power. Every living creature in their world has some magical power. Of course, animals, plants, Demon 7, the smallest insects also possess magical abilities. But Kasuk does not even have crumbs of magical power. This was confirmed by the magical eye of the court mage aura, but words alone are not proof. So Sylphie draws everyone's attention to the servant's collar on Kask's neck. Everyone probably knows, no one but the master can remove it. The girl looks at Kask and smiles. The boy starts tugging at the collar and everyone panics. If he tries to take it off, the collar will clamp his neck. Suddenly Kask takes off the collar and everyone is incredibly surprised that he removed it. Sophie said that the bell ringer does not work against him because Kasuk has no magical powers. And this is proof he is not from their world. They say that the lost have special abilities, but the girl thinks there is no need to explain anything anymore. She raises the collar above her head and asks if anyone wants to check this collar to make sure it is real. The beast people come out to the girl, the lizard man, the snake man, and another cat man. The people ask to check the three. Sophie puts a collar on the cat man and orders her to kneel. She immediately obeys. The girl says she cannot disobey the order. Then the lizard man puts a collar on the snake man. The girl asks to do this to try to remove it. She tries to remove the collar, but it starts to tighten around her neck. They all looked at the boy together. Sylphie said that now, having confirmed the collar is real, she asks to put it on Kasuk. They put the collar on Kasuk. The girl ordered him to kneel. The boy refused. Then she ordered him again to kneel and he refused again. They were surprised. Then the young man removes the collar and says that he owes his life only to Sylphie. Then Sylphie puts the collar on Kasuk and addressing him as darling, says that she will put the collar on him and take care of him. After that, the girl states that, as everyone saw, the collar was real. She thinks that now everyone is convinced of this. Kasuke is a guest from another world, and he has nothing in common with the inhabitants of the Holy Kingdom whom they hate. He is rather their comrade who helps them. From now on, she wants everyone to treat Kasuke as a guest and as their helper. Everyone began to applaud the princess and Kasuke. The boy noticed that Nulti was also applauding, and then he heard excited shouts and thought that it was even a bit scary. Sophie said that she was pleased to see. Everyone agreed with her. Starting tomorrow, they would conduct preparatory and defensive training until the arrival of Jism. She wanted everyone to actively participate. Kasuke thinks that this means some kind of peace has come. Now it remains to deal with the Gizmas. The next day, Sophie said that she planned to make a defense plan regarding Gizma. The boy noticed that many new faces appeared. There was even the same beastman woman who previously wanted to put a collar on him. The girl said that her name was Jajira. She was in the reconnaissance unit of the Royal Army. Another girl introduced herself as Purin and worked together with Jajira. The Wolfman said that his name was Wog, and that he was the commander of the guard in Tonto City. Kasuke decided that Jajira was of the feline type, Purin was probably a harpy, and Wog was something between a dog and a wolf. Then a girl approached the boy and said that her name was Gelda, that she fought in the heavy infantry of the kingdom of Marinard's army. Kasuke thought that Gelda resembled a bear. Kasuke told Sylphie that, despite the fact that they were all former soldiers, for some reason most of them were girls. Sylphie replied that this was because among the beastmen men and women were physically about equally strong, and also there were more women in the population. Then she asked Kasuke to take out weapons from the inventory. The young man agreed and took out new crossbows. Everyone was extremely surprised and did not understand what these things were, resembling bows. No one had ever seen such a shape. Sophie said that it was called a crossbow. She asks Kasuke to show how to use the crossbow. The boy places the stock inside the restored armor. He takes the crossbow, pulls the string until the lock clicks, then sets the bolt and the preparation is complete. Then you need to aim and pull the trigger and a shot will happen. Sylphie says that, as everyone can see, the shot is powerful. It doesn't shoot fast, but the weapon is easy to use. A little practice and anyone can aim at the target quite accurately. That's all, let them try to kill themselves then. Jajira says she will try first. Ira even raised the crossbow. Jajira asked if it is possible to keep the bowstring constantly drawn. The guy said that, in his opinion, this would have a negative effect on both the bowstring and the crossbow itself. But if the girl prepares it before the battle, there will be no problems. The girl pulls the bowstring and says she understands. She squats and says, "This reconnaissance device is very interesting. Such a shape is perfect for hidden shooting." Ira said that the mechanism is not that complicated, but it is surprising that with such small dimensions it is much stronger than a bow. It seems that to make so many things, you need a bunch of skilled craftsmen, and the maintenance costs look considerable. Kasuke replies that he agrees. Without him, serial production would probably be difficult to start, and almost no one except me can keep crossbows in working condition. Dunin says that without Kasuke, support and repair will become impossible. Regarding the weapon, this is a real problem. Melty replies, in the long run, yes, there is a problem, but for now, everything is not that bad. It is very likely that he will study this mechanism and they will be able to create something similar. Helda says that due to her build, this thing is hard to use. Fogg adds that he has no complaints. Compared to a bow, this weapon is much simpler. He believes that even townspeople without any combat experience can use it. Kasuke and Sylphie smiled. Jajira said that the weapon is cool and easy to shoot and the shot power is impressive. She asked about the range. Kasuke replied that he hasn't tested it, so he can't say for sure, but he thinks it's about 50 meters. If we are talking about the range of the arrow, he thinks it will fly quite far, but there are doubts about the accuracy and power of the shot. Then Danon asks Sylphie how many such crossbows can be prepared. The girl asked what Kasuke would say. The young man replied, with the materials already available, he estimated about 300, but if making a large number of bolts, the iron supplies did not inspire confidence. Sylphie thought and asked Danon if 300 crossbows would be enough for everyone, even for reserve. Danon replied that most likely it would be enough. The defense could be provided by about 130 people. Sylphie says then she asks Kasuke to be kinder and make 300 crossbows, and arrows let there be 5,000. Kasuke says that he already has enough iron and he definitely guarantees it. Sylphie replies, then tomorrow they will go for those missing materials. She asks him to use everything he has now so the guys have arrows for further practical weapon tests. Kasuke agrees and says that what they already have is quite enough for this. Molodic immediately creates arrows. Everyone is surprised there are quite a lot of them. Kasuk says there are 202 arrows. Together with those he made earlier, it comes to 230. Jajira tells Commander Danon that she will quickly go and check everything. Kasuk orders the girl to simply collect as many used arrows as possible. The girl agrees and jumps over the wall. Danon says that most likely she will not do anything rash. To test their endurance, he will lend 2 crossbows and 100 bolts. He gives Melka a crossbow and says it is her responsibility. The girl agrees. Sophie says if there is a shortage of weapons or materials, report it. And also, make a list by priority and submit it tomorrow. Do not guess whether Kosk can make it or not. Kosk got scared because the girl said it in the presence of Melty. Donan and Melty said goodbye. Kasuk thought that he was about to die from exhaustion. It was a pity that Melty was stupidly laughing with a face that did not suit a girl. Sophie then says that she and Kasuk will meet with the elders. He built a protective wall as promised, so now it's their turn. After some time, they reach the elder's house. The elven girl said that, as expected, this man really came from afar. Who would have thought that the defensive wall would be built in one day? Now Sylphie will also be at peace. Sophie said that it was not in one day, in two, and they have already completely lost their minds. The girl insists, that's what everyone who behaves like that says. But even if such a high wall protects against gizms, isn't it doubtful to keep a person on the other side? For now, the main problem and danger are their gizmos. Not this man, but if he dares to attack their village, they will fold him like a bundle. The forest disappears when someone kills outside the forest. Everyone discussed what happened while Sylphie and Kasuk stood there. The girl says it was a promise. They will send 20 experienced spirit archers to intercept the gizmo. Kasuk asks Sylphie if 20 such spirit archers is really a reasonable number, and who these spirit archers are in general. Sylphie says that spirit-armed archers are elven warriors capable of shooting arrows imbued with spirit magic. An arrow propelled by wind magic flies twice as far as a normal one. The spiritual power concentrated in the arrowhead disperses explosive energy as soon as it hits the target. One spiritual archer equals 10 ordinary archers. Kasuk said that this is incredible as expected from a world with magic. Like a soldier with a grenade, only he can throw it 100 meters. The elf said that tomorrow they will send the leader of the refugees to Danon to take advantage of this. Sylphie thanked him and bowed. They still need to prepare something for tomorrow, so they will leave. The elven girl confirmed that this is true. Kasuk and Sylphie will probably want to be together, so they should not be delayed. They were sure Sylphie will give birth to incredibly cute children. Kasuk probably finds it hard to find entertainment every evening. Next time they come, they will prepare medicine for Kasuk. They help even cold-blooded male elves, and since Kasuk is human, the dose should be reduced. Everything will be simply wonderful because Sylphie wonderfully manages them. The girl blushed and said goodbye to everyone. She told Kasuk that they were leaving. The young man replied that he would be glad to go away. The elder smiled. Sophie was very angry and said that these elders had never heard of tact. Then a young guy named Nate called out to Sophie. He called Kasuk a dirty animal. Sylphie got angry and punched the boy in the face. Then she went even further. Sylphie said that as soon as she hears the boy open his disgusting mouth again, she will kill him. Kasuk noted how flawless her punch was. After some time, Kasuk said that the girl hit Nate and that made him feel relieved. Sylphie asked what he was trying to say, Kasuk. The boy smiled and replied that he had no idea. Kasuk asked if this Nate really always picks on her because he is constantly unhappy about something. The girl replied that she is exactly the one he wants to use for revenge for his parents. Kasuk was very surprised. Nate wanted to take revenge on Sylphie for her parents. Sylphie asked if the boy wanted to know her story, although there was nothing funny about it. Kasuk said he would listen to everything she told. Sylphie said that it all started 3 years ago when a rebellion broke out in the kingdom of Marinard. Its kingdom was a vassal of the Holy Kingdom. Then the girl, as soon as she learned about the revolt, could not hold back. She stole all the spirit stones from the common storage and headed to Marinard. Kasuk replied that it was too confident. This was immediately noticed and a pursuit was sent after her. At that time her supporters were Nate's parents. And while she was gone, a group of 317 refugees led by Danon crossed the endless desert. Unfortunately, they had to face an army that was chasing them. 5,000 soldiers sent by the Holy Kingdom. These bastards pressed so hard that Danon's squad trying to escape was simply suffocating. Like a cat playing with a mouse, the head could be torn off at any moment. Seeing this, she burst with anger and hatred and rushed at the army of the Sacred Kingdom. Because of this, darkness covered her and her skin darkened. The body became stronger and the muscles denser. Kasuk asked what she meant when she said, "Skin darkened and muscles became denser." Sophie explained, if an elf burned by anger and hatred uses the power of spirits, he is enveloped by gloom since elves are somewhere between spirits and humans. Then the elf's skin darkens and the body turns into a killing machine. Kasuk pondered the evolution of the body under the influence of a specific situation. Isn't this even more absurd than his abilities? Sophie said that because of this, elves touched by darkness are called tainted and despised. Kasuk asked if that was why Nate did not love her. Then he asked about revenge for her parents. The girl said that no matter how many spirit stones the elves had, it was impossible alone to destroy an army of 5,000. Gradually, the forces of the Sacred Kingdom began to retreat, and the elves, including Nate's parents who were chasing them, caught up with them. Kasuk asked what happened. The girl said many elves were killed, but the army that was chasing was destroyed. After that, the surviving elves called her the Witch of the Black Forest. Kasuk thought about how to kill even more than 2,000 people single-handedly. She was scared. Sophie said that because of her recklessness, many parents of the current generation of elves in this village died, so they hold a grudge against her. In the end, the color of her skin is the mark of a killer. It seems Danon and others feel guilty. Because of them, I allowed gloom to take over Sylphie's body. Her body changed beyond recognition, pale, fragile, and quite cute. Kasuk smiled and approached Sophie. She ordered her to leave her past behind. He thinks the girl should love herself as she is now. The color of the skin does not matter at all. He likes the girl he sees before him now. Sylphie smiled, laid her head on Kasuk's shoulder, and then they looked at each other and their lips touched. At that moment they held hands. On this pleasant night, the bonds of this couple became even stronger. It was the 7th day of survival. Kasuk sat in his workshop and insisted that everything he had packed since last night was already ready. He found them and thought, this time the main highlight of the program is the improved crossbow. Now its limbs are metal. He tried to pull the string and realized that it was extremely difficult. He thinks, if you imagine choosing an action in a game, it should work. He managed to pull the string and he finally realizes that he actually did it. The action choice is too skewed. He was able to pull this stiff string with one hand. Then he inserts a bolt and decides to shoot at a tree. He understands. The initial speed of the arrow is higher than that of a regular crossbow, so the shot is many times more powerful. This is some special weapon that will be given only to the strong. But first you have to agree with Sylphie, and this thing requires way too much iron. Now he decides to put it in the corner near the blacksmith. He notices the number of glass items that can be crafted has increased. He notices tags for pharmaceuticals. This does not look like a brewing stand, so probably it is a workbench. He does not waste time and decides to engage in crafting. It was in the workbench menu, but for the brewing stand, too many resources are needed. He decides to first focus on glass items needed to create the brewing stand, and then the young man recalls his achievements and skills. Imagining the function of choosing an action, there is a feeling that more new crafting recipes have appeared. There is no explanation, not a drop of solidarity with the users. Of the new achievements, only 3 were blocked. The skill level also increased. He decides to take a lumberjack and a dismantling worker. And for the remaining points, he takes enhancements for cardiopulmonary function, a fast runner, and an excellent shooter. Because when shooting from a crossbow, the usual tactic is hit and retreat. Suddenly, Sylphie appears in the doorway. Kasuk greets the girl in the morning. Suddenly, Sylphia blushes and runs out of the workshop. Kasuk smiles and says what to do. He thinks the girl is very sweet. Probably due to constant stress, as soon as night falls, Sophie opens up and her brakes fly off completely. Waking up in the morning, her huge warrior consciousness returns, and she enters a mode of suffering due to feelings of shame. Kasuk thinks this is simply incredible. He wants Sylphie to always remain like this. After some time, the girl prepared breakfast, something like okonomiyaki. She returned to Kasuk and asked him not to talk about the previous night. The boy agreed. Then the girl asked if he had already finished making the crossbows. Kasuk agreed. Sylphie said they would give the boys the crossbows needed for training, and as planned, set off for the iron ore. After a while, they reach the required place and distribute duties. Someone says they will patrol the perimeter. If suitable prey appears, it must be shot. Kasuk thinks the landscape itches in his hands. He wants to clear the area for construction. Jajira said that Kasuk would be able to drag any large catch home by rope. She says she will go and test the strength of this improved model. Kasuk thinks who could have known that some crossbow thing could excite her so much. Jajira says goodbye and rushes away. Peruna says that Jajira is not very skilled with bows, so she liked crossbows so much the arrows fly much more accurately. And then the girl asks if there are any other types of weapons like crossbows that even she could use. Kasuk thinks about this intently. The girl looked at Kasuk with hope in her eyes. Kasuk replied that it's not that he has no ideas, but that right now he can't remove anything. Peruna said that this is a great misfortune. She told Sylphie that she would also go on reconnaissance. Sylphie asked the girl to be careful. Kasuke decided bombs or shells with poison gas or at least Molotov cocktails would be enough. Perun takes off and Kasuke, Ara, and Sylphie remain alone. Kasuke asks if they will dig. Sylphie says that he will dig as much as she wants. The boy asks if he can dig from above too. Sylphie says it doesn't matter, the only important thing is how he plans to get there. The young man pulls out a wooden cubic thing and says he has an idea. He stands under the pyramid made of cubes. He flies higher and higher while Sophie and Ira stand below watching the boy. Ira says again that this is absurd. The young man said something like that. Ira replied that the young man had already climbed up, but how was he going to get down? The boy places another cube and takes out a pickaxe, then says something similar to this. Ira watches him. Kasuke says he will gradually descend while gathering materials. The young man arranges neat environments. Later, the young man descended, leaving an abandoned wall, and asked how the girls were doing. Everything was very simple. Sylphie said she felt dizzy. Tara added that she seemed to understand everything, but her brain refused to accept it. Sophie said that in this way the boy could overcome even the fortress wall and basically anything. The boy says that it seems exactly so. He believes that, frankly, there are more effective ways to overcome the fortress. At that moment, Ira says she will go and get it. Every time she never ceases to be amazed. Sylphie asks which era exactly is meant. The girl explains. She will collect poisonous and medicinal herbs. Sylphie replies that the era of medicine brewed through alchemy heals the wounds and diseases of refugees. Therefore, they cannot do without her. The young man says he understands, then takes out a pickaxe and declares that he will obtain even more resources. After some time, the boy pulls out a bunch of different ores and thinks it's incredibly good. He even gets 13 mithril ore. The young man is confident that he has gathered enough and there is no trace left of the previous landscape. So now he has about 1,500 units of iron ore, around 500 copper and 200 silver, with still 13 mithril. Sylphie and Aura immediately shouted about the mithril ore. Aura ran up to the boy and demanded to quickly show her the mithril. The boy gave her a small stone. Aura says that this is truly mithril ore and of very high quality, although everything depends on the smelting. From this amount of ore, at least 2 rapiers can be made. Sophie ordered Kasuke not to dare tell anyone about this redhead. Kasuke thought it was like he had dug up something really cool. He takes the ore from Era and says he will put it back in his inventory. But suddenly the young man realizes he cannot pull the ore out of Era. He starts waving his handand, realizes it won't let go. Kasuke looks at Sylphie, sighs, and says that he can give it to Ara. The boy gives the girl a piece of mithril ore and joy lights up her face. Kasuke said that Ara was happy like a child. Sylphie replied that it was because she could use this piece of ore for many different purposes, both in magic and in alchemy. Suddenly, Peruna and Dijakira appeared. Sylphie said that Kasuke should prepare dinner and they would go and return to the village. At that moment, Oria quickly hid the redhead in her pocket hand. Peruna and Dijakira stared in surprise at the dug-up spot in the ground. They asked if Kasuke really did all this. They asked how he managed it all alone. Sylphie demanded that Kasuke quickly prepare dinner. Ara asked Kasuke to put the herbs into his inventory. After some time, they returned to the village. Sylphie asked Melty if there was any news. The girl replied that according to the intelligence report it was confirmed Gizmas had invaded the forest. They are still only on the outskirts, so she thinks it won't be so quick for them to reach the village. Sophie said it would be a good idea to organize a rapid response team to destroy them. Melty replied that the master thinks the same. Then the young man recalled looking at the simple resource furnaces, and he created another structure. Ara asked what it was. The young man said it was a kitchen counter. Ira asked again about that counter and suggested that it could be used for cooking. Kasuke replied that it can be used to brew potions. He wants to check it, so he asks the girl if he can use her herbs. Ara agrees. The boy opens the panel to see what can be crafted here, and suddenly he is wildly surprised. The young man knows how to make gunpowder. The first gunpowder recipe is saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. No matter how you look at it, this is just ordinary black powder. There are several types of gunpowder, but mixing them all together is too strange. This is clearly a black powder recipe, but he has a feeling it will turn out to be a high-explosive smokeless powder. Kasuke said that this is generally funny and unrealistic. If he had gunpowder raw materials, he could make a bunch of different things. First, he would craft everything he can make right now. He brews several potions, and the girl asks if that is really all he is capable of. The boy says that the red potion is healing, the green one is an antidote, the yellow is a potion against diseases, the purple vial is a poisonous potion. Ara asks what effect the healing potion has. The boy asks if it is for treatment. Ira asks if the potion is applied externally or internally. The boy says he doesn't know but thinks it will work. Ara asks about the antidote. against which poison exactly it is, what it is suitable for, and whether it can neutralize any poison at all. Kosk replies that it is against poison, so it probably works for almost any. Ira asks about the potion that cures diseases and whether it can protect against all of them. The young man replies, it cures diseases so it protects against all of them. Ira was amazed. The boy understands that he is talking nonsense, but he can still answer what the girl is asking about. Suddenly Ira, with a dark look, orders the young man to give her all the potions he made. The young man agrees and puts all the potions into a basket. Kosk thinks that the girl's gaze is too empty. It's like looking into an abyss and the abyss looks back. Since this absurd beast created it, it cannot be that all this is just absurdity. He glanced at Ira's distant silhouette and thought that these very words flashed in his head at that moment. The next day they arranged training with the Sagedak. Danon was in charge of the exercises. He said that the group did well, so now the next one has to prepare. At that moment, QB and others were teaching ordinary citizens how to use a crossbow. The sun was shining brightly, and the young boy was hiding from it in the shade. Suddenly Sylphie jumped up to him and asked what he was doing here. At that moment, the young man was sitting with Tatloom and twisting yarn from fleece. The young man told the girl that he was making yarn. Sylphie did not understand why he was doing it. Kosk replied that he managed to make a loom and was preparing raw material for it. He added that he wants to make fabric because it has so many uses. There is never too much fabric. In survival situations, bandages can stop even the worst bleeding. If they have fabric, they can make them. Sylphie realized that she needed to find clothes for the boy. She looked at his things. Kosk smiled because the girl remembered even such a small detail. He could sew clothes for himself. It was not difficult for him. The girl suggested to the boy to go to the warehouse and find something suitable for him. The boy agreed. Sophie asked where Ara was. The boy replied that she took his potions and disappeared somewhere. Later, they reached the warehouse and handed over the ore to the workers. They replied that for such a payment they would get them anything they wanted, so they should not hesitate and should ask. Kasuk was surprised. They were so happy about ordinary ore. The girl replied that he was well versed in earth magic, and after the death of Elder Gaston, the stock of precious stones had noticeably decreased. Then an elven girl approached Kasuk and Sylphie and asked how she could help. Sylphie said they needed clothes for Kasuk. The girl asked the boy if he needed anything else. Let him speak up and not be shy, he deserved it because of this ore. Kasuk said, wonderful. The boy said that then they needed leather, glue, and alcohol. The girl asked about the alcohol and Kasuk replied, something like wine. The taste does not matter, the stronger the better. The girl agreed and said she would take them inside, let them take everything they need themselves. Sylphie and Kasuki examined the shelves with goods. The girl said she found clothes that fit the boy's figure so he could try them on in the shade. Kasuki thanked her. Later the young man changed and asked the girls how it was. Although the fabric was thick, the clothes made from it were surprisingly comfortable. The elven girl said that this color did not suit him very well because of his black hair. Sylphie replied that hair could be dyed. Kasuk said, clothes cannot go wrong because of hair color. The boy sat on a chair and the elven girl tied his pants, saying that they were tied like this. Kasuk thought, although their assessment was doubtful, for him the main thing was that the clothes were comfortable and then everything was fine. After some time, Sophie and Kasuk approached the workshop. They were met by a very angry Era. The girl said that she tested these potions with reagents and animals she had. Kasuk asked how she did it. The girl immediately got to the point. She could confirm that all the potions have the declared properties. Without prolonged observations, she cannot say for sure, but so far she has not noticed any side effects. Or even better, due to the potion's too high instantaneous effectiveness, it is unclear how to evaluate it at all. Kasuk asked why that was. Eris said that Kasuki said, these potions heal wounds, neutralize poisons, and expel diseases. But human lives may depend on them, so prescribing them irresponsibly without thorough study in advance is simply unacceptable. Suddenly, Ara began to feel unwell. She started crying and began apologizing to Kasuk. The boy did not understand why she suddenly apologized. He asked her not to cry and then turned to Sylphie for help. The girl replied that she would take Ira under her care and the young man should go and get to work. She ordered him to finish with these potions already. After some time, the young man immersed himself in his own affairs and decided without a doubt, Ira is a genius. Smart but silent. She gives the impression of a person who quarrels with others or keeps away from everyone. If you recall that last conversation, she drank the potion she had prepared to test its effect. After all, someone's life could depend on them, so she wanted to prescribe them only after a full check. But as soon as she said this, she began to insist that everything was not so, apologized, and suddenly burst into tears. Kasuk does not understand anything, and her manner of speaking sounds a bit rude. Then Sylphie calls him and asks the boy to come over for a minute. Later, they talk about how Era is jealous of his abilities. Potions always required strict training and knowledge of chemistry, and then a young man appeared and simply created potions with impressive effects. Seeing this, Era was beside herself with indignation. And now, after she finished the potion test, during a conversation with him, she suddenly realized her true feelings and therefore began to apologize. For some reason, this looks very similar. Era says that the boy's strength is not something he got just like that. He paid for it with everything he had in the past. She bows and asks the boy for forgiveness. Kasuke replies that he is not angry at all, so he asks Ira not to stress herself out so much. Then he notices Nelty and Sylphie and asks why they suddenly became so quiet. Sylphie says that it was just Ira's words that made her think a little. Melty approaches Kasuke and asks if his power really appeared because he ended up in this world. Kasuke agrees. In other words, this power is given to him in exchange for his family, friends, and homeland. She asks if she is wrong. Kasuke says that arguing about something is difficult, and he himself thinks he hasn't really thought about it much. But he doesn't even know if he can return to his own world. Sylphie said that they are curious if they are using the poor boy too much for their own convenience. Kasuke replied that he still owes Sylphie a debt, and he doesn't think he can repay it fully anytime soon, so they shouldn't worry. Besides, he is currently developing his abilities. He wants to be able to create even more different things, and to have a corner where he can calmly eat or wait out the rain and wind. And this goes hand in hand with what they want to achieve. Moreover, each of them helps him satisfy his needs. When he does this, everyone is very happy, everyone wins. Therefore, he asks the girls not to be shy, let them use his power as they wish. But of course, he wants to work without sleep or rest. If there are any complaints, be sure to say so. Sylphie says they agreed. He also asks Ira to treat him as before. He is always interested in talking about magic and alchemy. In his world, there was none of this. The girl agrees. He extends his hand and asks if they have already made peace. The boy says that in his world this is a custom that they adopted, and it is called a handshake. When people make peace or show friendly feelings, they shake hands. Ira talks about the handshake and agrees, extending her palm. They shake hands and the boy says that they have already reconciled. Ira smiled and Sophie and Melty watch their handshake. Kasuke notices this and suggests that the girls also shake hands. Then Sylphie and Melty shake Kasuke's hand. After some time, Sylphie tells Kasuke to continue forging. The boy agrees. Then Sylphie asks Melty to tell Danon to choose soldiers for the operation to exterminate the Jism. They will set out tomorrow morning. The young man enters the workshop in Sylphie's yard. Sylphie says that it is quiet today. The young man replies, all that remains before him is self-burial. This time he did not think and trespassed on Ira's territory. He was lucky to avoid trouble only because Ira herself is an innocent and pure soul. And from the point of view of those who take the craft seriously, his skill in crafting is an immediate threat. She without hesitation questions their social status and even how they live daily. It seems he got carried away and went too far. Sophie told Kasuke that without his strength they would have no chance of survival, so the boy should not worry so much. If the boy does not use his strength to the fullest, they will have problems. She will deal with minor troubles, so the boy must not stop. Kasuke asked what the girl's wish was. Sylphie says she will protect the boy. For example, if he is pursued or expelled because of his strength, she will be on his side. Kasuke replies if a girl says that, it is simply impossible not to respond. After that, the boy jokes, well really, who is flirting with whom here? Sylphie smiles in response. After some time, the assembly was completed. Kasuke is also thinking about how to start making tires. The crossbow and arrows will be ready tonight, so tomorrow he will go to fight against the gizmos. Sylphie says they will get up early tomorrow. The boy agrees and says it is time to get to work. Sylphie asks Kasuke to stop the need to rest well so the body can recover. It was the 8th day of survival. Danon said they would move in groups of 3. The main thing was each person's life not to kill Gizmo, and the harpies were to watch from above so they wouldn't be surrounded. QB sensed something with his nose. He gestured for Sylphie and Kasuke to stop. Sylphie thought that gizmos were invading their lands too quickly. At that moment, the girl drew her sword and the boy took a crossbow. They noticed that the ground was bare. QB grabbed a park and threw it right onto the bare ground. The stick landed and instantly an explosion thundered. Gizmo crawled out of that place. Kasuke thought it was a real ambush and interception. It was a serious threat. Gizmo charges into attack. Sylphie shouts that she will go around them from behind, and Kasuke and Kyubi should slowly retreat but not stop shooting. Now the attack was raging in the forest. Kasuke and Kyubi agreed. The boy pressed his finger on the crossbow trigger and thought about what it was like to press the left mouse button. Suddenly he noticed the sight. The boy takes the sight, and at that moment Kyubei shoots at him. Gizmo screams. Kasuke tells Kyubei that he made a great shot. Suddenly Gaizum notices them. Kasuke thinks he might try. The boy takes the sight and shoots. The arrow hits Gaizum right in the head. Kyubei shouts to Kasuke that they need to get out of there. He says, going for her head is too dangerous. Kasuke smiles and says he understands that, then asks Kyubei if he really thinks he stood before her without any plan. Gizmo rushes forward straight at the boy. Suddenly the boy puts a brick block right in front of the monster and it crashes headfirst into the block. After some time, Kyubei says it was disgusting. Sylphie adds that she is not in a position to say anything about that. Kasuke said he didn't think the frontal attack would go so smoothly. At first, he planned to use wooden stakes but doubted they could stop such a giant. Kyubei didn't understand what the boy was talking about. In a moment, Kasuke takes out a structure made of spears. Sylphie says it's very doubtful that it could stop Gizmo. Kyubei added that it's unlikely Gizmo can be pierced by something like that. Kasuke replied, "These stakes are not metal, so if pressed directly it will be a problem." Sylphie tells the boy that cleaning up the corpse is his business. Kasuke agrees and first of all stacks a brick block. Later he plans to place wooden stakes outside the walls, and now they are already in the process of mass production. After some time the boy throws Gizmo's body into the inventory. Sophie suggests everyone go to the next monster. Kyubei and Kasuke agree. Next time Kyubei throws a stone into the open ground, and Gizmo jumps out of hiding again. The monster again breaks through straight at the boy and he puts up a huge brick block. But Gizmo jumps out of it and the boy shouts that she is still alive. At that moment Sophie comes to their aid and stabs the monster with a sword. Sophie says that this is the first time hunting Gizmo has been so easy. Kyubei added, as long as they attack from somewhere she doesn't think they will lose. Kasuke said the sneaky method is very good. For now the wall is covered with stakes, and at the bottom of the dry ditch around the stake structure a fence has been set up. Nearby, numerous soldiers with crossbows are ready for battle. If circulation is broken, under no circumstances should one be in underground or above-ground structures, and the young man suddenly remembers something. Sylphie asks what happened because the boy suddenly put up a wall out of nowhere. The boy says he will only do a small experiment. Then he takes out a pickaxe and breaks the lower column of blocks. After that, he makes a double jump and flies up to the wall. He is amazed that it does not fall, it hangs in the air. Sylphie tells Kyubei that maybe it is from fatigue, but she notices something strange before her eyes. Kyubei immediately replies that he sees the same thing, so it is definitely happening. Kasuke chuckles and says that this way he can build a base in the air. Then he jumps off the shaky wall and apologizes for taking up a bit of his time. Kyubei replies, "It's nothing." Kasuke asked Sylphie and Kyubei why they were so exhausted. Kyubei replied, "Erika said it was absurd, but now he fully understood why she said that." The boy says he understands, but Sylphie insists. It is not for him to decide. She keeps thinking over and over that it is time to stop being surprised by what the boy is capable of, but for some reason she cannot. Suddenly they hear a sound. Kasuke asks what happened and Kyubei replies that he hears screams and not just one or two. Maybe a whole swarm of gizmos is coming at them. It is too dangerous and creepy. After some time the heroes find a pile of fallen trees. Kyubei senses 3 gizmos, then corrects himself and says there are 4. A crunch sounded. Kasuke said they were very close. Kyubei indicated the exact spot and Sylphie ordered them to press immediately. At this time gizmos were chasing the fox girl and the snake girl, who was carrying the lizard boy on her back. Gizmos caught up with them. The fox girl told the snake to go ahead, while she herself would hold them back. The girl nodded in response and ordered the drug addict to rely on her. At that moment the girl jumped to her feet, leapt onto a tree and called out to the gizmos to get their attention. She ordered them to attack her. Then 2 gizmos crashed into the tree and began to knock it down, uprooting it. But the girl nimbly jumped onto a branch of another tree. Suddenly the 3rd gizmo crashes into this tree while 2 others break off another one for themselves. The 4th gizmo drives away. The girl lost her balance on the branch. The 3rd gizmo suddenly crashed into her and she fell down. At that moment Sylphie rushed to them. The girl said she sees them. At first she needed to focus and draw the enemy's attention to herself. She ordered Kyubei and Kasuke to watch where they were shooting. Both were already holding crossbows at the ready. At that moment, a girl named Nark fell to the ground and screamed as 2 gizmos began attacking her. She tried to run, but Sylphie was already behind her. She with incredible speed beheaded one of the monsters with a single swing of her sword. At that moment, Kasuke said he would cover these. Sylphie agreed and continued fighting the other gizmos. At that moment, the 4th gizmo rushed at the snake girl, carrying the lizard man in its hands. Kasuke ran up and shouted to the gizmo, "This way." The little snake approached the boy and asked what he was doing. Kasuke told her not to worry and to crouch down. Suddenly, Gizmo lunged forward and instantly threw out 2 brick blocks at once. Then the boy jumped onto them and made a double jump. He aimed and shot an arrow from the crossbow straight into Gizmo's head. Kasuke slung the crossbow over his shoulder and smirked boldly. If he could shove the monster into the inventory, there would be no doubt left whether it was alive or dead. It was as easy as pie. At that very moment, Nark and Kyuubi were shooting crossbows at another Gizmi. Sylphie, who had just defeated the last Gizmi, said that it seemed the end had already come. She turned to the others and asked if they were okay. Kosk nodded affirmatively. Naris added that they helped a lot, so everything is fine. The snake girl told the princess that everything was fine, but her companion had received a serious injury. Sylphie was afraid that someone had been hurt. The lizard man had an open fracture wound on his leg. Suddenly, the young man remembered. In the morning, he had made a splint. Ira also confirmed the effectiveness of the potion. An experiment is definitely needed here. More precisely, first aid is needed. He tells the beastman that the treatment will be painful, so he must endure it. Nars was very impressed. The boy managed to heal that leg. Sylphie told them not to worry and to trust Kasuke. First, he takes out a bottle of water and says the wound needs to be rinsed. Kasuke notices the head of this reptile and does not understand what expression it has. He decides that it is in pain. Then he pulls out a bandage and a splint to apply everything neatly. He is zero in such things. Then the guy notices a pop-up window and presses the use button. The boy suddenly realized the body moves on its own. The girl snake ordered to stop because first the broken bone must be set. The boy applied a splint and the treatment began to work. No one understood what that crunching sound they heard was. And then the treatment ended, and for some reason the leg straightened by itself. Everyone tried to find out if everything was all right. Cracking and crunching sounds came from everywhere. Then the young man said that it seemed the treatment was finished, so he was removing the bandage. The leg was completely healthy. Then he hands over the healing elixir and says that Ira approved it. The snake girl and Nark began asking their companion what it tastes like. The lizard man replied that it is a bit bitter. Then the lizard man stood up and started jumping in place. He said it no longer hurt and the leg was completely healed. The girls were shocked because their friend had just had a terrible fracture. They did not understand what was happening, and it was simply ridiculous. Kasuke said that it seemed everything had really already healed. The lizard man bowed low and sincerely thanked Kasuke. And if it didn't work, Kasuke thought he would have to amputate his leg. He smiled and said he was glad as if he could help. But he still couldn't figure out what exactly the face of that beastman was. Kasuke says that probably the blood the lizardman lost has not yet recovered, so he orders to be careful and evacuate to a safe place. Sylphie fully agrees with him. Then Sylphie asks the trio how many they managed to kill. The snake girl says they destroyed 2 gizmos. Sylphie continues, together with those they just killed and those killed before it comes to 13. Sophie thinks that's enough. She says, that's it, the end for today, and suggests everyone return. She asks the 3 to pass Peruna the order to retreat in an orderly manner. Then everyone found themselves in the camp. Danon said, crossbow bolts easily pierced their armor, but depending on where they shot from, it took 10 or more shots per gizmo. Nark said that 3 of them managed to shoot accurately about twice at the very start. After that, they had to fight back, shooting on the run, and if they lure the rest of the gizmos into a trap. Kasuke thought that without his brick blocks and Sylphie in close combat, others lacked firepower. Danon said he understood. Sylphie says that from security images it is better to gather groups of 6 rather than 3. Danon agrees. Then he says he will go and pass on the information about the change of information. Sylphie replies that she relies on him. Kasuke notices Danon's limping gait and realizes he has a problem with his leg. He calls Danon and asks him to wait a second. The man asks what happened. He says to sit near 100 and show the right leg. Danon said he has to give orders to his units as soon as possible. QB ordered him to sit. Then Danon notices a wooden decoration. He says, this thing will not heal his leg, and asks if they really think he is a complete fool. He asks them not to play around. Meanwhile, Kasuke has already applied a splint and bandaged, then began the treatment process. Danon was very surprised when he heard the crack and prolonged creaks. Sylphie and QB smiled, while the snake and her companions watched closely. Suddenly the man's leg healed. Kasuke smiled. Danon stared in shock and asked the boy what he had done. Kasuke replied that he simply healed his leg. Then he gives the man medicine and orders him to drink it just in case. The man looks at the potion tensely. Danon drinks the potion and says the taste is not so bad after all. Kasuke asks how his leg is doing. The man says the leg no longer hurts. He bent his knee and was surprised to see it bent just the same. It seems to him as if some fairy played a joke on him. Kasuke says the leg is already fine. Isn't that a reason to be happy? Now let's move on because work won't wait. Danon agrees. He rushed to his affairs and says he will definitely thank him later. Everyone was glad that Danon smiled. They were surprised that Kasuke was able to heal Danon's leg with just a wooden splint. Maybe he can handle others who injured their hands or legs. Sylphie calls Kyubei, and the boy says he will gather them. If there is a way to heal the disabled, it is better to do it. This way they will strengthen their military power and raise morale. But Kasuke could not expect that his plan would really work. Sophie returns to the snake girl and asks how she could have named Melty. She wanted to distribute meat from the gizmos they brought. Later Nulty comes in and asks if it really needs to be distributed. She clarifies how many gizmos are in this meat. Sylphie says that this is only for this time and that it is exactly from Hirno, and also that it is from 9 gizmos. Nelty is surprised that there are so many. Even if all this is marinated in pickle, it won't last long, so she thinks about what to do. Sylphie said as long as the meat is in Kasake's inventory, it won't spoil. Nulty asked if that was true. Kasake pondered as Nulty grills a hole in him. Then Sophie orders everyone to distribute meat from 2 gizmos. Melty asks Kasuke if he can take it into his inventory. Kasuke thinks how lucky he is that his mistress is Sylphie. If it were Melty, she would have used him mercilessly. After some time, Ira approached the camp and saw a long queue of wounded in the huge tent. After a while, Ora came to Kasuke's tent and asked if everything was all right. Just then, Kibai called the next one to enter the tent. Ero replied in surprise that she would do the next one and that probably everything comes down to fitting. Kasuke said everything was fine and he did not mind. Kibai brought a new victim and said that her knee seemed to have been injured by a gizmo tentacle. The girl replied, "Hello." Ira bandaged the girl's paw. She asked how she felt. The girl replied that nothing had changed. QB said that this girl had a crack in the bone, it had healed incorrectly, and the knee hurt a lot. After so much time, there was no point in putting on a wooden bandage. Kasuke said for Ara to try to bring it to him. As a result, the young man applies treatment, and suddenly the bunny girl is frightened by terrible sounds. After that, her leg was completely healed. Ira asked what the girl would say. The girl jumped up and down and insisted that the leg no longer hurt. Not at all. Then the young man looked at Ira, who was seeing everything blurry. The young man understood it was better not to touch her for now. Ira remained in this state until the very end. Finally, it was time for lunch. Ara said it was simply absurd. Danon stated that Kasuke's abilities were very versatile. Kasuke added that he would call it unusual, but Caillou clarified, more precisely dissonant. Kasuke agreed and said that the gods definitely had a hard time, but as long as there are no bugs, everything will probably be fine. Sophie replied that with his useful skills, there would definitely be no problems. Then the warriors who went into the forest returned. It seemed that there were no seriously wounded. Sylphie coughed and asked what they should do after lunch. Kasuke asked what the girl meant. Sylphie replied that she was troubled by the thought of whether it was really a good idea to take the boy hunting with the gizms. If he died, those he could have saved would be doomed. Sylphie asked Kasuke what he thought he should do. Kasuke believed that first they needed to set up a defense at the approach to the wall, but it would not take too much time or resources. He said that he had several ideas on how to defend the settlement. First of all, they needed to ensure visibility in front of the walls, and then set up obstacles at the approaches to destroy the gizm force that might break through. There was also a chance of a night battle, so they needed to prepare lighting. Sophie asked if the boy had any ideas on how to pull this off. Kasuke left a bold smile and said they could prepare torches. After some time, the young man made a torch. He said that by placing the torch on top of a boulder, they could destroy the gizm breakthrough forces and provide lighting. They would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They would place them a little more sparsely, leaving more distance between them. Sylphie said that this might work. QB tried to drop the torch, but it did not fall. Ayla decided that it was a tumbler torch. Kasuke said if they cut down trees, they would have visibility. He showed the place where they would gather to cut. They started working. After some time, they managed to fell the entire forest. Sylphie and Kasuke stood on the wall and looked at the illuminated area. Kasuke said that everything looks wonderful and that now the torches make it very bright here. Sylphie was scared after all, there was no forest nearby. Kasuke thinks that now the gizmos will not be able to sneak up to their defensive wall. After that, Kasuke calls Kyubei. He says that it is not even close to being seen that the torches are burning out even a little. Kasuke smiled and said that this is a torch and nothing can be done about it. As soon as the torch is installed, it will burn continuously until it is destroyed. This happened quite often. Era looked at the torch and decided that it was an eternal flame. Sylphie ordered to post guards, let them go rest. Then the boy looked at the moon and noticed the red moon. He asked Sylphia if the girl thought the moon was red. The girl replied that everything looked quite normal. Kasuke asked Ara if she had seen that the moon had turned red. Ara replied that when talking about the color lanicle, it seems yellow, and today it is still yellow. Sylphie asked Kasuk what happened. The boy replied that he did not know why himself, but he saw the moon was red. As far as he remembered, a red moon means that enemies are approaching very quickly. In other words, it is a sign of a bloody massacre. At that very moment, there was too much various junk in the forest. The preparation for battle was announced. The inhabitants climbed onto the wall and loaded crossbows. Various devices quickly moved straight to the village along the area illuminated by torches. The command to shoot was given, and a hail of arrows from crossbows rained down from the walls. The gizmas roared in pain, flying between the walls through the torches. Kasuk announced that everyone must start reloading the crossbows. Their army is now simply invincible. Jakira laughed and said that the army is at full strength, so the young man is right. She smiled and said that with such weapons, one wants to shoot again and again. She asked Kasuk for more arrows. Kasuk replied that the strength of the crossbows is in the number of shooters, and there are about 200 of them here. Kasuk announced again that everyone must prepare. About 20 gizmos attack simultaneously. If they keep holding like this, they won't get a step closer to them. They use the bodies of their fallen comrades to overcome obstacles. But despite everything, their guys are masters at reloading crossbows. Since the moment they were attacked, they have been continuously shooting one arrow every 10 seconds. Shakira said that it was because the bodies of the beastroids were very resilient. She believed that even if everyone now used improved crossbows, the shooting speed would not decrease. Kasuk thinks this looks like a sign to consider mass production of improved crossbows. He wonders if there will be enough materials. Then Danon ordered to start the attack. He commanded the peasants not to let them advance and gave the order, attack. Again, a hail of arrows from Jism sounded. Kasuk said that if it continues like this, there is no need for the elven spirit archers to come. Shakira smiled and replied that it is true. Then Melty turned to Kasik and said that they did not have enough arrows. Kasik thought, if all their fighters shoot at a rate of one shot every 10 seconds, then 5,000 arrows would last them about 78 minutes. He makes 5,000 arrows and tells Melty to take them and not be shy. As soon as they start sorting the arrows, Jakura reaches for Kasuk. Kasuk thought the girl stood next to him only for direct access to the arrow supply. At that moment, Kasuk pulls out 100 arrows right in front of Jakura. Then the boy asked how quickly Geism meat spoils. Nulty replied that if left for half a day and nothing is done with it, Hesh thinks it will start to spoil. The boy says he understood everything then, I'll go there and get it. Nulty asks if he will really go there directly. Kasuk said that if he went there with a squad capable of fighting gizmas in close combat, everything would be fine. Gizma meat tasted quite good, so it would be a shame to waste so much food. The boy came to the village gate specifically to the command post. Danon asked the boy what he was doing there. Kasuk asked if the gizmos really do not attack continuously, but in waves. So we thought to gather gizm carcasses near the walls. Thanks to his abilities, he could do it quickly, and the meat would not spoil in his inventory. Danon said he understood the plan. Then they will gather a squad of close combat fighters for this sortie. He returns to Vogue and says that he is handing over command of this place to him. Gelder approaches them and says that since it has come to close combat, she is with them. Kosk replies, if his memory does not fail him, the girl's name is Miss Gelda. The girl adds that the boy can simply call her Gelda. Kasuk glanced at Geldy's sword and said it looked unreliable. The girl replied that it was true, she was incredibly strong, so swords broke very quickly. Kosk thought that Helda herself was a tall girl. In her hands, an ordinary knife looked like a kitchen one. The young man said he would try to make suitable weapons for her and asked what her preferences were. Helda replied that when she served in the Royal Heavy Infantry, she had a full-size shield and a long mace. The young man said that this means, a full-size shield and a long mace are needed. He asked Helda to tell Danon that he will go make the weapon and return. After some time, the young man approaches the improved stove. The young man looks for a long staff in the menu. He sees, there is a staff on the list but not a long one. At such moments, if he concentrates as before and imagines the exact image, suddenly a long kaidoma appears in the menu. Kasuk says it will be heavy. The material is solid metal, nothing unusual, copper plate and iron for it. Now a full-height shield. For a full-height shield you need a copper plate, wood, rawhide and glue. He thinks it's wonderful. Then Kasuk says it would be good to make a weapon for himself too. In any era, in any country, every ordinary soldier had a spear or a club. The boy raises a long stick sword. At that moment Sylphie, Danon and Helda approach him. Sylphie asks the boy if he really wants to go outside. He replies with a question, are the spiritual archers really already in place? Sylphie replied that their preparations took a lot of time. Kosk said that letting good meat spoil is a waste of resources. Then he tells Gilda that her weapon is ready. He asks her to take it and try it out. The girl thanks the young man. She takes a shield and a long staff. The girl says that this is a virtuous weight, so now she can handle even gizmos. At that moment, Kosk states that the sound of the wind from her swings is very frightening. He pulls out a mace and says that maybe it's worth trying to help with the weapon. Sylphie asks if he really just made it. Kosk replies that he is not used to such heavy things. Sylphie asks if the boy can give her the mace. He says he doesn't mind. Sylphie waves the mace and pulls. This is actually not bad at all. Kosk realizes that Sylphie has incredible physical strength. Diane says, since everyone is ready, we need to move and clear the place. After some time, the man said that he quickly introduced everyone. He points to a lizard person and says that the name of this girl is Ms. Samira. She is his mentor and spear wielder. Previously, she was his spear instructor like a marinard. Kosk again thought that he would never comprehend the expression of emotions on the face of this reptile. Danon then introduces Lord Leonard. He is a master of dual-purpose fencing. In the kingdom, his swords were known as Leonard's twin fangs. Kasuk was surprised that the aristocracy had arrived. Leonard said that Kasuk healed his hand, now it is like new. Danon replied that he has the same story, only with his leg. Danon asks if he really also applied that strange medicine on him. Then a huge girl approaches the boy. He thinks that before him is a red demon. Diane says that her name is Sumaru. She was a former adventurer and the best in her class. She was nicknamed Meat Grinder. The girl tells Kasuk that she is pleased to meet him. Kasuk replies he is also pleased to meet her. Danon says that these three, him, Gelda, Era, and Her Majesty, are their combat group. Sophie tells Danon that it is a wonderful choice. Then Kosk asked Era how she was, if she was okay. The girl said that she was fine, and she also said that the court mage is not just a title. Kasuk pondered how Era would shoot lasers from her eye. No, he would probably fight with spells fully charged. He would be interested to watch. Then Kosk looked at Sylphie and they both nodded to each other. Kosk asked if everyone was ready. Altogether, they raised their weapons and answered, yes. Sylphie said that the mission's goal is to collect Jism meat which Kasuk gathers. Everyone else must cover him. After that, they set off. The heroes went to the front line to get Gizmo meat. The young man took one Gizmo body at a time into his inventory. He was accompanied by a squad of their experienced fighters. Leonard sighed heavily and said that Kosk's abilities, how to explain, are strange. He can heal and make things disappear. At that moment, Kosk put another gizmo into his inventory. Sumaru said that she did not quite understand what was happening, but such abilities turned out to be very useful. As far as she knew, it was some kind of magic. Danon objected that it was not magic because Kasuk had no magical energy at all. Sumaru replied that she was not very good with magic, so she was touched by that boy. At that very moment, Kasuk asked them to stop talking about him. At that moment, Zamaru ordered them not to relax. Gizmo is a master of sudden attacks. At the same moment, the girl looked around. Gelda said that she agreed with Zamaru, and finally she had a good weapon, so she wanted to try it out. The girl boasted about the extended hook, and Zamira said that it looked so stunning that she was even jealous. Zamira asked Danon if it was true that the man had made himself a weapon. Danon called the girl a mentor and agreed with her. Zamira turned her gaze to Kosk. Although the expression of the reptile may be unclear, her eyes show that she also desires quality weapons. Leonard said that he also needed better swords. Sumaru replied, since we are talking about weapons, she literally uses a deck. Kosk noticed their weapons, all the blades were dull. Kosk decided that these piercing looks simply pierced his body. The young man looked at Sylphia, she was smiling gently nearby. He said that Sylphia gave them the go-ahead, so this time they won, he will make them weapons. He asked them to think in advance about exactly what kind of weapons they want. Everyone agreed. Suddenly Gizmo squeaked. Leonard got angry and said that probably guests had come to them. Kasuk asked if they were coming or what, and Leonard replied that they should not worry too much. He says that they will not be surrounded here, so there is no need to rush. Danon tells Lord Leonard that he is too optimistic. At that moment, Sumaru spun the deck over her head. Sumaru asked if it was not so, and stated that Lord Leonard was right. In such a place, their gadgets will not be able to do anything against them, only affect the antennas. Leonard replied that it was very rude for the girl to call him old. Sumaru replied that under the current circumstances, everyone is equal, so it does not matter whether you are an aristocrat or not. After that, Sylphie addressed Kosk and ordered him to ignore Gizm and continue gathering meat. The boy agreed. Gelda and Zamira were also preparing for battle. Zamira said she would come from the flank. Then Danon said that they were attacking. Kasuk thought that despite such an attack from Gizman, they were all somehow too calm. At that moment, the group came face to face with Gizman. Danon drew his weapon and immediately cut off the monster's head. Kosk was stunned. Then Helda covered herself with a shield, blocking the monster's attack, and as soon as she lowered the shield she struck it with her long stick, smashing its head into a bloody pulp. And one of the monsters stood right in front of Lord Leonard. Suddenly Leonard found himself behind it, and his sword shattered the monster into several pieces. At that moment, Zymra lunged forward and used a circular air attack. Suddenly, Zymra's scream rang out. The girl ordered the gizmo to accept it and strike with its club. Leonard told Sumer that while she was turning them into mints, when she kills a gizmo, they could no longer be gathered later. The girl replied that she acknowledged this and that it was her fault. She had simply miscalculated the power. At that moment, a light flashed from the side. It was Ira. She was casting a spell to summon a thunderstorm. A flash of lightning, and with one strike she hit several gizmos. Kasuke was very impressed. He turned to Sylphie and said that it was wonderful magic. Sylphie replied that he looked like a child who had just seen magic for the first time. Then Sylphie realized it was the first time she had seen magic from Kasuke. Kasuke nodded and said that before, he had only seen magic when the girl healed his wound and nothing more. Sophie said that Era's destructive magic was at the level of a court mage. You don't see that every day. Ero was glad that Her Majesty praised him. Then Kosk said that he had a question. Everyone was talking about him as an extremely interesting person. Aren't these guys more interesting than him? He can't even cut a bug of that size in half, let alone turn it into minced meat with one blow. And he can't shoot lightning either. Sophie says that anyone who has undergone training can do that. And at that very moment, the girl rushed at a monster that appeared right behind her. Kosk asks if she is really serious. And she, modestly speaking, believes that anyone in this world is much cooler than him. Sophie says that this is beyond common sense for a guy because he is from another world. And if he has free time to think, he should get going and start gathering meat. After some time, the squad returns to the village. Kasuke says that they managed to collect the bodies of 216 gizmos. Kasuke is happy that Melty will be extremely pleased. If they count 2 gizmos per day, they will be able to provide refugees with meat for 108 days. Silty adds that gizmo meat will improve their diet. Hilda said that it is true. If you add meat to the soup, the taste immediately becomes deeper. Leonard replies that meat from gizmos makes a wonderful broth. Thanks to Mr. Kasuke, he can now also hunt. He can repay them for the food he once received for free. Sumeru says that old Leonard just wants to eat even tastier food. Leonard says that his blades have already reached their limit. They have served him since the times of the Holy Kingdom. If magical energy is passed through them now, they will simply crumble in his hands. Zamaru also said, as they say, any sword dulls for a bad fencer, but even here there is a limit. Her spear is already at the edge. They looked at the boy again. Sumeru said that anything will do for her. The main thing is that it is big and heavy. Sophie said she wants something longer. Kasuke said that she will go for that too. Suddenly, Ara tugged Kasuke's sleeve and said she wanted a stick like this. The boy did not understand what exactly Ara meant. The girl handed him a red one and he understood. She needs a staff made of mithril. The young man said he was not sure if he could make a staff with the equipment he currently has, and whether any special runes or rituals are needed. Ira agreed. She says she will go and bring the drawings. Kasuke assures the girl not to rush because he might not go into many details at all. Then Kasuke asked everyone to tell their wishes, a bit of specifics, and what kind of weapon they want. One-handed sword or two-handed, light and sharp or heavy and sturdy, with a straight blade or curved, and so on. Zamiro said she would like a spear that easily pierces the enemy, but with a longer tip to also cut, and it would be great if it were heavier. Sumeru said anything would do, but she was not very skilled with blades, so she wanted a weapon that could simply be used to strike. Leonard replied that he wanted a sword with a wide blade and a single-edged sharpening. Then the boy said he wanted Sylphie. The girl replied that anything would suit her if Kosk did it, but the boy still asked her to roughly describe what exactly would suit her. The girl said she needed something with a blade. She asked how about a scimitar. After all, it had already been mentioned earlier. After some time, the young man stood in his workshop and thought about the scimitar. It was Sylphie who recommended this blade. It would look wonderful in the hands of such a beautiful girl. By the way, he still uses mithril for Iri's staff, so isn't it worth trying to make a scimitar out of mithril? Why not? It's interesting to try to make a weapon from this material. The young man puts all the mithril into the crafting window. He is very curious about what can be crafted from this strange material. The 9th day of survival passed. Perun flew to Sulfi and began reporting. There were no signs of Geism in the territory. Sulfi thanked Perun for the report. Danon said that as soon as the sun rose, the gizmos stopped attacking. It seemed they survived the attack safely. At this stage, Leonard, Zamiro, and Zamiro were already enjoying their new types of weapons. Leonard said the blades were a bit rough but very practical. Zamiro was satisfied with her spear, and Zamiro was happy with her new staff. Leonard said it was a pity he never got to try the new weapon on Gizmo. Sumeru said that was true. Kosk said he was insanely happy. Everyone is happy, and he has already finished collecting trophies from dead bodies. After that, he returned to Sylphie and said he had prepared something special for her too. To make the ingots, it took 2 hours, and to make the weapon itself another 4. Sylphie was very impressed. She snatched the blade from the sheet hand. All of us opened our mouths in amazement. Sylphie guessed that this was a weapon made of mithril. The girl asked if this sword had a name. Kosk replied negatively and said that he hadn't really thought about it much. When he made it, he imagined the moon. If he were to give it a name something like Moonlight or Blue Moon, then he asks, what if we call it Blue Moon? Sylphie said she really liked that, and since then the sword has been called Blue Moon. Everyone applauded enthusiastically. Kosk said the reaction was quite pleasant. Allure replied that the mithril sword is a relic of the royal family, and here it is received from a random person from another world. That's very funny. Kosuk asked Aru in surprise where she came from. The girl handed over precious blueprints of blue color. Kosuk said that these were blueprints, a staff, and a piece of mithril ore. The boy was pulling the materials. And at that moment, Sylphie ordered Kosuk to bring Gizmo's corpse here and promised to test the new sword. Nosha pulled out the corpse and the girl swung the sword. Cracks appeared on the monster's shell. Later they spread, and eventually, the monster was completely cut into 4 huge parts. Kosuk wondered if it was too sharp. Sylphie replied that it was a wonderful blade, so he would have to be careful, otherwise she might accidentally cut off his hand or leg. Leonard approached Her Majesty and said that if she wanted to train, he, Leonard, would always be at her disposal. Zamaru responded the same way. Sylphie said that, in her opinion, she would turn to them for training sooner than they think. Then Sophie said that this time she would leave everything to them, and she herself would take the chance to rest a little. After some time, the boy sets up bolts for manufacturing, and now all that remains is to wait until everything is ready. But as soon as the moment passes, he realizes he hasn't checked his achievements and skill level for a long time. The young man notices that the level has increased quite a lot. Numerical values appeared in his statuses: physical strength and endurance 120 and skill points 12. He will not think for long, he will immediately choose a set of skills. It seems that for each level he will receive 1 skill point. This skill should have been taken earlier to increase gathering efficiency by 40. Then the young man thinks about achievements. The young man notices so many new skills. Then he realizes that the numerical indicators in the profile have already been unlocked. It is hard to assess the quality that increased by 5, but the fact that the creation time was reduced by 10 is even better. Kosuk noticed an interesting achievement. It was necessary to achieve an attack on the opposite sex. He thinks he knows too many girls except Sylphie. And then the young man realizes he did it not for the elders. Then he decides not to think about it at all. He is with Sylphie. For him, she is the only girl in the whole world. And then he again starts to look at the achievements. The achievement, the survivor, is awarded to the hero for surviving the night of the red moon. There was also an unlock for skill level increase. After some time, he told the girl about the attack every 7 days. Kosuk says he knows, maybe he just thinks about it too much. But given the absurdity of his abilities, he cannot completely dismiss such a development of events, so he wants to strengthen the wall's defense. Sylphie says she will inform Danon and the elders. This needs attention. The citizens of the Marinid Kingdom and the elves can be relied upon. They will provide resources. The young man thanked the girl. Tomorrow he needed to gather clay as quickly as possible. Sophie replied that there was no need to thank her. It is not surprising that she takes measures so that the young man has fewer worries. Moreover, it is good for everyone. The young man says that then, before going to bed, he will work with the staff for Ira. He was already about to get up from the sofa, but Sylphie grabbed the boy's hand and their lips touched. Suddenly, Sylphie asked how he dared to say another woman's name when they were alone. He apologizes, but Sylphie says, "A servant who does not think of his lady first must be punished." The young man asks if he has anything to say here and agrees. The girl picks up the boy and says that now it is time to punish him properly. She throws him onto the bed. The young man asked her to wait and asked if it should not be the other way around. The girl switches places with the young man and he asks her to stop. Time passed. The 11th day of survival came. The young man worked, digging clay, and all the other inhabitants were also tirelessly engaged in their own affairs. The boy even managed to catch the scene of the quarrel between the elders. 2 elven girls told the leader that 500 years ago Asnosh had a flat valley and not a single hill was visible. The girl replied that their valley would still surprise. Thus passed the 13th day of survival. The young man had not yet managed to prepare a Hira's stick. Instead, he continued to dig a lot of ore. Then came the 13th day. It was on this day that the young man created even more weapons, swords, crossbows, and spears. The 14th day arrived. Molodik set up a guard on the hill above the village entrance from which Danon looked outside. So the 15th day of survival came. It was a dark night, and Sylphie, standing on the wall with Kosk, asked him if the moon was red. The young man said that the moon does not seem red. No gizmo have been seen for a week while patrolling the approaches to Black Forest. It seemed their number had even decreased in the desert. Koska said that it was off-topic, but today the moon was incredibly beautiful. Shouldn't attacks be a weekly event? Sylphie agreed and replied that today the moon is simply stunning. She dreams of seeing the light of the blue moon, but she also likes the soft, warm glow of this golden moon. Then Sophie asked what to do now that there is no red moon. Kasuk also did not know what to do now. Sylphie explained, thanks to the boys' efforts, the wall around the village is already in full combat readiness. Kasuk asks if the girl will really go and try to return the kingdom of Marinard. Sophie smiles and agrees because she has long thought about it. Kasuk beats his chest and tells the girl that if so, he will help her. For now, he cannot imagine how they will part. Sophie was very moved. She said there was still one problem that could not be ignored. Even if all the peasants and residents of Marinard gathered here agreed to help her, there still would not be 300 who could fight. They will have no chance against the army of the Holy Kingdom, which is now standing in Marinard. Kasuk agrees with this and says that there are different ways to solve problems. If there are more of them, just build fortifications, set traps, and they have crossbows. He has already gathered some saltpeter, so he can make something interesting. Sylphie barely smiles and replies that if you listen to the boy, everything doesn't seem that complicated. Kasuk smiles back and says that if the girl doesn't know this, then he is a true optimist. Then the girl gazes into the distance and says that the decision is made. She looks at the young man and says that the kingdom of Marinard will be hers again. After that, they look at each other. After some time, Sylphie announced at the shared table that she wanted to reclaim the kingdom of Marinard. Everyone was incredibly surprised, and Kasuk thought that this was exactly the reaction he had expected. Quebe said that it was simply wonderful, and that it seems the princess is finally starting to look like herself again. Sumaru replied, she is already tired of those pigs from the Holy Kingdom pushing her wherever they please. Lord Leonard said that he also agreed. They could no longer allow them to keep their homeland in subjugation. Zamir replied that her spear would always be at the girl's service. Danon, surprised, said that he would wholeheartedly support the girl's plans. Nolt said this, but preparing sufficient supplies for the war will take time. Many were willing to support the selfie, but problems still remained that needed to be resolved, so the conversation dragged on. Ira said that with the power of Kasuk they would handle it. So one apt phrase from Air, the one who saw the true intentions of him and Sylphie, determined the further course of events. And now Kasuk survives in another world. He arrived in the Great Omit Desert Land together with a group assigned to preliminary work on fortifications. Kasuk was asked to place a marker somewhere in these places. The young man stacked a brick pillar and placed a torch on it. The purpose of the expedition was to build a base where it was possible to reach from the village and make it before sunset. Kasuk was removing the lower blocks under the torch and said this was the 8th landmark. Leonard replied, soon they would have to decide on a place for the fortress. Zamira replied that they were already quite far. To cross the desert, at least 10 days were needed. The young man looked into the distance and realized the forest was no longer visible. Zymer replied, if you conserve your strength, there will be something like that. If there was a road, they would move faster. Kasuk added that they would need to build 8 more bases. Standing on the front line was very exhausting. Suddenly Leonard put his hand on Kasaki's shoulder and said he would also like a mithril sword, and it would be nice if it had a name. Chimera told Leonard that asking everyone for weapons behind their backs was not very nice. A mithril spear would also be extremely useful. It would make it even more valuable for their team. Leonard asked if the young man would really make mithril weapons during this expedition. They wanted to get a sword mithril name and a spear mithril name, and Kasuk thought that was exactly why they chose them. At that moment a shot rang out. Leonard and Zamira were terribly frightened. At that moment Jakira said she hit the target. Sophie stood nearby and covered her ears. Jakira shouted at Kasuk that his lever action rifle was something special. Kasuk told the girl not to shoot too wildly left and right. He could make only 3 and the production of bullets was not yet established, so the girl had to be careful. Shakira replied that she understood everything. Leonard said that the weapon was too loud and he did not like it. Zamira replied that she did not like it either. But Jakira was satisfied and declared, there is nothing better than a rifle. However, the effectiveness cannot be denied. Jakira managed to clean that huge thing from the rifle with just 2 shots, and she also said that she would leave the collection to Kasuk. The boy agreed. Leonard returned to Sylphie and asked where they would build the base. The girl asked Leonard to give her some time to think. At that moment, Kasuke ordered Jakiro to shoot from the gizmo closer next time. Sylphie asked Leonard what that hill with a cliff on the right was. Leonard replied that there would be a good view from there, and the area was also convenient for defense. Sylphie informed Kasuga that they were setting up the base on that hill where the stone lies at the top. After some time, they reached the hill and decided to prepare a shelter for today. First, Kasuke will level the terrain a bit. He uses the newly discovered skill bilateral symmetrical laying. He will make the floor and set the axis of symmetry so that the axis passes where it should, then immediately puts up the wall not one cube at a time. He also decides to build the wall and roof together. Sylphie told Kasuke that, in her opinion, walls appear everywhere. The boy said that this was his new ability and advanced construction skill. Finally, the base was ready. Inside he had not finished yet, but overall it was already livable now. It was necessary to build a protective wall around it. He thinks he will make a square with sides of 100 meters, so first he needs to set 100 blocks on each side. At first, he marks the boundaries with blocks to determine the shape. After that, he will start digging with the trans just along the perimeter to a depth of 5 meters. Jakiro says that even if he is only digging, such speed is simply impossible. Leonard adds that he doubts even Earthshakers could do it. Kasuke says that in order to prevent sabotage, he decides to fill the trench with stone blocks. The thickness of the protective wall is 3 blocks and the height is 7 blocks. He was building fortifications at the corners and installing the main gates. Finally, they built the foundation. Leonardo said that no one thought they would manage today, only some finishing touches remained. Then Sylphie orders everyone to inspect the walls. If something is wrong with them, they should tell her immediately. At that moment, Kasuke says that he decided to first build a ladder here. Suddenly, Kasuke feels a strange threat. Suddenly, the young man starts to run away. Leonardo says that they have been noticed. Zamira replies that they have hidden their presence. Leonardo adds, he suddenly became incredibly fast and Zamira is amazed by his strange way of moving. Kasuke did not know what to do. At first he decided to climb higher, then the boy realized that he had cornered himself. Leonardo told Kasuke to come down because they have nothing to fear. Zamira confirmed Leonardo's words. Kasuke declared that he is Sylphie's servant. Without her permission, he cannot forge weapons from such valuable metal. If they really wanted to, they would have to go and ask Sophie for permission. Kasuke did not know what to do next when someone called him. It was Peruna who asked if Kasuke was in trouble. She was on his side so he could grab her and she would carry him away. Kasuke said that was the best thing he could do. Purina said she did not know what to do because she lacked energy. She thinks, if Kasuke finally makes the weapon he promised her, there will be more energy. Kasuke said that he is not an ally, that Peruna is just another predator and that's that. And from a familiar voice came the question, what is going on here? It was Sylphie. Kasuke rushed to Sylphie and said that it was all because of him, it turns out. Leonard turned to the princess and ordered her to allow him to make mithril weapons for them as well. Sylphie said that she must admit, she is impressed by their dedication, but when it came to weapons made of mithril, she was capable of conquering an entire country, so she could not simply say what needed to be done. Kasuke says that his understanding of values in this world is collapsing. He realizes that he is slowly turning into a master craftsman, and this will destroy countries. Sylphie whispers that Kasuke does not belong to their world, so he is not bound by their value system. If they took the trouble to befriend him and agreed to pay the proper price, she was sure he would make them the weapons they so desired. But she still thought, sooner or later, ill-wishers would start attacking Kasuke. And precisely at the time when she could not be beside the young man, she was sure that Danon, Leonard, and Zamira would be able to protect them. Kasuke says that these defenders wanted to forcibly make him craft weapons from mithril. Sylphie says that she still wants him to listen to their wishes. In response, they will protect him at any cost. Kasuke decided that this means the great warriors of the kingdom of Marinard will become his personal guards. In that case, he decides to make a weapon from mithril. Leonardo says what was to be expected from Kasuke. He perfectly understands what is happening. He notices that Peruna is completely disheartened. He says that he has already completed the development of a weapon that harpies can use. Peruna was very surprised and asked if it was really true. The boy forged the weapon, but no one understands if it is really just a stick. Peruna said she doubted it. A stick would at least help her somehow. Kasuke says that instead of explaining it with words, it will be faster to show. He orders them to climb the wall and wait. Kasuke threw the weapon from the wall, and as soon as it hit the ground, a terrible explosion sounded. Everyone was shocked by the new weapon. Leonardo said that it is very similar to explosive magic which only high levels can use. Zamira replied, If this weapon were distributed to all fighters, the army's combat power would be very strong. Peruna asked the young man to give her the weapon and test it. Kosk said the weapon is called a hand grenade. He offered to explain once more how to use it. At the end of the handle was a safety clip. If removed, a ball would fall out of the socket. You need to wrap the thread around your finger and roughly measure this distance, then throw it. Then the grenade exploded. Kasuki said, as soon as the girl throws it, the explosion cannot be stopped, so she must be extremely careful. And if she handles this weapon poorly, there will be no trace left of her. The girl said that her legs were a little ticklish. The boy replied, it can be tiring, but she should never let go until she is sure she is ready to give it away. The girl flew off the wall and declared that she had been there and returned. Then she pulls out a bullet and throws a grenade. It explodes as soon as it lands. Then she suddenly turns around and says that now she faces a sudden drop. She rushes straight down from a great height. She suddenly stops at the very end of the dive and throws a hand grenade. The girl hits the logand. It explodes with incredible explosive force. Leonardo said that this is incredible. Such a destructive force is capable of completely changing the layout on any battlefield. Purina told Kasuk that it was her handiwork and that she was on top of it. Kasuk asks Sylph what she thinks about it. The girl pondered. Then she apologized and said she had paused for a moment. Jakira replied that she could no longer do it. Her stomach had clenched from hunger. Sophie said that it was so. The sun had already set, so everything had to be packed up and stopped because that was all for today. After some time, Jakira said that this was not enough for her, so she wanted more. Others also asked for extra. Kasuk was surprised that he could craft something from gizmo meat. The boys asked Kasuk what this food was called. The boy replied that in the world he came from, this dish was called burger. The boys decided that it was very tasty. The young man was beaming with joy. Everyone loved it. Leonard asked if it was really a well-done beef steak. Jakira wondered how to eat it with hands. Peruna said there was nothing scary about it. Kasuk stated that his crafting skills do not work so logically. And here gathered those who prefer to eat silently. Then Sylphie said that Kasuk would announce the plan for today. The young man replied, he wants to ask Jakira and Peruna to do something. The girls asked what happened. The young man made a bunch of bullets and told the girl that she could shoot anywhere and at anything, so she didn't even need to worry if the rifle became unusable. This is a test of the weapon's endurance. With continuous shooting, the barrel heats up, and because of this its strength decreases. Moreover, some other internal mechanisms may malfunction. Depending on the nature of the breakdown, there is a chance that the rifle might even explode. He asks the girl if she will try it. The girl tells the boy to trust him. She takes a basket and a machine gun because she won't be long. Then the young man takes out a huge lead box with hand grenades and asks Peruna if the girl can try to find out how many shells she can safely withstand in flight considering their weight. I want to think that soon she will have to leave their base for the enemy to bomb again and again. The girl replied that she understood everything. Then the young man said that she also needs someone to help carry the shells and lay them out. By the way, they have no gunpowder, these are just models for testing. Zamira said she would help Peruna. Kasuk says he will go and continue shelling the base. They need to find out how Peruna will transport them. Sophie replies that she and Leonard will accompany Kasuk. While Peruna trains, Kasuk arranges the base. Leonardo said that both the quality and speed of construction are incredible. Sylphie absolutely agrees with this. Kasuk's strength is impressive, nothing else comes to mind. Then the young man finishes the door and everything is ready. Kasuk talks about 20 barracks. And then he says that, as requested, there are 4 double rooms and 1 living room on the floor. Since there are 2 floors here, 16 people can live here. And since there are only 20 buildings, the total capacity is 320 people. Before it slips from his mind, he pulls out a shovel. Leonardo asks Mr. Kasuk what he is doing this time. The young man replies that it seemed to him, preparing toilets is a good idea. Leonardo says that if he remembers, both he and the young man in the village like to play near cesspools. He asks if this gentleman really has any special interest in the remains. Kasuk replies that there is nothing like that. So is it even worth trying to explain that he just wanted to get materials for gunpowder? Kasuk says that cleanliness and hygiene are very important. In dirty, unsanitary conditions, the risk of disease increases. Sylphie says that this issue speaks for itself. Leonardo says that the epidemic is very frightening. And then he starts talking about the cesspool. The boy makes a simple toilet, then duplicates it and creates several more. Kasuk says it is cramped, but it can be fixed. Leonard replies it turns out quite well. Kasuk believes they should be placed in several locations. Sylphie agrees and says, near the barracks and near the ladders that will be used to climb the walls. After some time, Sylphie asked Kasuk how he feels and if he is suffocating. Kasuk replied that everything is fine. a fresh breeze blew, he even felt better than on the surface, and all thanks to the girl's spiritual magic. Then the boy digs out the lower block, removes 8 blocks around it, and fills this empty space with paving stones, then digs 1 block deeper. Then he looks around in surprise. Sylphie asks if the water has come. Kasuke says that the water came at the same depth as in other places. After that, he intends to dig out the last 1-meter block and get back outside. After some time, the young man climbs out of the well. Leonardo tells him about the excellent work. Kasuke thanks him. 4 wells are ready at the corners of the foundation. Sylphie says that tomorrow they will check if the water is safe for drinking. Kasuke asks if it is really possible to determine this with spiritual magic. It is strange that no plants grow in this desert land. There is water here and it is not that deep. Sophie tells a story she was told. Supposedly, it is all because the destructive power of the spirit stone was abused in these lands. Because of this, the spiritual balance here shifted and now no plant can grow normally. Kasuke remembered the elders. The power of the spirit stone is destructive to the human body, isn't it? He became a little scared. Leonardo then asks what they will do next. Kasuke says he is making beds. Leonardo understands this is some kind of fertile land. Kasuke explains because he took a clod of earth from the Black Forest. Soil from the Black Forest plus his abilities. No wonder the land looks extraordinarily fertile. He thinks, in 3 days after sowing, the harvest can be gathered. Then it is time for the hoe because the land needs to be plowed. He loosens it and cuts the beds. Leonardo says that now he understands why His Highness and Ira sometimes cannot come to terms with what is happening. At that moment, Kasuke was having a great time plowing the field. Then he sows rice seeds just when the soil was ready for sowing. Leonardo says that he also has a headache, and at that moment Kasuke was having a lot of fun sowing the seeds. Then Leonardo tells Sylphie that there are already sprouts there. Sylphie replies, that is because Kasuke is in charge of everything there. The young man thinks that the field needs water. Maybe he should build some kind of spring from blocks. Better to make 4x4 and dig 2 depths with blocks. Then he will line the inside with stone blocks, and then pour a bucket of water into each diagonally opposite corner. The boy finished. Sylphie asked why he poured only 2 buckets of water into that pit and it was already full. Kasuke laughed and thought, how is that possible? Then he decides to collect water to irrigate the field. He thinks that for the first time it will be enough. Sylphie asks, no matter how much water he collects from there, the level does not drop, or is it her eyesight problem? Leonardo says that maybe she is making it up or that it is an optical illusion. Sophie interrupts him and declares, no matter how you look at it, it is not an illusion. Kasuke says that it is a welfare and even strange. But they are cut off by Chakira. She says that she has run out of all the bullets. Kasuke could not say that he simply accidentally created an inexhaustible source of water. At that moment, Chakira asked what happened, and Leonardo and Sophie replied that nothing happened. Chakira says that she used all 500 bullets but there were no problems. Kasuke replies, that's great. Chakira says that even the accuracy looks unchanged. Kasuke asks if really after 500 shots there are no problems. In any case, the girl better take a new rifle. So far it looks like everything is going smoothly on the battlefield, so he is more or less calm about it. Because of his abilities, it is difficult for him to say whether the weapon's effectiveness was like that from the start, or if it is a result of him crafting it. He believes that as a test sample this is still not enough. Suddenly Peruna flies in and asks where the garden came from. Something is already growing there. She clings. Why? What happened? Chakira replied that the plants did not appear suddenly at all. Kasuke asked Peruna if she had already determined the optimal weight that can be carried at once. They tried different options, and it turned out that this is exactly the weight with which he could carry the most. He says that it is quite heavy, and then asks if Peruna will definitely manage. He thinks that there are at least 3 kilograms. The girl replies that everything is fine. If the road one way is 10 kilometers, she can fly with such a load as much as she wants. Kasuke says that carrying shells in this form is very convenient, so it will be easy to drop them on enemies. The usual weight of a hand grenade is about 4 times less than the weight of the mock-ups. In that case, he will be able to fill heads with a large amount of gunpowder. This will no longer be a hand grenade, it will be a real bomb. He thinks it will be 6 times bigger. Kasuke says he will make several trial versions to be sure. He turns to Sylphie and asks what their plan is next. The girl suggests having lunch and then they will decide. Later they split into pairs. Lord Leonard with Miss Samaru, Chajiro with Peruna, and now they are scouting near their fortifications. Kasuke will be responsible for weapon development, and Sylphie will watch over Kasuke. Then Kasuke tells Miss Samaru that they can, please, clarify the desired appearance of her mithril spear. After some time, the young man gets to work. He creates his own space, and decides to start with bombs against harpies. The youth opens the menu to look at the images. As soon as he gets the crafter skill, he will be able to create even things he only has a rough idea about. A very convenient thing. Making it requires 3 times more resources than a hand grenade. At first, he will make about 10 pieces. Then he plans to make a scope for a rifle. A 4-fold increase will be enough. Kasuke notices that distress is raging on Sylphie's face and asks what happened. Sylphie asks Kasuke if he is okay. Kasuke replies with a question, what does that mean? The girl asks if the young man really lived in a peaceful country before with these rifles and hand grenades. This is a weapon of incredible power. She worries about how he feels because he is doing all this just because of her. It must be incredibly hard for him. Kasuke says, frankly, he did not really think about the consequences of his craft and now he is creating weapons of mass destruction. Yes, he bears a huge responsibility for creating all this. Because of his weapons, people of the Sacred Kingdom will die one after another. Of course, he will be blamed for all these deaths. In the future war, soldiers will kill enemies. But all these dozens and hundreds of enemy soldier deaths will fall on him as the creator of the weapon that killed them all. He says that he will burn in hell. Sylphie asks about this expression. Kasuke replies that it is a concept from his past world. Hell is a place where people go after death. There is the god Enma, who instills fear and trembling in every living being. He judges the souls of the dead for their sins and decides what punishment they will bear for them. Of course, no one has proven the existence of hell. Sylphie says that it is the afterlife. In this world, they say, the souls of the dead become stars in the sky. Kasuke says that it is very romantic. But once the boy says that he will go to hell, he will go there together with her because she is the one who makes him commit all these horrors. He does not understand whether he should be glad. He will not be able to watch Sylphie burn in hell. No matter how heavy the guilt is, if its weight is divided between 2, then the punishment will be twice as small. He will not let her suffer alone. Kasuke says that his lady is very kind. So he will try to ease his sins with as many good deeds as possible, so that the god Enma will not be so angry with him. Sylphie says that her weapon will not only bring death, but also save many other lives. Sylphie is absolutely right. Their goal is not the genocide of the people of the Sacred Kingdom, but the return of the kingdom of Marinard. The killings are only a means, not the ultimate goal. Kasuke says under any circumstances it is much easier to kill them all than to try to save their lives. Sylphie replies, of course you cannot argue with that. Kasuke says that under any circumstances, they will have to show the military power of Marinard several times so that the Sacred Kingdom understands. Resisting them will be more costly. And only after that will we be able to somehow take a course to save as many lives as possible. Sylphie replied that Kasuke is right. Kasuke thinks that they will mostly sit under siege and occasionally make raids near the camp. And since they have few people, starting a battle in the open field is not the most prudent decision. Harpy will quietly bomb enemy fortifications from the air. And if enemy troops start approaching their fortress, they will push them back using advanced crossbows and hand grenades. And he did this too. This is an anti-personnel mine, a trap. If someone trips over the stretched fishing line with their foot, the mine will explode and small metal fragments will scatter everywhere. Sophie asks if it is not dangerous. Kasuke says, enemy or ally for them all are mines. After the battle they must be disarmed and removed, otherwise tragedies are inevitable. Sylphie says that if possible they would like to avoid using this weapon. Kasuke says he completely agrees, then adds, there is one more thing. Sylphie asks what it is. Kasuke says it is a block of explosives. If ignited it will almost certainly blow up. He has not yet tried to detonate it, but wants to ignite everything from the greatest possible distance. Sylphie says it is better to first consult with Era about artifacts with fire magic. Then Kasuke says, by the way, if they have a way to detonate this block from afar, he has an idea. Let the enemy army capture them and they will all explode together. From a man's point of view, art is an explosion. Sophie did not expect the guy to be so heartless. Kasuke says, this is all he can offer for now. Then Sylphie asks if the guy will improve the rifle. Kasuke replies that, to be honest, he has already made several other types of weapons. He asks the girl to allow him to show this version. Sodi asked if varieties really exist. Kasuke agreed and said there is a revolver, automatic pistol, rifle, and shotgun. Sophie asks if she can see them. The guy agrees and says they are not loaded anyway right now. Sylphie picks up the revolver and says it is heavier than it seems. Kasuke replies, that is because it is made entirely of metal. The young man says that the girl has a revolver in her hands and it is designed for shooting at short range. He shows her what position to take. She can fire 6 shots in a row. The cartridges are lead balls the size of a fingertip. The stopping power is enough to kill a person with 1 shot. Kasuke says that this is a pistol. They can fire up to 8 shots without reloading. Sylphie asks if the pistol in Kasuk's hands is also for shooting at close range. Kasuk agrees. In this world, young men have long stopped fighting with swords and spears. Mostly, battles are fought with machine guns and other firearms. In close combat, pistols or submachine guns are often used. Sylphie says that this weapon can only fire 6 shots at a time. Reloading it in the middle of close combat is not the most convenient option. But in her world, close combat usually does not happen. If someone tries to engage in a close fight, they are simply riddled with bullets before they can do anything. After that, the girl picks up another weapon and asks what this huge tool is. Kasuk says that it is a shotgun. Then he says that it is a vertical double-barreled shotgun. Sylphie replies, both are weapons, so what is the difference? Kasuk answers that this shotgun rifle can shoot different types of ammunition. You can fire several bullets at once, as if shooting like a pistol or scattering a handful of smaller pellets. Although he said that in his world close combat rarely happens, this weapon suits him just right. It is used during military operations indoors and during hunting. Sylphie asked if that was all. Kasuk said he had prepared something else and suggested the girl climb the wall. They climbed the wall and the boy unfolded a complex mechanism. Sylphie said that it was a large crossbow. Kasuk said it is called a ballista. It fired arrows the size of spears. First, he turns this lever and pulls the bowstring, then takes a ballista arrow from the inventory. Sophie said that it is really almost like a spear. Then he sets the arrow. To shoot, you need to pull this lever. Sophie replies that it kills. Then the boy presses the lever and shoots. The large arrow pierces the stone. Sylphie said that it was piercing power. Kosk replied that you can attack the enemy from even greater distances than with crossbows. He thinks that with the help of the ballista you can even knock down a ram. Then he takes out another thing. Sophie asked what it was and whether it was a weapon at all. She said if it is a weapon or something like that. The boy replied it is almost like a cannon. This type is called swivel gun. It can shoot at long distances, and the projectiles are much larger than those used in rifles, so it easily surpasses the ballista in destructive power. As Sylphie sees, producing this requires a mountain of iron, but it has incredible power. Sylphie replied that mass production of this device is impossible. Kosk said that only after they get mines, having reconquered the kingdom of Marinard. Even so, he does not think there will be many cases when they will need such a weapon, because there is magic in this world. He has several ideas why there is no technologically advanced weapon here at all, and decides to try it in practice. He reloads and shoots. The preparation is already complete. He advises Sylphie to cover her ears. Suddenly there is a loud explosion. Sylphie was shocked by what she saw. Just from a pile of small balls, shots flew out, and did she really see that? Kosk said it was grapeshot, a projectile similar to one of the trophies he showed her earlier. Sophie asked when the boy managed to create all this. Kasuk replied that he worked slowly on it while the village was rebuilding the wall. The only thing he showed, and that could be mass-produced, was ballistic. He thinks the guys will have no problem learning to use it. Sylphie asks how about revolvers. They are quite good weapons. Kosk says does he really love them that much? If the girl wants one, he will make it specially for her. The girl clarifies if he really does that. Kasuk agrees it will definitely happen. He can't wait to see the dark elf cowboy. Suddenly a scream rang out. People were trying to find out what that terrible sound was. At the bottom of the wall stood Leonard and Zamaru. Leonard said that as soon as they heard that noise, they immediately ran to the wall. And then another scream sounded about what had happened here. Jakira and Peruna appeared. Kosk apologized and said it was the sound of a test shot from a new weapon. Sylphie replied that she wanted the guy to show them this weapon too. Jakira said that everyone was just scared. If each of them had such a weapon, wouldn't they become invincible? Peruna also thinks that the boy's weapon is incredible. Leonardo said that this weapon has no warrior's pride. Zamira replied, before this weapon, the warrior's body was tempered in countless battles, and any military skill is worthless. They are effective against people. Her skill is on par with anyone armed with a pistol. Leonardo told Kasuk that he could shoot him with a few bullets to make sure he could block them all. Kasuk asked if he definitely wouldn't get hurt. Leonardo replied that the boy shouldn't worry. Kasuk thought if he accidentally shoots Leonardo, then his bandaging skills will probably be able to heal him. Then the young man loading the rifle shoots directly at Leonardo, but he, lightning fast, begins to move the hand holding the sword. Kosk cannot believe his eyes. Leonardo was like from an anime. Leonardo says he can predict where the bullet will hit if he knows where the barrel is aimed and where the shooter is looking. Zamira adds, against the backdrop of sudden attacks with unexpected knife strikes, bullets are not so scary for martial arts masters. Jakira says she could also dodge such an attack. Sylphie replied that she does not lose to anyone who has a pistol, but the speed of the shotgun turns out to be too fast for close combat. Kasuk is very surprised that even Sylphie found herself in the same situation. He thinks he is trying to make the wrong weapon. Yakira replies that he does not believe the boy is doing anything wrong. Leonardo says the boy's weapon is truly impressive. But he is still a little worried. Whether it is in their hands or in the hands of a person, there is no difference. Sophie is concerned about what will happen if the Most Holy Kingdom somehow gets hold of Kosk's firearms. If they had such a thing, she was afraid to even imagine what lawlessness they could learn there. Kasuk said that such a prospect is frightening, and then thought, it is worth remembering that this is a world of magic and alchemy. That is why he is able to understand unknown mechanisms and substances with appropriate spells, and then reproduce them through alchemy. Leonardo realized that Kosk had shut himself off. Yakira replied that it seemed this would drag on for a long time, so Perun told everyone that he would have to stay. Kasuk thinks to win and regain what was lost, power is needed, so he begins to search for a weapon that can effectively kill enemies. But there is a risk that the opponent will take it as a trophy. He was simply talking with Sylphia about how their goal is to save lives, not the opposite, because the first thought that pushed him to create a weapon was the idea of reclaiming the kingdom of Marinade. Now he is pondering how to regain the lands without resorting to military force, when suddenly Kasuk's comrades call him. Yakira called Kasuk and said it was almost time to harvest. It seemed the great empty Omit hermit had now found a home. There was water here, and the grains of this wheat were so large. 5 days later, the Cossack group returns to the elven village. Sylphie tells Melty to gather the Peplesi have something to tell. Sylphie reports that the first camp has been successfully deployed. Inside the protective wall, there are already living quarters that can accommodate over 300 soldiers. Several wells with drinking water have also been dug there. Probably both the Sylphie relatives and the refugee families are now enslaved by the Sacred Kingdom, so there is nothing strange in her words and feelings. Then Sophie says she wants everyone to listen to her. There are too few of them, so they are incredibly weak, and their goal is not to drown the people of the Sacred Kingdom in blood. They will set out to the great desert land of Omit, establish outposts there, develop the lands, strengthen their position, and build up their own troops. Their plan is to eventually infiltrate the kingdom of Marinard, recruit people there, lead them with them into the Omit Desert, and increase the number of people on their side. This plan has not yet been thought out. In the Omit Desert, they will create a place where all beast folk, elves, and similar beings can live. They will become stronger, their numbers will grow, and then they will be able to reclaim the lands of the kingdom of Marinard. Most likely, the people of the Sacred Kingdom will not just sit idly by and do nothing. If he decides to attack, they will be able to fight back with the very weapons he recently made. Sophie says they want to send about 50 people to the first base to test the agricultural territories that Kasuk created. At the same time, they plan to start building a second base. Daenon asked the girl how many outposts she plans to eventually build. The girl replied that she plans at least 3. One to communicate with the elves, one to be their main operations base, and one to defend the front lines. Of course, many small shelters will also have to be placed between them along the route, according to the proposed fortress location for frontline defense. It will be 5 days' walk from the lands of the Kingdom of Marinard, approximately in the middle of the Great Omit Desert. The entire distance 5 days' walk is the Omit Desert. According to their plan, it will become a natural barrier against sudden attacks from the Sacred Kingdom. They also want to free the people of the Kingdom of Marinard who serve in the surrounding settlements and will do their best to get in touch with their other compatriots. Daenon asks if they really intend to lead the people through the desert in such attire. Sylphie replied that they will also take care of this problem. With Kosk's help, they plan to arrange underground shelters for safe overnight stays on the way through the desert. Daenon says that yes, step by step, they will lead people away from the kingdom's lands and increase their own power. Ira asks who exactly they call compatriots. If it is the people, then there is too great a risk of information leakage. Sophie says that this is exactly what she is counting on. Therefore, they will have one strong stronghold right ahead. They will see how the enemy attacks the entire fortress after having struggled through the desert for 5 days. Melty approaches Her Majesty and says that he wants to learn more about the agricultural methods used by Kosk. Sophie says that they can approach Kasuk directly and discuss it. The boy asks in surprise if that is really so. He has no idea whether Sophie decided to give him such a thorough nullity. Suddenly Sophie turns away from the boy and he understood everything. Kosk says that first he wants to show you something. Melty asks what exactly. Kosk replies, these are straw bales filled with wheat. This is what the harvest from 1 hectare of land looks like. Nelty asked about the harvest and said that they had been absent for less than a week. Kasuk replied that the harvest could be gathered approximately 2 or 3 days after planting. Nalty narrowed her eyes and asked the boy if he was serious. Kosk realized that Nalty's gaze frightened him. Kasuk exclaimed that he planted the seeds in the soil he himself prepared, and that he also watered it, claiming that everything was done solely by his hands. If someone else had done it, they would have no idea what the result would be. So Sylphie said that all of this needs to be carefully checked. Melty said she understands about the field, but still such a huge harvest from just one field was incredibly impressive. All the grains are the same shape and very large. This is high-quality wheat, and at the same time such an amount from just one field in 3 days. Nalty said that this can only be done by Kosk's hands and no other way. Kosk thought, if the test shows otherwise, he would probably have to plow the fields 247. Then Kosk asked Aru what was wrong with her. He again felt the same look, as if she had dead herring. The girl replied that among the alchemical elixirs there is one called Cultivation Accelerator. The boy's field looks as if the boy is pouring this high-quality underground potion onto the ground like water. Kosk said that his powers are something like a trick, so she shouldn't worry too much. Sylphie asked if anyone had questions. If not, the meeting is over. Suddenly Sylphie turned to Sumeru. The girl said that if she understood correctly, they no longer plan to harm the Holy Kingdom. Sylphia agreed and said that this does not mean they will sit idle. Their people face a very important but dangerous mission. They will infiltrate the kingdom's lands and free villages from their service one by one. Sumera said she understood everything. Any action that disrupts the Holy Kingdom's plans would please her. She was satisfied with everything. Sylphie says that it will be settled. They will master new lands in the Great Omit Desert and free their compatriots who are under the oppression of the Holy Kingdom. And then they will gain enough strength to return the Marinard Kingdom. The path will be hard and difficult, but by uniting their forces, they will overcome all adversity. Kosk ran through in his mind how they came up with the plan of action. He was gnawed by the question, how much they will be able to master the lands of the Great Wasteland and how far to penetrate into the territory of the Marinard Kingdom. Before the Holy Kingdom learns about their movements. From now on, it is a race against time. In 3 days he, Sylphie, the boys, and 50 other former subjects of Marinard will set out for the Omit Desert. On the same day they reached their first outpost. Having lain for 3 days under the compulsion to expand the sowing areas inside the base, 6 of them dived deep into the Great Omit Desert. After half a day of travel, they decided to set up camp. Sophie told Kasuk to get to work right now because there was almost no time left until sunset. Over time, the young man began to build a fortress. QB said that the speed of his construction simply boggles the imagination. Ira replied that it was complete nonsense. Kubai said that the pride and honor of the carpenters were now shattered to pieces. Kasuk asked, "Isn't that cool?" Ara asked what was there. Kasuk replied that it was a water tank. He decided to try it. Water should flow through pipes from there, and he even built some baths. After some time, the young man took a shower. After work, he decided it was time to wash. He did not understand how and what exactly to do with the plumbing, but he was glad that everything worked. He could not even imagine that such a thing could be arranged in a camp in the middle of the huge Omit Desert. At the same moment, the girls were also taking a shower. Sylphie said that there were toilets and a bathhouse there apparently. Kasuk is a true hygiene fan. Sumeru finally felt how pleasant it was to refresh herself and she was breathless. Being a traveler was not easy, so she was incredibly grateful. Ira said it was incredible. They could sit in water and take baths in the middle of the desert. Peruna replied that she was so happy to wash. There was a lot of sand between her feathers she had flown through the desert. Kasuk said that the girls seemed to like it. Kyubei replied that he did too. Kasuk asked who that was. Kyubei said there was nothing to be done. The fur needs to be washed well, otherwise there will be all sorts of problems, ticks and fleas. Kasuk said that when he is wet, he is a completely different creature. He suggested he spin around. The man thanked Kasuk and asked the boy not to touch his tail. He would wash it himself. If anyone besides him touched it, it itches all over. Kasuk decided to help Kyubei. He thought it was cool to have fun like that. From the small outpost, they set off. Several days they scoured the surrounding desert. Sylphie said that this area is suitable for establishing the main base, considering the map and geography. The Cossack said that it is very clear here, and you can even make out the shelter that was here yesterday. Sylphie said that something is wrong. Harish has a strange feeling. Aura replied that she would check. Koska asked what it was, looking at the spear that Aura had made. The girl replied that it was research magic. This sphere can detect magical waves. Now he is feeling magical waves, almost imperceptible to people. There is definitely some strange magical device here. It makes gizms and other magical creatures avoid this place. Sumeru noticed the ashes from the campfire. She recalls something. When they were running to the Black Forest, there was one night and the gizmos did not attack them even once. She is sure it was somewhere very close. QB said that it was true. When the girl remembered, he recalled that it was so. Peruna said that she also remembers it. Ira replied that she does not remember. Kabai said it was because their Lady Era safely fainted after overdoing mana that day. Sophie asked why such a thing happened here at all. Ara said that this thing was thrown about 300 years ago. It uses the magical energy of the Earth's arteries. Sophie asked if it was really a relic preserved until their era with the Omi Kingdom. Ara agreed. She is surprised that the device works, as this barrier device is very old. Any external influence can change the type of magical waves it emits, and then, who knows, maybe, on the contrary, it will attract crowds of gizmos. Kasuk asks if the girl is overdoing it. Ara replies that even the slightest possibility cannot be ruled out. Sylphie says that they must take control of this device. She asks Ira if the girl knows his exact location. Ira replies that his magical radar reacts directly to the source of the waves. Then she says that it should be right under them. Sylphie calls Kasuk and he agrees. Kasuk takes it and starts digging. After some time, the young man said that he had dug up some kind of stone wall. Sophie replied that she understood and added, "They are descending right now, so the young man needs to make more space there." Later, everyone went down. Era said that there could be no mistakes. Under them was some underground structure, a ceiling. Suzy asked Kasuk to make an opening. Kasuk made a hole in the ceiling. He was trembling with amazement. These are real underground ruins. Sylphie said that the glowing layer on the pedestal is a relic. Era agrees and says that it is a barrier device that repels magical beasts. She had seen something similar in old materials. Judging by the patterns in the form of decoration, this place belonged to court magicians, and so did the statues. Sylphie asks about those on the sides. Sumeru says that she knows them. Kyubai asks if they are really golems. Sylphie answers that they are guardians of the device. It will be difficult against two at once. Kasuk asks what makes the golems move and if they have weak spots. Ara says that inside them, somewhere there, a magical crystal is hidden. Its energy gives the golems movement. If the crystal is destroyed, the golem can be stopped. She would not say that they have a weak spot. Neither magical nor physical attacks could harm them. Kasuk asked how they would feel if they had a guest. Ara replied that golems, like people, see with their eyes. Kasuk said he would manage somehow. Sylvia asked what the boy was planning. Kasuk says that first he will get closer to the golems. The young man continues digging and then blocks the golems with brick blocks. He declares that first he will block their limbs and head with blocks. And then he will just dig. The boy digs out the body of the golem and asks Era, "Is this it?" Everyone was impressed. Sophie said, "How do I say this? You do everything as you are used to, and it seems he almost never has problems." Kasuk replied that his way of fighting is the craft of a survivor. If he had the right tool, he would smooth out all the corners and achieve the desired result. Sophie said that Kasuk's style is not head-on. Ara replied, "Although his style is quite energy-consuming, he still achieves the desired goal." Sophie said that they got what they wanted. Since the device was still operational, they would borrow it. Kasuk says that they will first strengthen their positions so they don't have to worry about security. Sodi replies that she wants to see what is behind that door. First, they will go to the surface, and Kasuk still has to manage to build a shelter for today. A little later, Kasuk crafted a shelter, and our heroes all sat down to dinner together at a common table. Later, the young man found himself in his workshop, molding bricks and carefully watching whether he had enough materials. Kasuk smiled and said that tomorrow they would have to build a base for 3,000 people. He looked at the drawings and said that his hands were already itching. And for some reason, he begins to feel tired, more precisely stressed. And to be honest, he really wants to be alone with the girl. It has already been 10 days since she and Sylphie even touched each other, so of course, everything is building up. They are now taking the first step to reclaim the Marinard Kingdom. There is no time to lose here. He and Sylphie are in the thick of events and in the spotlight all day, but at night they are separated. And all the girls seem to sleep together. Sneaking into Sylphie's bed is simply impossible. Then the boy is asked from behind by Sylphie if he really works. Kasuk is extremely frightened. Sylphie asks what he is afraid of. Kasuk says that the surprise itself scared him because Sylphie addressed him so suddenly. He asked Sylphie why the girl was not sleeping, since she could already do so. Sylphie blushed and said that she was lonely, and the young man probably understood everything. Then the girl asked the boy how he was feeling. Kask replied that he had been thinking about the same thing all the time, but there was so much around that gathering his thoughts was very difficult. Sophie approached Kask and said that this was undeniable, but the girl still asked, "And what about now?" Their lips merge in a passionate kiss. After some time, Sylphie recounts Sumeru's words. They can do whatever they want, so there is no need to think about them. That is why Sylphie came to Kasuk. The boy felt that his attitude towards Sumeru soared to the heavens in an instant. Now he had to come up with something for her to want to ask for. As soon as Sylphie finished her business, she asked the boy if that was all. Kosk replied that he was not finished and asked the girl to rest. At that time, Sumaru, Ara, Peruna, and Kubai were watching them. They smiled and were happy for Kasuk and Sylphie. Sumaru ordered them to go to sleep. Sumaru said that she could hardly wait to see their faces tomorrow morning after all this. At that time in Lindsburg, the capital of the kingdom of Marinard in the royal palace, one man asked what was happening with their kingdom and if they had done anything. The man replied that due to the prolonged war in the empire, anti-war sentiments among the believers were slowly gaining strength. More and more Mozi are dying in battles, so the demand for them is steadily increasing. If their plan in Black Forest goes as it should, they will be able to get even more beast girls. He says not to kill the males, they can be used too. If everything goes smoothly, the man can expect to be called a cardinal. Then he says that the demand for pets is also increasing, and how he plans to regulate this. The man pauses for a moment and replies that several gizm attacks have already occurred in recent days around Amit Desert. If so, then probably those monsters will destroy a couple of villages on the border with the desert as well. The man replies that he understood the order. Then he says that the break is over. He returns to the beast girls, calls them miserable animals, and says that before them stands the archbishop himself, and he will personally drive out the evil that has settled in them. They could not hold back their sinful screams. The girls were very frightened, and then heart-wrenching shrieks sounded. A week after the construction of the main base began, the rest of the key figures of the plan and about 100 residents of the kingdom of Marinard arrived there. The young man begged him to let him go. He did not want to die and would soon die of exhaustion. Melty said there was so much space here, as if they had already managed to divide the land into plots for construction. By the way, she sketched similar plans for this space. Kosk got scared and decided to run away. Nulty ordered Kosk to stop and told the others to catch up with him. And he was not allowed to run even 5 steps. He does not understand why beastmen are so superior to humans in physical qualities. Kasuki asks if he really wants not just one room for 16 soldiers to sleep in like in a barracks, but something where families could live in for it to be like ordinary residential houses. Kosk replied that he is considering houses that can accommodate 46 families under one roof, and then there will be about 3,000 people. After that, a strict 8-hour workday is introduced. Overtime is prohibited and 2 days off per week are given. Kosk asks if that is really so. Melty asks if she has ever lied to the boy. Kosk thinks it is true. Nulty has never lied to him, although sometimes a wild spark flashes in her eyes. He asks if he has the right to a reward for his efforts. Nulty asks if he sees in Her Highness a person who would make someone work in vain. Kosk realizes Nulty herself did not intend to give him anything. Sophie says that it is true. They rely heavily on the boy and his abilities. Of course, if she can help him with something, she will help. If she can give him what he needs, whatever it is, she will give it. Kasuk smiles crookedly and asks if the girl really just said what she said. He smiles crookedly again and says what she said. Melty replied that this is exactly what she said. Her Majesty always highly values her workers and rewards them accordingly for their services. Kasuk jokingly asks what he should ask for. Kasuk looks at Melty and says that Sylphie will do anything for him. This is beyond even his wildest dreams. Sylphie twists her lips in a smile and says she will do everything. She is not one to take back her words. Then the girl turns to Melty. She asks the girl if she is ready for the consequences. The girl agrees and says she is a faithful servant of Her Highness. Sylphie nods and replies that it is so. They exchange glances and laugh. Kasuk quietly whispers to Danon and asks if she can do that because the servant says so. Danon replies that for a servant this is usually beyond the allowed, but Nulty and Her Highness have known each other since childhood. Mother Melty was Her Majesty's water carrier, so essentially they are Noxisters. Sometimes they like to have fun that way. Kasuk says that now he understands what kind of relationship they have. Sophie tells almost nothing about her past. Danon says that Her Majesty has had a difficult life, so he asks Kasuk to be her support. The young man replies, naturally. Here Melty cuts them off. She turns to Kasuk, grabs his hand, and leads him to the rift of virgin soil because new fields are already waiting for them. The boy asks if she is serious. Nulty says that at the previous base, the fields that the young man plowed and sowed were harvested in 3 days, and the fields he plowed and they sowed were harvested in 2 weeks. And in those fields that they plowed and sowed, not even sprouts appeared. So based on the results of the experiment, it becomes clear the young man will have to plow and sow again. At this time, Danon said that Eri was nowhere to be seen. Sylphie replied that she was probably conducting research underground. She is studying the underground ruins of the Omit Kingdom. So this is the place where the arteries of the earth converge. She is looking for a way to extract magical energy from these arteries so they can use it. Sylphie asks everyone to pay attention. A bit late, but she welcomes everyone who has just arrived. This will be their main base. They have a lot of hard work ahead, so she relies on each of them. She asks everyone to give their all to make this land a place where people can live. 2 weeks later, Sylphie said it was incredible. Danon added that he never thought they could build such a beautiful city. Kasuke said that since they have already dealt with the main boss, it is time to go to the front line of bosses. That is where he will show his best. Sophie said that after this, they will finally start executing their plan. Kasuke unlocked a new skill. Now he can register blueprints of entire buildings. After this, he can place registered structures with a single move. Of course, it is impossible without spending the materials needed to build the desired structure. And if Kaseki adds and combines this with the bilateral symmetry mod, he starts erecting giant walls. Kaseki says the frontal base is ready. By the end, it was time for lunch. Sophie said that the guy exceeded all their wildest plans. If this continues, they will have no problems at all. Kasuke says this is the main base at the front, so there will be a defensive node here. He installed ballistae along the walls around the perimeter. He still plans to dig a moat around the walls and drive wooden stakes along the very bottom. Ara says she will help the boy with the moat. Then Kasuke says he will make a drawbridge. And also an underground escape route. We will set dynamite, enable automatic detonation, but something needs to be finished with the crossbows. Sophie asks Danon how the preparations for the liberation squads are going. The man says that now there are 12 fighters in each squad. In total, they are preparing 6 squads. Those who know the area well are planning the attack route. They want to send 2 units in 3 different directions. Although they have a map, it is already 3 years old. Who knows how much everything could have changed here. Sylphie agrees and says that one of the goals of the liberation squads is gathering information. They have great hopes for the squads. While everyone is here, she has something to say. Thanks to Kasuke's power, they have already completed the construction of the base at the front line, and now it is their time to speak. In the coming days, they will send the first combat units, so no one should neglect training. They need to be ready. A few days later at night, people began entering the man's house. Saikyou said he was very scared. He could not even imagine what would have happened to him if those two had not come across him. Kasuke and Kibai smiled. Saikyou said he was just going to the barracks, and then somewhere in the shadows he was grabbed from behind and almost dragged away God knows where. Leonardo says the boy better not go anywhere alone. QB replies, sometimes even he gets chills down his spine. Indai from the Blue Demon clan says that nothing can be done about it anymore. Whoever does not live here, someone is always in mating season. Cube replies that we need to think about their feelings too. Dunnan replies that given the past, it is hard to imagine how it will all end. Leonardo adds, he wants them to think about the atmosphere and mood. Kasuke asks if they are really being hunted. Kasuke decided that they are all really subjected to various touches from girls from the local squads. Kasuke said that he never had such problems. Indai replied, that's because he is a supporter of the princess. And most likely both Era and Melty have already set their eyes on him. He is not sure about Sumeru but also Gelda and Peruna. They tell him that everyone understands this perfectly well, so no one bothers him. Kasuke shouts that he is hearing about this for the first time. Everyone together unanimously asks if he is really blind. Leonardo says that the girls have something to talk about. Kasuke replies that it turns out the relationship with Sylphia is only to his advantage. Danon says that Kasuke is irreplaceable. Moreover, the Elder of the Black Forest recognized him as a miracle that came down from the divine world, so he has nothing to worry about. Leonardo added that he also does not need to worry about attacks. In any case, they are catastrophically short of men. If they do not penetrate the kingdom as soon as possible and bring people, Sykes will be in trouble. Kasuke asks why they all cannot just agree. Danon says if they agree, there will not be enough for everyone. And if they agree, Kasuke will have to become closer to Era. Kasuke replies that he is happy only with Sylphia. Leonardo says that he respects his loyalty, but a true noble man must accept any woman worthy of him. QB asks about Leonardo. The man replies that his heart belongs to his late wife. After that, he changes the subject and asks how the construction of the underground shelter is going. The young man replies that he is already finishing the arrangement of the shelter and packing the necessary supplies of food, water, and ammunition there. QB asks what is about to happen. Danon says that they will announce the operation in a few days. Sykes asks Kasuke about food. The boy shows the rods and everyone decides to try them. QB tastes nuts and dried fruits. Leonardo decides to leave some for himself and Sykes likes the crumbly texture. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. It was Ara. Kasuke asked what had happened. The girl replied that she had already finished developing a device that would collect energy from their magic crystal, and this time she was confident in her work. Kasuke says that the problem has not yet disappeared and asks if he can register this drawing in his database. Era replies that he will manage. She takes the boy by the hand and calls him to come closer. Kasuke recalls the words about Ara and Melty being interested in him, and he feels uncomfortable. The young man thinks about what exactly attracts him to Eri if he himself is the one following her. He thinks of the seasonal mood and realizes there is no point in worrying. Overall, he is satisfied with their relationship, so there is no need to overthink things unnecessarily. After some time, a meeting took place. Sylphie explained the purpose of this operation and then wished all the squads good luck. She says that the Liberation Party announced their plans and they have already begun implementing their strategy. This is a very important step. Kasuke asks Sylphie if he should have come with them. Sylphie replies that given his abilities, the operation was indeed more than successful. Danon replies that if the mission is completed by his abilities, it will be nothing more than an exception. This time the squad needs to gain experience. Sylphie says that there are others capable of taking on the liberation mission, so Kasuke must do what only he can do. Sophie says that his safety is more important than hers, so no matter how much he wants to be on the front line, they cannot afford it. Eris says that thanks to the equipment, Kasuke's squad is well equipped. Peruna adds, now his task is to believe in them and wait, and Kasuke's task is to protect the place where everyone can return. The young man enters the workshop and gets to work. At that moment, Kasuke is distracted by the snake girl. She says she borrowed Kasuke's ideas and created a lever crossbow. Kasuke decides to make a test shot. He says it's easy and simple. The young man pulls the trigger and declares, with this reloading device, the rate of fire will sharply increase. Then the boy asks, how about attaching a mechanism like a golem to the crossbow? Error replies that it's unrealistic, the size is too small, and that's obvious, but there will be no problems with the ballista. Kasuke can't say for sure because it all depends on what it's needed for. But if the golem only has to perform a simple action like pulling the string, it won't be difficult. Kasuke asks what the core of the golem is made of. Sykes answers that it is an alloy of mithril and copper. It resembles a heating artifact that the boy crafted at the main base. Kasuke says that this time he will be able to register the design on himself, and then it will be possible to manufacture it. Ara says that Kasuke's view on things is completely different from theirs. Simplifying golems can become a great tool that will be at hand. Sykes asks how about charging the golem with magic directly from the shooter's hands. Ira replies that the golem only needs to pull the string so mana consumption will be low. Kasuke says that they have already decided on the plan, it's time to get to work. 5 days later, everything is ready. When the shooter grabs the lever handles, the supply of magical energy to the core will begin. The golem's hand will pull the string and the ballista will be loaded. All that remains is to aim and press the handle. Kasuke says that the golem ballista can also be used alone. It is a successful workshop product. Sophie says that under conditions where they are constantly understaffed, this is already a real achievement. Sophie gathered everyone and now they are happy. Suddenly, the informant Perina flew in with a report. The girl says that a squad of 12 fighters led by Shakira, along with 37 freed people, is heading here. They are supposed to arrive at the base the day after tomorrow. The dark-haired boy waved his hands and his robe lifted slightly from the sharp movements. Kasuke adjusted it, pressing it to his chest, and with a self-satisfied smile said that everything was fine. The dark-haired girl with one eye looked at the boy confusedly and asked what those white things were for. He hid his hands in his pockets and said that doctors wear white coats. The girl with horns looked at them and said that the freed ones had arrived, then asked if everything was ready. Koski confidently said that she could rely on him. Many people gathered at the gates. They were explained. First, they needed to say their name and the city they were from, and only then would they be given clothes. After that, wound treatment was done in a tent behind. A small wolf boy with horns approached the girl, holding his injured hand, and said that it was broken. The girl smiled and pointed at Kasuke, implying that she needed to see him. Kasuke looked at the various bottles and wondered if they had enough potions. Kasuke returned to them with a broad smile and said that they already had their first patient, and that was simply wonderful. The wolf boy trembled and groaned quietly. Suddenly he pointed a finger at Kasuke and said fearfully that he was a human and that there were humans here. Everyone around froze, looking at Kasuke in fear, their mouths open. They said that it was too good to be true and asked why they had been brought here. The girl with horns tried to calm them and assured them, although Kasuke was human, he was on their side. Kasuke felt a little sadness. Everything was just like in the elven village. Small children began loudly calling for their mother, and the rest loudly demanded to be let back to the village, even wishing death upon the man. The Cyclops girl and the girl with horns tried to calm them, and Kasuke decided that they were somewhere in the middle of a skirmish. After some time, a crowd of various creatures moved somewhere, talking that it would be better for them to relocate to the square. Meanwhile, in the office, an elf woman sitting at the table thanked the creatures standing by the entrance and asked if anyone had been hurt this time. Next to her stood a burly, tall man. Those standing by the entrance said that all 12 members of the 5th squad were safe. The girl with a very serious expression asked what was next. The strong man standing nearby did not take his eyes off them. The creatures standing by the entrance also looked completely serious. The girl put her hand on her chest and said that it was actually difficult to get into the kingdom's territory from the very beginning. Recalling how they sat in the bushes in front of the kingdom itself, she said that the attack from Gizmo, as initially thought, actually took place inside the kingdom, and all their property including Amit Wasteland is now on high alert. After that, she added that according to the plan, 2 groups broke in at night under the cover of darkness, sneaking through the forest and impassable terrain. The elven girl listened to them attentively. She said she understood, then asked if there were any other villages there. Remembering what happened, the girl replied, "There are, but it was somewhat different from what they expected." The girl recalled standing on a hill and looking at a small village. She said that life on individual farmlands remained at the same level as before colonization. After that, with a frowning face, she continued. Apparently, the key goal of the Holy Kingdom is to establish control over the mines, using first-class rock salt and iron. Recalling how many animals are used to extract something from the ground, she said, "Although they drive peasants to work, they do not starve them because they understand if too harsh rules are introduced, it could undermine their international reputation." Then she added, "Despite everything, ordinary people still suffered from the soldiers' oppression, taxes were simply outrageous, and freedom of movement was restricted." Her thoughts were filled with how workers were terrified to look at the cruel treatment of others. She said that if someone showed disobedience, their relatives were subjected to harsh punishments. The elf and the burly boy standing nearby looked at each other. She was clearly furious, and so was he. After that, the girl added, "Moreover, they are forced to convert to the faith of the Holy Kingdom, accepting the teachings of Adol." She said that at night they killed all the soldiers and drove out all the peasants under the cover of a bandit attack, and that crossbows are very effective in a night attack. While planning the course of action in her mind, she said that Lord Leonard's forces are heading to 2 more settlements deep inside the kingdom, so they will join them, providing support in their mission. The girl looked too confident. She continued, "The residents they managed to free this time were kept under strict control, their movements were tracked, so they did not have important information about what was happening in the city." The elf girl folded her hands, closed her eyes, and said she understood everything. Then she raised one finger and asked if they had any ideas about what might be useful to them there. The girl and the lizard looked carefully at each other, after which she confidently said that it was so, and that they would definitely need a few more things. Later, the elf girl, a little dissatisfied and confused, went to another place and asked what he was doing and what the white clothes were. A small wolf cub sat on Kasuke's shoulders and curiously ran its fingers through his hair, stubbornly demanding that he give them cookies. Several other children crowded around, also asking Kasuke for cookies. He himself looked quite calm. The one-eyed girl said that for some reason she felt nostalgic, and the blonde girl replied that it was probably a reaction to hatred. Kasuke took the child off his shoulders and put her on the ground. He poked a finger at the elf girl and, frowning slightly irritated, said that at first with those who came from the elf village, they had a real mess. The elf girl frowned a little and looked at Kasuke. Remembering what happened, Kasuke said, "The freed panicked as soon as they saw him, and Meltii and others tried to calm them down. But they refused to be treated by him, and only when he finally managed to save at least one did they finally believe him." Kasuke smiled contentedly and said he hoped the freed would know about him next time. The girl with horns replied a little guiltily that they completely forgot that Kasuke was human. The elf said that it was very difficult for them here. After that, Kasuke's face became stern, and he asked how the reports went. The elf girl smiled contentedly and said she would share with him later. Then she began to talk about what was more important. She raised 2 fingers and smiled. Apparently, they had 2 demands from the front. Now it was Kobo's and the workshop members' turn. Kasuke and the one-eyed girl looked at her with interest and a little confused. After some time, they reached the workshop. They stood by the table and chatted about the first thing that came to mind, about some hot dish that can be prepared without fire, and about means of communication with comrades at a distance, so as not to risk being noticed by the enemy. Standing around a small table, they talked about how the quality of food strongly affects combat morale and how communication is necessary for teamwork. They did not hide their anger. It turns out that it is really that difficult. The monkey boy looked at Kasuke with slight suspicion. as if to say, tasty food can still be obtained, but communicating is no longer so simple. Kasuk barely smiled and replied that it is true, he just has his own thoughts. Then he said that we can only take one thing at a time and asked about hot food. The girl with glasses said that they can make a small portable burner, but the dark-haired girl crossed her arms and asked discontentedly that she also give them a cauldron like a shield. Koski replied that it doesn't sound very good. The monkey boy raised his hand and asked inquisitively what they want to fuel the heater with. The girl in the hood looked at him and said that it will be powered either by the user's magic or magical stones. The girl with one hole awkwardly tugged Kasuk's clothes and asked if his knowledge suggests any solutions. Kasuk tensed up a little at the question. Koski carefully took his chin and said that, in his opinion, you can eat food if you react quicklime with water. The monkey boy said that slaked lime apparently releases heat very quickly during the reaction. The one-eyed girl asked if food in Kasuk's world was preserved using a reaction with quick-acting lime. Kasuk indignantly stated that no, and that in his world it was not a popular method. Koski said a little disappointed that this method will work for small portions of food, but they need something for larger groups. The dark-haired girl said, smiling, that that is true, but still it was better than nothing and they will still have time to find a solution. Koski smiled contentedly and said that it is true, so they should move on to problems with communication. He raised a finger and said that in his world there is Morse code. Everyone around immediately began asking about Morse code, extremely surprised and confused. Reciting the Morse alphabet, Koski explained that it is a method of communication through a code that combines short and long sounds. Then he added, as far as he remembers, the device at the main base periodically emitted magical waves to repel demons, and it turned out that it sent magical waves, using them for communication. He smiled a little uncertainly and said that if they could overlay their voice onto the magical wave, it would be simply wonderful. He was a bit surprised when he noticed that others were discussing something. They said they could use the golem core, and the technique was done with the help of detection magic, so if you send it into flight, you can adjust the wavelength. They looked at Kosk with a satisfied smile and said they think it can be done thanks to golem technology. Then they added that they will continue to improve signal transmission, including creating a cipher. Kosk stared at them in surprise. Then he said that it was a good idea and that it was time for them to get to work. Everyone enthusiastically supported him. With time, night descended. A large moon and countless stars shone in the sky, and on the earth complete darkness. The next day the bright sun rose in the sky and illuminated the earth with its rays. Kosk and others escorted the freed ones. They waved goodbye to them. The elven girl smiled contentedly, placing her hand on her thigh, while Kosk waved at them continuously with a broad smile. After some time, Kosk and the elf girl were walking to the main gates. They talked about what was worth hoping for, that nothing would happen on the way to the main base, although they had weapons and the gizmo activity had already subsided, still hoping. Seikyou and the elf girl walked between the houses. The girl kept saying that the main thing was that they were all right, although the children did not look that exhausted, but the adults had noticeably lost weight, yet at the main base they would be well fed. Kasuk smiled widely, put his hands behind his head, and said that there were so many men there and they were all heading to the main base, so Sykes' problems were probably still far from over. The elf girl listened to him attentively. She grimaced a little angrily and asked with displeasure what he meant. After some time, they were already in the office. The elf girl, leaning on the table, said she didn't know what would have happened if she and Kwabai hadn't come. Kasuk sat on the sofa and replied that he understood what she meant and that there really was a shortage of men. The elf girl crossed her arms over her chest and barely smiled, agreeing with him. It was a serious problem. Kasuk said irritably that he was not joking. He looked away and smiled nervously a little, saying that the male population really had a lot to deal with. Then the elf girl quietly called Kasuk and he looked at her with confusion. She blushed a little and frowned, saying that they hadn't seen each other since they were on the front line, and then asked if Kasuk was interested in other girls besides her. Kasuk looked at her a little bewildered. He raised his head and said that all the girls were sweet and beautiful, and that he would be lying if he said he wasn't interested in others. The elf girl looked at Kasuk with condemnation and anger, clenching her fists. He barely smiled and said that ultimately his number one was Sophie, and that he didn't think he could love anyone more than her. The blonde blushed deeply to the roots of her cheeks at Kasuk's words. She twirled a finger on the table and asked sadly and uncertainly if maybe she wasn't feminine enough. She looked away sadly, her face and ears were still burning. She said that besides, she was not beautiful at all. Kasuk frowned and asked what she was even talking about, a little irritably and confused. The girl looked at him and a little uncertainly asked what had happened. The man smiled ominously and reached out his hands to her. He stated that it was obvious to him anyway. She didn't even understand what she was talking about, and if Ira and Melty heard that phrase, they would go crazy. After that, he offered to show her how wrong she was. She immediately covered her ears with her hands and asked discontentedly what he was talking about, after which she began forbidding him to do anything. Casca snorted mockingly. Sylphie loudly ordered him to stop, but Kyusuk suddenly pulled everything off her, and she fell onto the table. Kyusuk loudly declared that he would make it so she could no longer say she lacked femininity or beauty. The girl loudly begged him not to do it. After a while, Kyusuk rubbed his forehead and let out a tired sigh. Sophie was in a fluffy but short dress, quite revealing. The girl was clearly embarrassed, and Kyusuk, pleased, said that she was cute. Then he dragged her outside and said she had to show herself to everyone. The girl tried her best to return to the office, insisting that she could not allow them to see her in such a state. Kasuki shouted loudly, calling Melty and Sylphie anxious and embarrassed to stop him, grabbing his clothes. From afar, Melty noticed them and asked what had happened and if someone had called her. Kyusuk grabbed Sylphie by the waist and called her a second time. When he called Sylphie to him, Melty became alert. The man grabbed the elf girl by the hands and turned her face toward Melty. Sylphie blushed deeply. Melty looked at her fiercely and said it suited her very well. Sylphie frowned slightly and became alert. Sylphie pushed Kyusuku and broke away. Melty, looking just as angrily and blindly, asked where she was going and said that this needed to be shown to everyone. Later, behind the barred door, Kosk was heard calling Sylphie and asking her for forgiveness. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said he was very sorry that they locked her up there. Multi stood nearby. Sylphie was sitting on the sofa in the office. Krasku said he just wanted her to wear something nice. Melty replied that he was weak in fashion, and Sylphie was a bit suspicious but stubbornly stuck to her own. Sylphie squeezed her legs under herself, hugged her knees, and covered her face with her palms. Nalty turned to Kosk and said she had an idea. She said Kasuk would make a bunch of costumes for them, and that would only anger Her Highness more, and then she would come out herself. Kasuk squinted slightly and asked skeptically if that would make her even angrier. Nalty barely smiled and said no, as if she had known her for a long time. She assured that he could trust her. After this, Kasuki asked her if she wanted to take all this upon herself. Nalty turned her head away, blushing slightly, and Kasuki told her not to look away. After some time, Kasuk was sitting at the table doing something. Next to him stretched a line of girls. They were chatting among themselves. Nearby stood 8 fitting rooms, around which many girls were also crowding. Koski was working at the sewing machine and a board appeared before him. He selected one item. Clothing appeared in the inventory. He gave it to the girl without much enthusiasm. She responded with a sweet smile and thanked him. Next to the fitting room, it was very noisy, and girls were crowding around. Someone said that her outfit did not suit her at all. Melty was in a very nice outfit, a tight skirt and jacket, and a barely noticeable cheeky smile played on her face. The one-eyed girl said with displeasure that she felt noticeably calmer in this outfit. Koska put his hand on her waist and asked what she thought about it. The girl replied with annoyance that no one asked her if she wanted to dress like a child. Kasuk gave her another outfit, and she said she would go change. After a while, she came out in a cute dress and blushed a little, bending one leg. Later, all the girls put on their beautiful dresses. Some were quite revealing, some just in short skirts. Kosk blushed slightly and with his mouth open looked at them. Nelty approached Kasuki, smiled, and hugged his sleeve. She thought he might try to look out the window, maybe he would see something. Kasuki blushed a little and felt awkward. After this, Kasuk shifted his gaze to the window and peeked out a little. Somewhere far away, Sylphie was looking outside through the slightly open window. It was clear she was very displeased and angry. Kasuk said he needed a little more time. Melty placed her hand on her chest and leaned forward slightly. On her face was a playful smile. She asked if she should put on another outfit, something even more attractive. Kasuk refused her, saying it was for a selfie. Melty turned away from him angry and dissatisfied. Kasuk reached out to her and quietly teaskied, assuring her that she need not worry and that he would leave them to her. Suddenly, someone ran up to Hosky and called him. It was a girl with one eye. She said she had already changed. She wore a very cute light dress that flowed and shimmered. Nearby stood several other girls in equally beautiful dresses. Kasuk said with a satisfied smile that everything was fine and gave a thumbs up. All the girls smiled broadly and blushed. After some time, Melty approached Kasuk in a different outfit that emphasized her figure. Barely smiling and with a blush on her cheeks, she asked what he thought about it. She approached Kasuk and, smiling coquettishly, said that the dress was incredibly comfortable, pressing her hands to her waist. Kasuk looked at her a little embarrassed. Suddenly, someone ran out to them and shouted Kasuk. She said that he apparently did not regret the entertainment at all. Kasuk, with wild, shining eyes, immediately realized, here she is. It was Sylphie, She shyly looked away and hid her hands behind her back. Kasuk said with satisfaction that he had been waiting for her for a long time. Suddenly, when Melty and Kasuk took her somewhere, she asked with a dissatisfied face what he was talking about. He smiled and said that he still had a bunch of clothes should try them on. Melty added that since she was already here, she definitely needed to try them on. Kasuk smiled widely and slyly, asked if she had seen all those cool outfits, and assured her that she had nothing to fear. Sylphie gritted her teeth in annoyance and blushed sharply, saying that he was the one who started it all from the very beginning. Melty sternly replied that a beautiful girl should have as many outfits as possible. Sophie looked at her with irritation and embarrassment, and loudly said that she should decide for herself what to wear and that it was very disgusting to be so frank. Nalsha pulled her into the dressing room and said she needed to dress even more for Kosk, so she had to stop resisting. Sylphie pulled back and replied that she couldn't. The girls' gazes around stopped on Sylpha, somewhat surprised and wary. Kusuk said with satisfaction that Nalti is the best in the whole world. Suddenly someone asked very loudly what all the noise was about. Kasuk turned to the person who came a little cautiously. He was that stocky and tall guy. Somyeon loudly said that the liberators of Silla had moved into action. Koski raised his hands and called out to Danon a little hesitantly. He loudly said that everything was fine. Later Nelty peeked out of the fitting room and with a satisfied smile, said that their clothing selection was complete. She pushed Sylphie forward. The girl was both wildly embarrassed and flared up with indignation at the same time. She was wearing quite revealing clothes. The boys stared at her, stunned and awkwardly embarrassed. Danon said in amazement that even the princess did it. She stretched out her hands forward and cautiously began to object, but her objection had already turned into a scream. After some time, pretty girls were walking down the street and calling out to each other. Danon was looking out the window. In the office, Sylphie, Kusuk, and Melty were sitting on their knees. They looked very depressed and guilty. Danon stood at the other end of the room. He asked why they should give a lecture now when their fighting spirit was so high. They had already begun to apologize when suddenly there was a knock at the door. The Cyclops girl suddenly burst into her son-in-law's room, said a little anxiously that Brune had already returned and that she had an urgent report. The girls and Kusuk turned around, and the looks of Kusuk and Sylphie became extremely serious. Some time later, the girl drank the liquid from the glass. She stood next to the other girls and said that even water tastes better after a long journey. Sylphie loudly shouted to Byrne and ordered her to report what exactly was happening. Later, everyone stood on the platform. Byrne said that the 1st, 2nd, and 6th Corps attacked salt mines in Viniska and after a long battle managed to capture them. Everyone froze and looked at her in shock. Byrne recalled what happened there and said that about 800 people were freed, including those who were mocked in the mines. They set off on the road to the Great Wasteland Valley, but their food, water, and other supplies were running out quickly. Sophie froze a little, stunned in a light daze. She asked Byrne what all these people were going to do. Kusuk covered his eyes with his palm and was running through in his head about 800 of them. And then he began to recall how many buildings they had. Byrne told them that they themselves said they would head to the Great Wasteland Valley, freeing all lands from invaders along their way. Byrne frowned and confidently said that they expected to reach the nearest shelter in about a week. Kasuk grabbed his chin and thoughtfully said that this means their numbers are still growing. Danon looked at him and replied that with the current supply methods, they would not be able to provide everything to them on time. Sylphia clenched her chin and turned away, pondering something. After that, she stepped forward and said that they already need to start transferring supplies to them from the main base, and also leave a minimal stock at the frontline base so that Kasuk could take it with him, and Melty would handle the supplies. She was running through the action plan in her head and firmly said that they would stop at the nearest shelter on the territory of the Kingdom of Marinard, where they could receive them. She confidently declared he would have to hold out until they arrived. Sylphie ordered to send a message to the main base. Danon lightly struck his chest and said he would do it. After that, Sylphie told Byrne to tell her about this liberation army. Byrne confidently and loudly declared that she would do it. Then she looked at Kasuk and at the harpy. She said that now it was his turn. The group of 5 harpies returned to the attack. Kasuk barely twisted into a smile and showed an approving gesture. The harpies grimaced. Everyone raised their hands and said they would start preparing right now to escape before dawn. After some time, the harpies were already flying somewhere quickly and confidently, and a large moon was still hanging in the sky. Kusuk and Sophia rushed forward swiftly. Kusuk laughed and said that thanks to this technique he could keep up with her without any fatigue. Sophia looked at him without much emotion. The harpies were flying above them at incredible speed. One of the harpies descended to their level and said that she noticed 2 gizmos ahead. In the future, Sylphie said that it was them, and Kusuk confidently told her, "Leave it to me." He grabbed the weapon by the handle and aimed forward. He smiled boldly and said that he had no time to play with them. Then very loud shots rang out and empty shells began to fall. Huge creatures rushed at them, many shots hit them directly. They ran further. Sylphie said with a satisfied smile that it was good that Kyusuk was such a skilled warrior. Kyusuk replied, "That's while he is armed." Harpy strictly warned them that they had almost reached shelter number 2. Sophia noticed something far away and said that she saw it. The sun was shining brightly from above in the sky. Sophia stated that they would continue to hide in number 3 and set up camp. Later they stood near the tower. They sighed with relief. Suddenly, Kasuk sharply opened the wooden door and the ground dust rose from it. Kasuk frowned and smiled with satisfaction. He said that they needed to bathe, eat, and sleep. Everyone looked at Kasuk a little surprised, and Sylvia asked confusedly why they even needed bathing, food, and sleep. After some time, loud sounds were heard. The girls were splashing in the water and said that warming up in warm water was pure pleasure, and the baths were very spacious. Kyusuk watched them and thought that in this world girls did not care at all about what men think. Sylphie was lying in the water and a light blush appeared on her cheeks. She said that it was incredibly pleasant and probably not easy to heat so much hot water every day. The harpies were lying in the water and insisted that it was so. One of the harpies screamed and flapped her wing, water dripped from the feathers. Kasuk stood by the table and asked if they minded having a hamburger and a sandwich with salad for dinner. The girls immediately agreed. After some time, they prepared a pile of hamburgers and sandwiches. He ordered, "Eat as soon as you get out of the bath." The girls agreed and agreed loudly. After a while, Kasuk began unbuttoning his buttons and said it was time for him to take a bath. The girls were already sitting at the table and eating. Suddenly he froze, looking somewhere a little embarrassed. He saw a feather gently sinking in the water. Kasuk took the feather and began to examine it. A faint blush appeared on his cheeks. Suddenly someone shouted loudly that it was her feather. One of the harpies blushed deeply, looking at Kasuk. She ordered him to throw it away. Kasuk asked without much emotion what she was talking about because it was very beautiful. Kasuk ran his finger over the feather, smiled broadly, and said that the feather was beautiful and very pleasant. The harpy covered her face with her wings and blushed deeply. Everyone was looking at them. Kasuk looked at the feather as if asking himself if he had done something wrong. Sylphia only gave a crooked smile. She was holding a half-eaten hamburger in her hand and asked how he would feel if someone played with his hair, adding that it was beautiful. Kasuk closed his eyes and muttered uncertainly that he would feel uncomfortable or embarrassed. Then he bowed slightly, said he was very sorry, and apologized. The harpy fluttered her wings and nervously said that it was nothing terrible if he liked it. The harpy smiled very sweetly, hid her wings, and handed him the feather. Kasuk blushed a little and agreed. He thought it was good that he wouldn't have to throw it away. Then all the harpies looked at each other. Suddenly they extended their feathers to him, offering to take theirs as well. Kasuk smiled contentedly and thanked them. He held 5 completely different feathers in his hand and looked at them with his mouth open. He noticed Fronti's front feather and asked if it was a unique thing that had its own name. Sylphie looked at them irritably and asked Kyusuk why he was so happy. Kyusuk smiled nervously and asked if it was true. Then he told them, once in childhood he kept bird feathers in a treasure chest. He looked at the feathers again and said that where he lives there are almost no birds, so feathers are a great rarity. He thought they didn't even have harpies. Kasuk ran his finger over the feathers. The harpies blushed crimson, hid their wings, and looked away. Kasuk looked at them a little nervously, trying to understand what was wrong with them. Sylphie frowned and said that in any case, they needed to get up early tomorrow and be in the shelter until noon. Kyusuk put his hand on his waist and said that it was indeed so. The harpies smiled and agreed with her in unison, and Sylphia smiled contentedly. The sky was very dark, and a huge moon was clearly visible in it. They were told to go and get ready for bed, and everyone agreed. After some time, Kask hung naked in the water. Rays of light filtered through the surface of the water. He felt as if he was experiencing extraordinary warmth. Unknown limbs began to wrap around his body. Kasuk opened his eyes and thought as if he was covered with feather sand. They gently stroked him. These feathers touched his whole body. He asked to continue, but suddenly someone began calling him. Koski opened his eyes. Under them were dark bruises and he groaned hoarsely. It was a dream, but someone was calling him incessantly. The harpies sat next to him. They greeted him in the morning, smiling. Kosk stood up and stretched, exhaling loudly with a sigh. Then he smiled warmly and also wished them good morning. He found it very interesting. After that he went outside and the harpies flew out with a smile. He decided that he was very tired yesterday, so even now his body still ached from fatigue. The harpies said that he finally got up. Climbing the stairs, he felt that the lower part of his body was strangely fresh. He went upstairs and greeted everyone with good morning, and mentally decided, maybe it's just imagination. The harpies smiled sweetly and greeted him in the morning, and one of them whispered that another beautiful day had begun. A faint blush appeared on their cheeks. Sylphie also blushed and looked away. She looked away from him, slightly displeased but still greeted him with good morning. Kasuk looked at her nervously, not understanding why she did not look him in the eyes and why the harpy's skin was shining so much. Sylphie tilted her head back and proudly said that he should quickly make them breakfast. Kasuk agreed without much emotion. The harpies followed him and asked what they should eat. Kasuk said they would see now, and suddenly one harpy touched his lower wing. Kasuk looked at them with indignation and confusion. The griffin suggested that he should have breakfast faster. Kasuk smiled broadly and said that today they stick closer than yesterday. The second griffin offered to help him. Sophie crossed her arms and asked why he was so upset. She said to him with displeasure that he should be glad about how they treated him. Krasuk looked at her a little confused when she told them to get ready. The sun was already rising, and its rays illuminated the earth. Sylphie said they had to attack shelter number 5 at the front by noon. Later the sun had already risen quite high. Later they reached another place. They said they found themselves on the territory of shelter number 5. Kasuk covered his eyes with his hand from the sun and said he saw the forest and the lands of Marinard. Sylphie turned to the harpies, looked intently, and ordered them to sweep the perimeter. The harpies raised their wings to their foreheads and agreed. The harpies flew off in different directions. Kasuk said that there they could build a defensive fort. Sylphie confidently supported his idea. She raised her hand and said it was time for them to get to work. She raised her hand higher and a piece of material appeared above her. After some time, they had already managed to build dormitories, warehouses, and wells. Kasuk worked quickly with a shovel digging tunnels for evacuation. He also laid a bunch of dynamite blocks, making traps in case of an attack. After some time, huge walls had already grown. Koski said that the walls were ready and the construction of the fort was completed. The harpy flew over this huge structure and froze in amazement. The fort was already built. Inside, near the huge bed, stood the rest. Koski said that if he sowed the seeds, they would be ready for harvest in 3 days. Kusuk waved approvingly and, grinning with satisfaction, said that this would be enough food for them for a long time. Sophie looked at him distrustfully and, as always, said in surprise, "She is simply amazed by his abilities." After that she sighed and agreed, saying now they have a place where they can rest for some time. Kasuk began sowing seeds in the garden beds. Kasuds turned to the others and everyone agreed. Then they confidently declared that they would manage. 5 days had passed since then. The sun rose and began to illuminate the earth with its rays. Kosk was tensely staring into the distance, frowning. He said that something was wrong. Kosk sat on the bed, folding his arms on his chest. He said thoughtfully that for 5 or 6 days Noevan at night in the shelter constantly felt as if he was sleeping strangely. The man sat on the edge of the bed, rested his hands on his knees, and said that he could not fall asleep for a single night from evening until morning began, that he had never experienced anything like this in the whole world. After this, Kosk approached the window and looked outside. He was flushed with a blush. Besides the fact that every time he fell asleep he dreamed a strange dream, he remembered exactly what he had dreamed. He stepped back a little and noticed. When he woke up, the lower part of his body felt rested. Koski opened the window door and quickly went through possible reasons in his head. Outside the window, by the table with food, stood harpies. They cheerfully greeted him in the morning and said that breakfast was already ready. Kasuk sincerely smiled and greeted the girls with good morning. He thought that harpies are normal. Then Kasuk pondered what he was feeling as if a wave of excitement was rising within him. Garbai, with a very sweet smile, said that another beautiful day had come and suggested eating together. Kasuk immediately agreed. After that, Kosk looked at Sophie, who was standing on the other side of the table. He greeted her in the morning, smiling broadly. Sylphie ate bread and her cheeks flushed deeply with a blush. She looked away, placed her hand on her waist, and reluctantly wished him good morning. Kusuk frowned slightly and pressed his lips, trying to understand why she was not looking him in the eyes. After some time, Kusuk came out of his room. His thoughts revolved around the fact that he did not know if she already knew something, but maybe it was really worth asking Sylphia about it. After that he went outside, headed to the table, and thought he would ask her about it as soon as she had a moment to be alone. Above in the sky, a harpy was flying. She loudly declared that she was ready to report. The harpy landed on the ground and stopped, reporting that the rearguard had left the 4th shelter. Kasuk looked at her and listened carefully. The harpy said that Captain Jajira assured them they intend to reach the front line by noon. The harpy grabbed the glass with the drink and began to drink. Sylphie clenched her hands on her waist and said that now they were definitely ready to receive them. Kusuk grinned and said, "Looks like we made it just in time." The smile disappeared from Kosk's face and he was a little surprised. The harpy loudly said what she had just reported. After this, she suddenly soared upward with incredible speed. Everyone stared at her as soon as she declared that the people of Liberation and their troops were being pursued by the army of the Holy Kingdom, but had not yet been caught, however. The cavalry was already catching up. Kyusuk and Sylphie grew sullen. Countless creatures of one people rushed along a path in the forest from other creatures chasing them, and clearly hostile towards them. One of the Garbai was flying in the air and had a very serious, slightly worried face. She said that Sir Leonard is requesting air cover. Sylphie barely smiled and at the same time squinted, agreeing with the harpy. She asked if it was already time for them to use that thing. Kasuk put his hands on his hips and nodded at her with a confident smile, agreeing, as if to say this must be done. Sophie thanked Fitch and Ray for their reports, then said they needed to rest a bit, and the other three should quickly start implementing the plan. The three girls loudly agreed, and Kyusuge disappeared somewhere, ordering everyone to disperse around the square. Later, they reached another place. Arrows flew through the air but all hit an obstacle and split in half. A man stood confidently next to other creatures who were riding horseback. They continued attacking with arrows. A powerful male lion with a very lush mane said that their attacks from afar were incredibly annoying. He did not understand why they wasted arrows in vain. A wolf stood nearby and assured, in close combat they would have no chance against them. Suddenly he glanced aside and spoke about all this. Behind them marched a whole line of peasants. They said the ranks had grown too large. The lion hummed thoughtfully. In front of them lay a pile of broken arrows. The lion frowned with a serious but slightly irritated expression and said this was very bad. The wolf clenched his fist and agreed with him. The wolf took a fighting stance and looked into the distance at the enemies. He said that if they flanked, the people of Liberation would hardly be able to defend themselves. The enemy began explaining something to each other with gestures. Suddenly, the wolf sharply pointed somewhere to the side and called out to Lord Leonard in amazement. He loudly declared that something was happening there. Some enemies also stood on the road and showered them with arrows, but they saw, on the right near the forest, another group was running. Leonard shouted loudly that this was reinforcements and they would now strike their flank. The wolf deflected another arrow with his paw and broke it. Leonard looked away and said this was very bad. Someone clicked a wing in the air as if commanding, "Leave this to me." Leonard and the wolf sharply turned around a little frightened and surprised. They were harpists. They held huge rockets in their claws. Leonard said it was wonderful and that they would make it in time. The enemies rushed forward quickly and the harpies hovered above them and flew even faster. They insisted they were maintaining a great altitude and their speed was within the norm. The girls grinned confidently, one commanded throw, and all the girls released their projectiles. When the shells hit the ground, huge and very loud explosions thundered. The enemies along with the horses they were riding were scattered in different directions. From the place of this huge explosive cloud rose smoke that was carried by the wind. The harpies hovered in the air and watched what was happening. They loudly and confidently declared that they had hit the target. Suddenly another loud sound thundered and the harpies flew away from that place. They whispered about how incredibly lucky they were and what a powerful effect it was. Then they looked down again and with a peaceful smile said they had done everything right. One of the harpies wrapped the shell's ring around her finger. Kosk told them firmly, safety first, and they must do everything possible to prevent their allies from getting into a fierce fight. Yes, Harper held the shell's handle, spreading her wings. She loudly said she understood him. Sophie stood nearby, hands on hips. The other harpies watched them and listened attentively to Kasuk. After some time, 3 harpies flew away, clutching the set-up shells in their claws. Kyusuk watched them fly off and said he hoped everything would be fine. Sophie was also watching them and said they had trained properly, so everything would be fine. After that, Kyusuk stood for a moment and silently stared at them. Sylvia frowned and looked at him while the other harpies whispered among themselves. Suddenly, Kasuk pulled out some small cylindrical thing. He quickly dashed to the side. Sylvie stayed in place and watched him, a little irritated. Kosk quickly climbed a very long stairwell. He looked over a very high wall. Kosk began to aim the telescope. He furrowed his brow and said that this was a real war. Through the telescope, he saw harpists had already flown so far that only the outlines of their wings and bodies were visible. Suddenly, someone told him that he was nervous. Kyusuk immediately turned around and looked at the one who had come. It was Sylphie. She was climbing the same stairs as Kyusuk. She did not take her eyes off him. Kasuk put away the telescope and barely smiled. He told her that he had never participated in battles because he was an ordinary teenager living an ordinary life. Sophie stopped not far from him and said that he fought against Gizmo very bravely and courageously. Kyusuk frowned and said discontentedly that this bad creature was not human. Sylphie made an innocent face and replied that it did not matter. After that, she looked contemptuously at Kasuk, anger in her eyes, and told him that humans, elves, geisms, they are all living beings. Kasuk tensed a little at her words and pressed his lips together. Then he leaned his hands on the wall ledge and calmly confirmed that she was right, but he regretted. Separating one from the other was not so simple. If it were easy, everything would be much simpler. His gaze was tense and full of anxiety. He frowned because he understood. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to decide Mala's fate. He remembered all the moments he had lived until then, like shared meals at a large table. He could not shake the thought. Every day lived in this world meant nothing compared to his ordinary life on Earth. He also recalled their clashes with enemies and various creatures, and he thought that it was incredibly exciting. Another memory surfaced in his mind, he alone with Sylphie. What they were like, he thought it was like a dream. After these memories, Kasuk suddenly straightened up and braked hard, closed his eyes and yawned. Thoughts stubbornly did not let go of something else. The dark-haired boy fell silent and sadly looked away to the side. It seemed to him that he had somewhat lost self-control. Sylphie approached him, almost touched him and stretched out her hands, about to grasp his waist. She called to him somewhat anxiously. Kasuk turned his head toward Sylphie, a little confused, and shifted his gaze to her. Sylphie tightly hugged Kasuk by the waist, pressed against his back, and laid her head on his shoulder. She closed her eyes and quietly, with a note of regret, said that he should not think that way, but if he is struggling, he should rest. Kasuk glanced at Sylphie with a barely surprised expression. She still held on to him, insisting that he was already doing enough for them, that they always relied on him, and that he had never let them down. Sophie hid her face in Kasuk's shoulder from behind and closed her eyes, frowning. She said that no one would ever force him to take part in this war against his will. And then she added that she herself would not allow it. Koski looked ahead somewhere far in the distance. Faisal was not going to let him go. She was still holding him by the waist. She told him to calm down and that everything would be fine. Koski did not answer her. Suddenly, somewhere far away, closer to the horizon, a loud but seemingly distant sound rang out. Kasuk and Sylphie stared confusedly into the distance, not understanding what had happened. Kasuk frowned, and it was clear he had become alert. Kasuk withdrew his hands from the ledge at the top of the wall and, stepping back a little, told Sylphie that this was not the case at all. He placed his palms on her hands and gently pressed them to himself. He repeated to her again that it was not like that at all and said her name. The explosion fell to the ground with the bodies of enemies and their horses, and nearby stuck fragments of broken weapons and arrows. Kasuk confidently told her that he was responsible for her and that he forged the weapon now used in this war. Kasuk frowned and pressed his lips tightly. He looked stern, focused, and anxious, his gaze tense, thoughts weighing heavily. Kasuk believed it was true. The thought that he needed to make a precise decision was spinning in Kasuk's head. Kasuk looked at the sky, holding Sylvia's hands. He told her that since he had started all this, he could not just give Yupen, that he would do everything in his power. After this, Kasuki slid his fingers between Sylphie's fingers and squeezed her hands tighter. Sylphie also embraced him, a sincere smile lit up her face. She said that now nothing would stop her and that she would go as far as necessary to put an end to this war. The girl mentally thanked Kasuki for this, while they continued standing at the edge of this gigantic wall. After some time, the Harpies returned and Kasuk met them. They were immensely happy to return. The Harpies' bombardment stopped the pursuit by the Sacred Kingdom's army. By noon, the rearguard forces joined them, and in the afternoon, the reconnaissance forces began arriving. Kasuk and Sylphie made contact with the beings who returned from battle. After that, beings stretched out in a solid line all the way to the forest itself. Kasuk stood on the wall together with Sylphie and waved to them. With time, night came, and the darkness that fell continuously was broken only by lanterns illuminating the alleys between the houses. People arrived until late at night. The wolf cubs were again frightened that Kasuk was human, but he reached out to them and greeted them with a friendly, wide smile. Meanwhile, the arrivals settled in rooms and talked to each other, sitting on beds. Meanwhile, Kasuk, Sylphie, and Leonard sat at the table discussing countermeasures against the Sacred Kingdom's army. Others stood around and listened attentively to what Leonard was saying. Later, Kasaki and his rather large group set out on the road, and from the top of the wall, others watched them, including Sylphie. The armed liberation forces were divided into 3 groups, and they were sent out every 2 days. Sylphie and half of the armed liberation forces remained in the temporary fortress for defense and observation. Kasuk walked through empty corridors, carrying only one torch. He continued exploring the desert, expanding the shelter. They lived without incidents for about 4 days. Everyone who stayed in the fort greeted them with wide smiles and waved their hands. Kasuk waved back at them very contentedly and joyfully with a smile. His company marched behind him, and some of them also waved to those they met. On the 5th day in the evening, they had already reached the forward base. Their huge detachment marched in a long column. At that time, the sunset was already beginning. They entered through the main gates and everyone met them, greeted, came forward and welcomed them back. The newcomers were surrounded by those who remained in the fort and ordered, "Find the reception room on the central square, there you will be told where to settle." Danon relayed to Kosk that the Harpies assured they had repelled the royal army. Kosk replied, "No losses." The Harpies cheerfully chattered with each other. One of them spread her wings and said that the air rockets were simply incredible, and now they had something to fight with. Another Harpy replied that from now on they could no longer be called toilet birds. Dan frowned and asked Kosk if he understood correctly. The expansion of the shelter was already completed. Koski grinned self-satisfied and proud, remembering what he had done and said, "Exactly so, and everything is fine." Then he added that they had doubled the capacity to 1,000 people. Danon put his hand on his shoulder and smiled, thanking Kasuk. Then he added that now Kasuk needed to rest well, otherwise it was impossible. Kasuk smiled broadly and was already starting to say that of course it was impossible, but there was one but. The man looked away and calmly told him that tomorrow he is flying to the temporary fort, because a few additional preparations need to be finished there. Danon warmly looked at Kasuk and apologized to him for causing trouble. Kasuk calmly but confidently replied, "Everything is fine, so there is no need to worry or fret." Suddenly someone tugged Kasuk's clothes. He barely groaned from surprise, then sharply turned around and, not understanding, looked at the one who pulled. It was a girl with dark hair and one eye. Warmly and sincerely smiling, she told him that there was something Kosk absolutely had to see. Kosk was very impressed and did not understand what she was talking about. At the same time, he noticed that she looked quite confident. After this, Kasuk smiled broadly and told her that then they could show him what they had prepared. Danon seriously warned, Kasuk was tired, so the reaction might not be very strong. The one-eyed girl assured that there was nothing to worry about. The girl with one eye told him that everything was ready and that it was already in the workshop. After that, they headed there. They walked through the alley between the houses, wearing raincoats. The girl walking behind said to Kasuk that she was glad because thanks to him she could now walk the street at night without fear. Kasuk replied that it was still not so easy for her, and he understood. After some time, they reached the workshop. The girls walking ahead told Koski that he had to wait there for a few minutes, everything needed to be prepared. Koski calmly agreed. Two girls immediately went into the workshop, while Kasuk and the little monkey stayed outside. Koski glanced at the little monkey and asked inquisitively what was going on. The little monkey smiled widely and said he would have to wait to see. After some time, the girls called Kasuk and said that everything was ready. Kasuk looked at them with interest. After that, the girls led Kasuk inside. Near the entrance, he warned that he would be impressed if they turned out to be half ready. The girl with one eye said they still needed to think about whether these were finished things. The second agreed with her. The girl with one eye slyly squinted and told him to watch carefully. Kasuk looked at them with surprise and confusion, frowning. The girls with the same sly smile turned their backs to him. They were wearing small backpacks. Kasuk noticed these backpacks. Nervously and surprised, he stared at them, not understanding if these were really school bags and if that was exactly what all the fuss was about. Kasuk pointed at the backpacks and, puzzled, asked them what they were. The monkey behind him smiled contentedly and slyly, while the girls quietly giggled. The one-eyed girl, with a very sly smile, ran her hand over another girl's backpack and declared that it was a prototype transmitter for Golem. Kasuk was very surprised and did not understand what they were talking about. He asked them again about the transmitter for the Golem. In his thoughts, the question was spinning. Could this really be a revolution in signal transmission from another world? After some time, morning came. The sun was rising above the horizon. The girls from those who arrived were preparing food. Steam was coming from everywhere. In one of the houses past which the girls were passing, Kasuk was lying on the bed in his room, stretching out his hand upwards and sighing loudly. Kasuk opened his eyes and, putting his hand on his forehead, said without much emotion that morning had already come. The other hand lay on the blanket, under which without a doubt something was. Kasuk said something muffled from embarrassment and as if asking. The man took the edge of the blanket indifferently and a little sleepily and lifted it. Under the blanket on the chest, a dark-haired girl with one eye was sleeping peacefully. Kasuk shuddered, frightened and extremely surprised. He pulled the blanket off her and a blush appeared on his cheeks. He looked at the girl, who was in a short nightgown and underwear peeking out from underneath, indignantly and at the same time confused. Kasuk indignantly and very loudly stated that she was also here in underwear. Then he added that her nipple was also visible. He became curious about what she was doing here. Kasuk sat down and, frowning worriedly, touched his forehead with his hand, looking ahead. The man also said worriedly and loudly that they were both dressed and as if nothing had happened between them. But then he remembered what had happened last night. He remembered that he was in the workshop where they showed him the golem communicator. Then he asked the girls what the range of its signal was. The girls said there was no exact answer, but the forest was definitely not an obstacle for it. Kasuke excitedly and surprisingly told them that it was very cool, that it was truly incredible. The monkey folded its arms and stated that it took them quite a long time to squeeze it into such a small place. The girl with dark hair and one eye squinted contentedly, looking at Kasuke, and said that he could admire her even more or even stroke her on the head. Kasuke smiled widely and began to stroke the girl's head, saying that it was truly wonderful and she was doing everything right. Then he added that she was also a brilliant sorceress and alchemist. The girl smiled contentedly and agreed with him. After that, the boy told them that now they needed to conduct an experiment and find out how far they could transmit the signal. The girl replied that she understood and that they needed to deliver this thing to the temporary base. Then other girls came up and said that they had finally found Kasuke. The girl who came to their workshop said to him with a broad smile, she worked on several prototypes and thinks he should see them, and she still has some bread left. After some time, the girl showed Kasuke a food pot with handles, a bag for heating hot water based on slaked hydrogen sulfide, and a portable hot water bottle. She asked hopefully how he liked it and if everything was okay. Kasuke, surprised and happy, told her that it was simply wonderful. The girl clenched her fists and wagged her tail, and with a broad smile asked if it was really so. They sat for a long time in the workshop by the table. The light from the workshop slightly illuminated the street. Remembering this, Kasuke thought about how they talked late into the night. He was still sitting on the bed, resting his elbow on it, looking ahead and thoughtfully pondering that it was precisely because of this that he ended up in the guest room next to the workshop. The girl was still sleeping on his chest when suddenly someone called Kasuke from the half-open window. The girl with dark hair and a broad, joyful smile opened the window door and asked if he was sleeping. Then she added that she had heard something during the night. Her clothing was quite revealing. Kasuke glanced at the girl who had just arrived, surprised and excited. He mumbled something confusedly. The other continued sleeping on him. Meanwhile, the girl withdrew her hands from the window, looked at what was happening, and also mumbled a question, not understanding. She and several other girls stood by the window, but only the one who opened the window could see what was happening there. Her tail helped her. The other residents were walking along the street. After this, the girl's face became colder. Kasuke jumped out of bed and anxiously shouted at her to stop, saying it was not like that at all. From those screams, the one-eyed girl woke up and groaned sleepily. Kasuke nervously waved his hand and wished her good morning. In his mind, he decided that the girl had indeed left. Iris sleepily greeted him in the morning, sitting on the bed. Kasuke slightly furrowed his brows and asked her to explain why she was lying in his bed, and in her underwear at that. The girl rubbed her eye and, as if nothing had happened, innocently told him. He went to sleep first, and she thought there was nothing wrong with sleeping together. Kasuke looked at Ira's bed was opposite his. She said the blanket was thin too and she was cold. Kasuke had already told her that everything was clear to him. She explained that that was exactly why she snuggled up to him and fell asleep in the warmth. Kasuke, without much emotion, asked why she simply didn't get dressed. The girl innocently replied that her clothes were wrinkled and that she always sleeps without them. The girl pressed her lips together and sleepily stretched. Kasuke looked at her and understood that now everything was clear to him. After that, he reached out to her and, bearing a wicked smile, said that she needed to be taught a lesson so she wouldn't sneak into other people's bedrooms. Menacingly and loudly, he declared that he would eat her now. The girl remained calm and immediately said she was not against it at all. Kasuke was surprised by such a reaction and blushed a little in response to her words. The girl's cheeks slightly reddened, and she tenderly told him that he was never boring, and his abilities, knowledge, and ideas always surprised and inspired her. Kasuke blushed deeply and, embarrassed, tightly pressed his lips together. The girl continued her monologue and said that that was exactly why she wanted to be with him always. After that, he sighed loudly and awkwardly scratched the back of his head. He smiled shyly, thanked her, and said he was glad to hear that, but he had Sylphie. He asked if she knew about that. The dark-haired girl replied in confusion that she did. The girl placed her hand on her chest, closed her eyes, and said that this way he would allow her to be with him as long as possible. Then she turned to Kasuke and asked in surprise if he would really allow it. Kasuke looked away and told her quite seriously that of course he could, but he still felt awkward about relationships between men and women in this world. And although it was not surprising after all, he was not from here. Kasuke raised one finger and told the girl that they should start with friendship. The girl looked at him sleepily and confusedly, asking if they had ever been friends before. Kasuke felt terribly awkward and nervously blurted out that of course they always had been. The boy raised his finger again and nervously and awkwardly apologized to her, saying he had no right to say that. Then he added that she just needed to be more of a friend than a lover. The girl was very calm. She said in an unclear way that it was not quite so, and then asked him simply to say whether he accepted her. And she also added that she really did not know what the word mistress means. Kyusuk awkwardly scratched the back of his head and his cheeks flushed with a blush. He looked away and said that she shouldn't rush but first talk to Sylphie. He also added that he would talk to her himself later. Ira calmly agreed. Ira closed her eyes and pressed her palms to her chest, smiling. She imagined how the girls were scheduled by days, and then said that order is very important and that she does not want to disrupt it. Kyusuk continued awkwardly scratching the back of his head. He nervously told the girl that he was glad she was following the rules. Then he thanked her for not starting a heated argument. After that, Kyusuk suggested the dark-haired girl get dressed so they could go to breakfast. The girl calmly and briefly agreed. After a while, Ira got up from the bed and began to dress. Kosk thought about how happy she looked, and he had the feeling that he had done everything right. He sat with his eyes closed so as not to look at the girl while she was dressing. After some time, Kyusuk also got up from the bed when Ira was already dressed. He was curious how he would explain all this to Sylphie. After some time, they were already on the street in a place where large tables stood, and people were eating at them. After some time, one of the harpies looked at something and froze in shock and confusion. She stood still as if stunned and spoke about what was happening. At the table next to the harpies, Kosuk sat and looked at the harpy with confusion. Next to him sat a girl with dark hair. She was holding his hand, resting her head on it. The other harpies also looked at her with confusion, not stopping eating. Ira calmly said that there was nothing wrong with this. Kosk simply accepted her as a woman. Kosk smiled awkwardly, and the harpy was in shock and did not even move. The harpy sharply turned around and was still standing frozen, not understanding how this could have happened. Other harpies approached Kosuk and calmly said that he had a dirty mouth. Another harpy sharply turned and looked at them a little tensely and fearfully. The second harpy suggested combing his hair. The harpy was extremely outraged and angry at them. Another harpy carefully wiped the boy's mouth and the second began to comb his hair. Kosuk calmly allowed them to do all this, and Ira looked at the angry harpy with incomprehension, then the second began to comb the boy's mouth. Ira again looked at the angry harpy with incomprehension. Her whole body was shaking, but she still managed to smile and, closing her eyes, said that it seemed to her that he got along well with the harpies. Kosuk smiled broadly and kindly, told her that they had been together for a long time, so they had many chances to get to know each other better. The girls finished, and Kosuk noted that harpies are a very caring race. The girl turned away again and sat down. She sat on the ground, lowering her wings. She told him depressedly and quietly that she was overwhelmed again even by these new harpies. She did not understand why they were not on the same team with her. Kosuk looked at her confused. After that, Danon approached them. Kosuk got up from his seat and said that he had just been to the square. He noticed a harpy on the ground. She looked very confused and asked if something had happened. Kosuk wished him good morning. Danon looked at Kosuk and wished him good morning, then seriously said that yesterday he forgot to ask if he was going to return to the thick of things again. Kosuk calmly, without much emotion, replied that yes, he would return there. After that, he smiled warmly, raised his eyebrows, and said that it would happen very soon. Then he added that he should not get worked up and that he would not do everything alone. After that, he added that he would choose his own escorts. The gargoyle, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly shuddered and frowned. She tightly pressed her lips together and her eyes widened. Then she suddenly sprang up and spread her wings. Very loudly and enthusiastically, she declared that she herself would go with him. The harpy folded her wings and with a serious face said that 5 of them would accompany him, and that they would do everything just like when he and her princess set off on horseback. She added that it was better to put their aerial attack in the temporary base in case of enemy actions. Danon pondered something, clenched his chin, and closed his eyes. After that, he said that everything was fine and that he agreed with her. Kosk smiled and replied that there would be no problem since they would be accompanied by a harpy squad. The girl was clearly delighted with her plan. After that, Koski confidently and seriously stated that Perna would choose who would accompany them. The girl loudly and enthusiastically replied that she would do it. The dark-haired girl frowned and stared at her clearly with a very angry and dissatisfied expression. Tension was also felt in it. The harpy asked the dark-haired girl very joyfully but somewhat hesitantly what she meant. Kosuk looked at Ira. She looked extremely stern, surprised, and confused. The girl with the same look said very seriously and dissatisfied to the harpy that she should not worry so much. The harpy smiled very awkwardly but widely, closed her eyes, and agreed. Ira looked at her even more tensely, and her gaze was extremely dissatisfied. She said that first she needed to get approval from Her Highness. The harpy was already a little scared and hesitantly agreed with the dark-haired girl. The girl said to Kasuke not very confidently that she would do everything as expected. Kasuke pressed his lips and frowned, looking slightly sympathetically at the harpy, who was a little afraid. Ira closed one eye and approvingly groaned. Kasuke tensed a little. It occurred to him, what if there really is discord between them? He hoped it was just his imagination. Danon sharply looked at Kasuke. His gaze was tense and surprised. And Kasuke was already looking at him seriously and calmly, even a little indifferently. After that, Dane opened his arms, crossed them on his chest, closed his eyes, and said that when the time comes, everyone must be ready. A faint blush flared on his cheeks. Kasuke looked at Donan a little angrily and indignantly, saying that it was too indifferent. A slightly self-satisfied smile appeared on Donan's face. Kasuke smiled widely and said that he hoped he remembered his promise, and then added that he had heard the widow's new wife in the house was showing him signs of attention. Donan asked him very happily what he was talking about. Kasuke and Harpies also smiled and closing their eyes showed the same ease. Only Ira showed no emotions. Danon said with a broad smile that if he allowed it, it was already time for him to go to work. He reminded him to take care of himself on the way. Kasuke responded with a satisfied grin that he would. Altogether, they set off somewhere, and Kasuke loudly ordered them to pack their things. After that, they could move on. A small radio receiver hung on the backpack it was attached on the side. A voice came from it calling Kasuke, asking if he could hear. Kasuke with a serious face said he hears her perfectly and that they are already at the top of the hill at the second shelter. Two harpies confirmed this simultaneously. They also heard her. The girl said on the radio that everything was fine and that she knew there would be no problems with the connection at such a distance. Meanwhile, the sun was already rising in the sky, flooding the earth with its rays. Meanwhile, the rest were in one of the rooms. Ira sat at the table and looked at her radio, while the little monkey was drawing something on the board. Kasuke said he would try to contact them tomorrow when they reached the third and fourth shelters. Ira replied that it would be good. They made a plan for Kasuke to move from the temporary fort to the forward base. They said that in theory they should be able to communicate with them all the way to the temporary fort, but there was a chance that things would not go so smoothly. Kasuke, with a self-satisfied smile, said that in some cases it would be necessary to use the base relay station in conjunction with the one they talked about last night. The little monkey asked about the base relay station, confused. The monkey thoughtfully said that for this they would need a golem core and that there would be a problem with electricity to make it work and maintain it. Era listened attentively, and the other girl confidently replied that they would handle it. Ira said on the radio that she would discuss it with others and that they would definitely come up with something. Kasuke smiled contentedly and said that Goni would contact him again tomorrow. One of the guards held the microphone near Kasuke. The dark-haired girl said good night to Kasuke into the microphone. After that, she added that she loves him. Kasuke blushed deeply and frowned from embarrassment. He looked at the radio in confusion. He lingered and awkwardly searched for words, but eventually just thanked. He raised his fist to his mouth and coughed into it. After that, he sharply covered his face with his palms and began shaking his head from side to side, insisting that it is terribly uncomfortable when such things are said directly. Kasuke sighed loudly and sorrowfully. The harpies looked at Kasuke with confusion and anxiety. Pesar, who stood to the left of Kasuke, smiled and asked if he would tell her that she also liked him. Kasuke, trembling all over, replied that he did not want to say such things. I, who stood aside, simply purred thoughtfully and looked at him. Yes, the one who stood to his right smiled and said that everyone liked him. The trembling in Kasuke's body did not subside for a moment. He nervously asked them to stop talking like that. Kasuke continued shaking his head in confusion while the harpies smiled widely at him. Meanwhile, two more harpies returned and landed nearby. They said they had already checked everything and that there were no signs of enemies nearby. One of the heart harpies who returned looked at Kasuke with confusion and asked if something was wrong with him. Kasuke held his hands out in front of him and nervously stiffened them, assuring her that everything was fine and nothing was wrong. After that, several more harpies landed nearby, and one of them smiled and apologized for disturbing them so abruptly. One of the girls turned to them and smiled warmly. The dark-haired harpy greeted Purna and said she was glad to see her. The second harpy spread her wings and with a wide smile declared that they had finally met. Purna turned to them and sincerely greeted the girls. Some of the harpies chirped very cheerfully, excessively cheerful. Kasuke smiled slightly awkwardly and thanked the girls for the reconnaissance, thinking to himself that it was incredibly good to have a place here where one could rest. Time passed and it was already night. The sky thickened with blackness, only stars shone through the darkness. A huge torch blazed in their hideout. It illuminated everything around. Kasuke suggested to the girls to start preparing dinner. All the girls agreed with him in chorus. After some time, dinner was ready. Some sandwiches stood on the table. Kasuk told the girls that the vegetables were fresh and tasty, and the sauce perfectly complemented the meat inside. One of the harpies took another portion. Everyone sat around the table and ate the delicious dinner, talking among themselves, and some even argued. Kasuk looked at the harpies in surprise and confusion, saying that there were 17 of them in the squad, and that he had never imagined there were so many. The blonde harpy smiled sweetly as she told Kasuk that they constantly move from the elf village to the temporary fortress to maintain contact, because they cannot stay together for long. That is why they were so happy when they managed to gather again. One of the harpies looked at Kasuk and with a wide smile asked if he and Rei could also go swimming. Meanwhile, Kasuk was finishing his portion, and Perna sighed sadly and said that they had beaten her again. Kasuk calmly and somewhat confusedly told the harpy that of course they could swim. All the harpies stared at Kasuk. Some just blinked in surprise, while others on the contrary smiled joyfully and sweetly. Kasuk nervously forced a smile and asked why everyone was looking at him like that. Near their table stood a large bathtub. Kasuk asked the girls if they understood that the bath would be hot. One of the harpies, surprised and confused, asked, "Is this really a bath?" Kasuk waved his hands and the barrel began to fill with water. One of the harpies said that the water was very pleasant, and everyone agreed with her. After some time, the bath was already filled to the brim with water. Kasuk smiled contentedly, placing his hand on his side, and told the girls that they would bathe first. The girls looked at the bath in surprise. Steam was rising from it. The dark-haired harpy sternly told Kasuk that he would go first and they afterwards. Kasuk looked at her in surprise and replied that in such matters, ladies should go first. Another harpy smiled widely and flapped her wings. She told him that then they would all go together. Kasuk blushed and began to refuse, stepping back a little. All the girls pounced on Kasuk with a very joyful, playful look. The harpy said that they would do just that. Kasuk asked them to stop, but they did not listen to him. Kasuk was already completely red when the girls had already managed to take off their clothes. After some time, Kasuk was already in the water, submerged about halfway up to his face. From his breathing, the water was covered with bubbles. He looked at them with displeasure and anger and said that they should at least be a little more restrained. The girls sat around Koski completely naked. One of them suggested rubbing Koski's back, but Koski indignantly stood up and refused their offer. The girls were not going to retreat. They grabbed Kasuk by the hands, lifted him up, and pulled him out of the water. They smiled warmly, assured him that everything was fine, and asked him not to be shy, but Kasuk was completely shocked and confused. The girls were glowing with blushes but did not look embarrassed. With broad smiles, they told him they were doing all this as a sign of their gratitude because they were very thankful to him. When the girls were almost ready to start what they had planned, Kosk smiled nervously and uncertainly and whispered that maybe they wouldn't do it. The girls calmly asked if he was satisfied. Suddenly Kosk twitched and groaned very nervously. The girls surrounded him from all sides and one knelt before him. She caught him with her wings between his legs and said that they would wash his too. Koski is burning with shame and indignation. He shouted loudly, ordering them to stop because he would wash it himself. Various sounds came from the bathroom, and thick steam swirled from under the hot water. Washing and massaging the body with harpy feathers was extremely pleasant. With a wide smile on her face, Sylphie opened the door to the room. She spread her arms, then called Kusuk's name and welcomed him back to this place. The boy smiled gently and greeted Sylphia as warmly as she greeted him. Next to them, Perna, Torch, Pesser, and a few others stood behind him. They all smiled kindly. Sylphie quickly jumped up to Kasuk, hugged him tightly, and said she was very glad that he was okay. Kasuk was confused and barely glanced at Sylphie. Suddenly the guy understood the situation and shouted so loudly that his voice could be heard throughout the entire base. Kusuk blushed and told Sylphia to stop. He struggled and kept insisting that she let go, but Sylphia did not release him. Hugged tighter and his hands bent in the opposite direction. Sophie put the boy down on the ground, quickly apologized, and then said that she was just a little nervous and therefore didn't notice. The boy sighed heavily and said that he was fine, nothing was broken. Leonard approached the boys and called Koski by name, asking if the Liberation Army had already reached the front line. Koski looked at the ally and said that they should be there already. Kayoski waved his handand. A small pouch appeared in his palm. The boy said he would contact the army right now and find out everything himself. The boys looked at him in complete confusion. Sylphie asked if he really intended to go after them because of that small suitcase. Kusuk laughed and said he knew they would have such a reaction. The man placed a bag on the table from which a small antenna protruded. Everyone nearby was intently looking at this interesting device. Leonard said that no sound was coming from the object. Perna thought and said that it was strange because they could just as well talk to Ira from shelter number 4. The man scratched the back of his head and replied that it seemed the transmission wave simply could not reach that place. He turned back and said with a smile that the 4-day journey was probably the limit of this transmitter's range. And he added, Ira and the others are probably already working on a relay station that will increase the signal range. Sophie thought and said that she had just explained to them. She wants to be able to communicate with other units at a distance, but did not expect them to manage everything so quickly. Leonard smiled and said that it was hard for him to believe such a thing could even be possible. They assured that with this invention they would have communication during various ambushes and offensive operations. They added, even in defense they will be able to find out quite quickly when and where the enemy will attack them. Kyusuk said with a sly smile that moreover, if they are allowed to raise flying harpies into the sky with this object, it will be simply a wonderful way of reconnaissance and quick information transmission. After these words he asked if they agreed with his opinion. Everyone looked at him with admiration and said it was a wonderful idea. The boy was glowing with pride in himself. Sylphie said she understood, then reached for the case. She took the case and smiled. This will help them completely change the very concept of how to conduct this war. Everyone looked at Sylphie and smiled. Kyusuk picked up her words when suddenly a report came from behind from one of the harpies. The girl descended a little lower and reported that enemy troops had already begun the offensive. She also added that they must reach the outskirts of their fortress by sunset. Sylphie tensed at the news she heard. Kyusuk turned around the information about the enemy troops had deeply affected him. He sharply looked at Sylphie and asked what it meant to say that they would come here by dawn. Panic was visible on his face. He expected any answer from Sylphie. The girl was calm. She said the enemy had 1,000 cavalry as well as 4,000 infantry and archers. She firmly stated that the strength of the enemy forces at this moment was 5,500 men, of whom 500 were from the supply corps. Leonard exclaimed that the enemy was 5 times larger than the Liberation Army, which they had previously allowed to settle in the forward strongholds. He said it was good that it was not yet about capturing Black Forest. Kyusuk shouted that if they managed to arrive by sunset, the attack could start this evening. Then he asked if that was true, and addressed the guys, what can they do in such a situation? Kyusuk said they had dug a dungeon while others were absent, and that maybe they could hold out until lunch then escape. Sylphie smiled crookedly and told them not to rush, she had a plan. The girl glanced stealthily at the others and asked if it was true that the temporary 4 were being extracted. She said this could be used to their advantage. Koski pulled the spool onto his back and held the whole structure with his hands. The man said the enemies did not even expect that he would manage to throw and blow them up. The guys said that Koski had brought explosives to her base in advance for exactly such a case, and then asked if it was true. He agreed with their words and stated that everything was exactly like that. He said that it is not only under the cobblestones but also inside the fortifications themselves, and added, if even one explosive block goes off, everything will explode and there will be no trace left of the fort. He just grimaced and said they must not let the enemy use this again. Under his gaze, Sylphie paled a little. The boy added that he did not believe 5,000 people could really fit there. He asked if it was true. Sylphie turned around and looked at the fortress from above. She said that when they leave, they will leave some supplies here in the warehouses to create the appearance that they had to flee from here in panic. She also said that they will place a watchtower on the rocky slope, and then blow everything up when the use of explosives is most effective. Sylphie climbed higher and said that everything here seemed clear. She called Kyusuk by name and ordered him to dig a hole right in this spot. The boy put his hand on his head and exclaimed that he would do everything. After the boy carried out the order, the boys climbed up there, and Sylphie asked the harpy to check if they could be seen. The girl obediently accepted the order. After this, Sylphie raised her handsend at the same time the material nearby suspended in the air, completely blocking her presence. Harvey said that it was just perfect camouflage. Kasuk sneaked from the other side and noticed that there was another hole. He closed it quite quickly. Then he walked around the room and said that they had cookies, dried fruits, and water. He asked if that would be enough for everyone. Sylphie said that, in her opinion, it would be enough. Koski opened a small hole to look at the fort and said that there was a wonderful view from there. He added that it would be easy for them to spy on them from there. Then he turned around and looked at the others, asking if they had overdone the room decor. The boy said everything was fine. Koski pulled out a large device and declared that it was a detonator. He added, first you need to lift the lever, removing it from the safety catch, and then press it. After that, the explosion will occur. The guys looked at the object from the side and then said they understood what that guy meant. Everyone waited any moment now what would happen next. The guys moved closer to the cliff and looked at their fort from the side. Kasuk asked if it turned out that they had everything ready. Sylphie confirmed. yes, and added that they had already done absolutely everything in their power. Suddenly Sylphie spoke to Perna, Torch, and Pessar. As soon as they heard her words, the harpies quickly looked at Sylphie and froze, waiting for what she would say next. The girl quickly ordered them to stay in place, watch the bomb and detonate it as soon as the right opportunity arose. She left everything to them. Perun, Torch, and Pessar agreed in unison. Kasuk looked at them, barely smiled, and said to be careful in this fight. No one should get hurt. The girls were very pleased with his words. They immediately approached him and agreed, shining brightly into his eyes, that they would join soon as they finished this task, and also said that he could count on them. Kasuk was confused and shrugged, gesturing for them to calm down. Sylphie crossed her arms and said that everything was fine and that it was time to head to shelter number 4. The harpies advised them to take care of themselves. Kyusuke tried to beg Sylphie for a little more time, and it turned out that too much time had passed. The sun was slowly setting, and it was getting dark outside. A loud cry of misunderstanding sounded from the briefcase. The guys were shocked that the enemy had 5,500 people, so the rest decided to lure them to the temporary fleet and blow it up. They agreed and said they would pass the information to Donan. Everyone was very surprised that this object could really transmit a voice signal. Kosk smiled and thanked the others for their help. The guy stopped smiling and said that it seemed they had already left the temporary fleet. Yura replied that she thought so too, because the guys hadn't told them anything. Kasuk apologized to the girl for making others worry. The man said he would inform if there was any movement. Era said goodbye once more and ordered the boys to be careful. The signal cut off and Sylphie stared at the boy. The boys threw down the school backpack and fell silent. Suddenly, the whole crowd rushed to Kosk and began asking when they would all be able to use it together. They were also interested in the mass production of this product. Everyone took turns asking how much magic they used and how these artifacts work. Kosk got confused and asked them to speak one at a time, and also said that if they have technical questions, they should contact the guys from the workshop. Leonard thought for a long time, then said he would go first. Everyone fell silent and looked at the Lord, but he just smiled stupidly and asked when they would start preparing dinner, because he definitely could not refuse the beef. Koski loudly asked why there was dinner here if they had already talked about the communication briefcase earlier. The man replied that this could be discussed another time. All the guys were angry about how everything turned out. It was already late at night outside, so everyone began gathering in the dining room. People slowly came to eat. The boys said that 7 days had passed since they found themselves in this place. Sylphie asked Kasuk how he was feeling. The boy said that he seemed fine and then thanked her for her care. He suddenly remembered something and said to Sylphie. As soon as they arrived at the fort, Era took him to her workshop and immediately showed him the communicator. Afterwards, he poured heavy alcohol into a glass. Kyusuk smiled widely and said that she had the same smile at that moment. When he spoke, Sophie laughed loudly and said that it was very similar to her smile. Kyusuk sat down nearby, and Sylphie said that the communicator is a very useful thing for all of them. Kyusuk agreed, and closing his eyes, replied that he already sees many uses for it. Listening to him, Sylphie crossed her legs and smiled warmly. Noticing this reaction, the boy looked closely at her and said that she already knew everything. Sylphie took a sip of her drink and said that Ara told her about it. Kyusuk tensed up and stated that he thought about it during their last call. Sylphie agreed and closed her eyes, recalling that RS said she would like to stay with Kyusuk. She also said that this device took her more time than she thought. Sylphie looked at the boy and asked if he did not know about it. Kyusuk awkwardly blushed and looked away, trying to find the right words to answer. The man asked her why, because he managed to move from her friend to her lover, and he believes that there is still something between them. He seriously said that he still loves her just as before, and that if he had to choose the right words, if some other man confessed his love to her, Kasuk definitely would not be able to accept it. He said he was just sure he would die of despair, jealousy, and anger. But then he added that first he would definitely kill him, and only then would he die himself. Sophie laughed and said how much love they have. The man silently looked at her. Sylphie barely smiled and said that she had told him earlier, a man's duty is to have many wives. She blushed a little when she said this. Suddenly she put her glass with the drink back on the table. She said that if he has many wives, he is obliged to be responsible for each of them. Sylphie pressed against him and said that a man who starved his wife and children is not a man, and any wife will leave such a man. She herself will remember him all her life and speak of him very kindly. Kyusuk laughed awkwardly and said she got carried away. Sophie replied coldly, the same applies to a woman who betrays her partner. After that, Sophie told Kyusuk that he should not worry because nothing like that will ever happen. Suddenly Sophie threw her full weight against him and said that regarding Ilya she was not opposed at all, on the contrary. She had known about her for a long time and they would get along well. She blushed slightly and said that, among other things, she and Isla could take the initiative in matters of childbirth. Koski felt very uncomfortable that she said this so openly. Sophie agreed and asked how else to talk about it. Kyusuk panicked and shouted sharply if she was even listening to him. Suddenly they noticed that the glasses with the drink on the table were trembling. The boys immediately fell silent and looked at their glasses. At that very moment, a loud and incredibly destructive explosion rolled out, not at all what they expected. The explosion was very powerful, and because of this, everyone immediately paid attention to it. Kyusuk and Sylphie immediately shifted the conversation to the vibration table. The boys in the dining room were no exception. Leonard and the free ones silently averted their gazes, roughly understanding what had just happened. Kyusuk and Sylphie jumped off the sofa, and the girl immediately asked the boy what that noise had just been. Kyusuk paced the room a bit, roughly catching where the sound came from. They both went outside, and Kasuk exclaimed that the fortress had just exploded. In the dark night, they saw a bright flash of light at a distance. Piana, Falkel, and Pessar together peered into a small crack. The girls said they saw no mages there, and the others agreed with them. At that time, a large army gathered near their fortress. One of the men standing in front stretched out his hand forward, indicating that the army needed to move forward. The boys said that the Mage Corps is an integral part of the Sacred Kingdom's army. They assumed, probably these guys think they don't need it against them. From the small base, the boys saw that the enemy seemed to have ended the siege. They asked if the army planned to spend the whole night in such formation. They held their breath. The infantry had already begun entering the fort. According to the boys, the troops covered their backs with shields and quickly slipped through the fort's gate via a small bridge. At that time, the bright moon was already burning high in the sky. The shelter had a good view, so the boys noticed that most of the army was already in the fortress. They also saw the army reporting something to the chief soldier. After a few moments, they shouted that the enemy had already begun a full-scale invasion, and it seemed they had just realized. The fortress was completely empty. Torch exclaimed that they would use this fort as a springboard to capture the entire desert area. Perna smiled, and Pessar said that they must detonate the dynamite as soon as everyone enters the fort. Perna glanced into the base and loudly called the captain, saying that this was their chance. She quickly entered the small room. Pessar looked uncertainly at his friend and asked if they would really tear everyone apart. Harpy calmly replied that Mr. Koski had previously reported. He had already planted charges all over the port. Torch also peeked into the room and said that almost all enemy forces had already entered inside. Perna replied that she understood and then ordered the others to prepare for the explosion. Immediately after this, she placed her paw on the detonator lever and pulled it toward herself. Pulling the lever slightly toward herself, she suddenly put all her strength into the device and buried herself in it, shouting that it would blow up in her hands. The next moment, a bright flash curtain flared up in the sky, blinding everyone around. Sylphie and Kyusuk stood from afar and watched the explosion. It was visible even from the other side of this endless desert expanse. Kyusuk sighed and said he did not expect the shockwave to spread so far. He realized Perna and her people had detonated the dynamite. Sophie noticed that the explosive force was so great it could be seen even from there. Suddenly, the boys heard someone calling the princess and Kosk. They approached a little closer to the edge of the hill and looked down. There were several boys standing there. They shouted loudly that vibrations and flashes were visible on the horizon. The boys were confused and very eager to know what it was. Sylphie pulled out the ladder, quickly climbed down, and said that their temporary front line had been blown up. The girl with horns said she understood, then asked the princess if they needed to prepare for the next attack. Sylphie strictly said that there is no need for this, because they will leave for their hideout number 3 before dawn as planned, and then return to the front line. She also added that any changes in plans will depend on the report of Perna and others. Kyusuk went down the stairs and looked around at everyone. Sophie put her hands on her hips and sharply said there was a problem. They needed more fighters. Leonard thought and said that judging by the scale of the explosion they saw from there, one can be absolutely sure everyone who was there is now dead. The girl smiled and replied, "That's how it is real war." Kosk looked at everyone from the stairs and thought, since everyone is dead, so many deaths might give him some advantage. He quickly jumped down the stairs because he thought they wouldn't disperse until dawn, so everyone needed to get some sleep now. He stepped onto the ground, opened the window, and thought that maybe he would finally get something. At that time, Sophie was talking with others, and Kyusuk thought that maybe he would have some merit for them. Suddenly, he gasped sharply, noticing that he got his favorite bonus. To get it, you need to be supported by more than 20 participants of the opposite sex. The favorite bonus increases inflicted damage by as much as 10. Seeing this, Kyusuk grabbed the window and shouted loudly that these comments annoy him terribly, and he doesn't understand what else it could mean if it doesn't get worse. He exclaimed that this is no longer funny and it's time to stop leaving everything as it is. Sylphie was very scared by such a fierce reaction behind her back. Kasuk took a deep breath, running through the thought in his head, who is even interested in these stupid comments. After recovering a bit, he continued scrolling further looking for bonuses for so many kills. Suddenly his gaze fell on several newly unlocked bonuses. This surprised him greatly. He had already received bonuses for his first kill, and now he had statuses Assassin, Killer, Hero, Bringer of Explosions, Lord of Explosions. His face froze as soon as he read all this. Sylphie noticed and asked the boy what was wrong with him, why such a face, and if he was really okay. The boy awkwardly laughed and said everything was fine, he just saw something incredible. Then he said that apparently this explosion just killed 3,000 people. Sylphie was surprised and asked if it was true and how he knew that. The boy sighed heavily and said that, in his opinion, she doesn't understand anything about achievements and levels. Sylphie looked at him with incomprehension and asked what that was. The boy looked away and said to Sylphie, "Listen carefully." He explained that these things are used in various games. They first appeared on consoles where they were called trophies or achievements, and you can get them by completing certain criteria and tasks. Also, when he gains experience, he levels up and gets points. They also correspond to skills. Listening to him, Sylphie became serious and tried to understand every word. He spent a lot of time just chewing over for others what it is and how it works down to the smallest details. When his long story came to an end, he took a deep breath and filled his lungs with air. He looked at his comrades. They all stared at him in complete astonishment. He closed his eyes and sighed heavily again, as if to say, it seems someone mysterious is watching his actions. He said that if he fulfills certain conditions, he will receive a kind of title and corresponding growth of some of his abilities. Sophie looked at him and asked if this means that Kasuk can acquire abilities through his actions. Kasuk sighed again and said that it was good they finally understood him. He said that by defeating enemies and demonic creatures, he accumulates valuable achievements. Only after that can he enhance his abilities. Sophie asked again if this means he improves his powers by sacrificing someone. Kasuk just smiled and said that it is normal to talk about it that way. Everyone around began to ask if he has a god he worships. They were curious about what kind of god it was and whether it could be a god of blacksmiths or food. Some thought it was a god of war or chaos. Kasuk smiled awkwardly, clearly panicking. He did not know that there was a god of chaos in this world, and now everyone around decided that he might worship him. Sophie quickly clapped her hands and said they needed to stop bothering Kasuk because everyone needed to rest. Others got angry. They still had a lot of questions for the boy. Eventually, the day ended, and the next day many people gathered at shelter number 3. Perna, Fakal, and Pesar arrived at shelter number 3. They were closely surrounded, greeted, and welcomed, thanking the girl for her help. They asked how the operation went and if everything was okay. The girls quickly descended to the ground, and Perna enthusiastically began to tell that the demolition of the temporary fortress was extremely successful and that it was incredibly powerful. The other huntresses stood behind and nodded in agreement. That day, a mighty and devastating explosion shook the temporary fort. The harpies lurking in the shelter were very impressed by what they saw. Pesar could not contain her admiration, and Torch asked Perna what they should do next. Enemy soldiers tried to avoid this, but it was all in vain. Perna looked back and told the rest that, as planned, they would slip into reconnaissance under the cover of darkness. She ordered the others to try not to be seen. Torch agreed and almost immediately rushed to the exit from the shelter. She waved her hands and in a moment was in the air above the burning fort. Clenching her face from tension, Torch said that the temporary fortress was completely destroyed. After a brief observation, she added, it seemed that less than 20 of the soldiers remained standing. Listening to the report, the guys silently absorbed every word Perna said. And after that, the girl explained, the rest of the army was completely destroyed after midnight. Hearing this, the guys were a little confused. That same night, the surviving soldiers screamed in fear, tightly holding their weapons. One of the soldiers who survived the terrifying explosion lay on the ground and sobbed bitterly, twitching his sword, while a huge insect-like monster roared, not taking its eyes off the doomed man. The boy with the sword in his hands froze in shock and looked at his hand. It was pierced through by a quick attack. Glancing past the hand, the monster lunged at the boy's body. He screamed loudly in pain and shock. The monster sank its teeth into the soldier's torso. On the battlefield, there were many corpses of killed soldiers, and among them walked huge monsters, finishing off those who were still alive. Leonard said with pleasure that the boy handled them well, and he did not expect Kosk to be so strong. The boy responded with an awkward smile and said he himself did not know that either. 3 harpies flew up to the boys in the camp and reported that the number of survivors was less than 100, after which they retreated. Sophie thanked the girls for their work. The guys discussed. The enemy's advance did not yet look threatening. They said that the kingdom's army needed some time to regroup and they would think about the next steps. Some time passed, and it had already become dark outside. Kasuke told about the successful blowing up of the temporary fort. He reported that the kingdom's army had almost destroyed the troops that were pursuing them. The man on the radio asked the boy if he was sure about this. Kasuke and Sylphie sat together on the sofa in a small room. The boy replied that Perna and the other harpies had informed him about it, so it could be said that this was first-class information. The voice from the radio responded that he understood. Ira, who was sitting on the other side of the radio and talking to the boys, asked Kasuke if he was okay. Koski said he did not understand, and the girl replied, "He killed so many people that means he is going through a very difficult time right now." Kasuke smiled and told the girl that everything was fine. He replied that the reason might be that he had not seen it. Ara told him that she understood. At that moment, Sylphie was sitting nearby and listening to their conversation. Ira, smiling, said that she would take care of the boy when he returned. She wished him a safe journey. Kasuke was confused by such words and did not know what to answer, then said that if anything happened, he was in touch. Sylphie, who was listening to the conversation, was extremely dissatisfied. She looked at the boy with irritation. Kasuke awkwardly smiled at Sylphie and pondered that look from the girl. He did not want her to look at him like that. Sophie moved to the other end of the sofa and said with displeasure that this boy probably really wanted Ira to please him from the very beginning, as soon as she arrived. Kasuke scratched the back of his head and looked away, agreeing with the words, "Yes, so what?" And the girl looked at him with dissatisfaction. Kasuke imagined how Ara stroked his head while he lay on her lap. From this thought, he blushed a little. The man with the red face and a smile turned to Sylphie and asked if that was bad. The girl replied that it was so-so. Slightly irritated and embarrassed, she asked Kasuke if he wanted her to satisfy him right now because she could. After this proposal, the boy immediately exclaimed in response that, of course, he did not mind. He quickly rushed to the girl, and she was completely taken aback with surprise. In a moment, the boy was already sitting on her lap. He lay there and sighed contentedly while Sophie was in complete confusion. The girl looked down at the boy on her lap and said how foolish he was. At that moment, Kasuke was lying on Sophie's lap calmly and contentedly smiling. He said he had always loved lying on a mother's lap. Sylphie blushed and looked at Kasuke with concern. She told him he was right. It did not sound so scary after all. Late at night outside, the boy was telling the girl that next time he would do something for her. The night passed and a new day came. It was still early outside, so the boys slowly gathered outdoors. Leonard folded his arms on his chest and asked Kasuke to behave more restrainedly. The man said that Her Highness's body should not be overloaded. The man responded to Leonardo awkwardly with words that it supposedly was not a burden for the girl's body. Kuski awkwardly looked away and said that it was more of a mental action. Leonardo asked the boy in shock what he had done to the girl then. During their conversation, it was already light outside. The sun had risen and was high in the sky. Leonard asked Kasuke why the princess does not leave her chambers. At the same time, Sylphie was in the room. She hid her head under the blanket and was barely trembling. The girl quietly uttered a curse. She repeated it again and again until her face became completely red. She was extremely embarrassed. Kasuke awkwardly turned and scratched the back of his head, mumbling an apology. He said he could not tell this man about it. The boy himself believed that Sylphie's honor had been touched here. Leonard could only barely grimace and narrow his eyes, listening to the boy's explanation before him. Kasuke Shibata was sweating from the uncomfortable pressure. He thought about how the girls were looking at him. Girls stood before Kasuke, watching him attentively. The boy tried to smile through an awkward grimace. He thought he just needed to rest after all this crowd, but suddenly Sylphie got carried away again. Kasuke remembered the previous night how the girl lay on his lap. He stroked her head, saying she was a good girl. Sylphie happily agreed, and the boy asked what she would say about that. He wondered if the girl liked it. Sylphie asked the boy to stroke her a little more and smiled contentedly. While Kasuke told the girl how spoiled she was, she kicked a pillow on the bed with her feet. Kasuke smiled broadly and, closing his eyes, spoke the words the girl might have asked from him better. The girl turned onto her back and looked at the boy, blushing deeply. She shyly said that Sophie would cry if the boy did not stroke her, so he needed to stroke her as soon as possible. Kasuke stood up together with the girl and began stroking her head. From this she smiled contentedly. She said that Sylphie was simply wonderful. Kasuke replied that he was glad. The man stopped remembering the previous night and thought he would not be able to tell them how much fun they had then. At that moment, Sophie began descending the stairs to the boys. Another girl called her and helped her go down. Sylphie with a gloomy face descended to the ground, while the other girls surrounded her and insisted that they were very concerned about her height. The girl with ears approached the girl and stood beside her, asking how Sylphie was doing. And Kasuke and Leonard watched everything from the side. Leonard relaxed and thought that it was good that the girl was okay. Koski pressed his hand to his face and said the same words. They would gather to dismantle the temporary shelter. After this conversation, Koski went upstairs and began dismantling the building. While the boy was doing repairs, he noticed something and to look closer, sharply turned around. Kasuke saw Sylphia on the ground below. Other girls stood around her and looked at her with anxiety. He had no idea if they were questioning her. After that, the girls rushed to the boy who was placing blocks with an axe crowbar in his hands. They turned to Kasuke and apologized for making him wait. The boy said that it seemed the secret negotiations were over. The girls with carefree joy on their faces returned to the boy and said that Kasuke was not to blame for what happened. At that moment, Sylphie stood in the middle, her face burning with embarrassment. Sylphia was completely stunned by what was happening, and her face was burning. The girls nearby continued chatting about how Kasuke was not guilty and was still on the side of truth. At some point, Sylphie began to shake wildly. She tried to say something that would attract the attention of others. The girls Kasuke and Leonard looked at Sylphie, who shouted words for them to stop. At that moment, the girl with a loud, angry scream turned her weapon and struck it directly at the boys in front of her. The garbai quickly scattered in all directions from the sudden change in mood. Kosk stretched out his hand forward and addressed the girl, asking her to calm down. Sylphie blushed even more and tears sparkled in her eyes. She was short of breath, and stammering, she exclaimed words about how everyone has their own whims. The girl was engulfed in complete rage, and Kasuke shouted that she was furious. He sharply turned around and ran away. Leonard also froze in shock, looking at the girl, and next to him they were shouting that they needed to run. All the boys quickly scattered away from the angry girl. They asked Kasuke to do something. The boy shouted in response that he was not capable of that right now. He ordered everyone to run to the nearest shelter. Eventually, Sophie caught up with them until sunset, and then they were able to meet others. After some time, the boys returned to the city. They entered the building where Koski was met and greeted upon his return. The boy greeted them in response and said that he had already returned. Kasuke entered together with Kyubei. The boy waved his hand and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Kyubei only apologized for disturbing him. He silently looked at this boy and smiled, while the girls nearby already began calling Kasuke by name and telling him how happy they were to see him. The girl asked the boy how long ago he had returned. Kasuke replied that he had returned recently. They asked if Your Highness was with them. Kasuke said that Sophie and the others were currently in a meeting and the demining team was still in the square. While the conversation continued, one of the girls went to make them tea. Koski looked at the girls and asked what had happened and where Sykes was. After his question, the girls began to awkwardly avert their gaze. The girls began whispering to Koski that Sykes had gone a little crazy. At that moment, he was lying on the bed in the room. Sykes was lying unconscious. His hands were chained to the bed. The man nearby said that he had already prescribed him some medicine to make sure he was okay. Kasuke folded his hands together and thanked the man. Kyubei said something about how the girls were not very merciful to him. After some time, the tea was ready. The boy said that he was not sure. Using the communication device would not be as simple as it seemed. He realized that to transmit the signal, he needed magical energy. The boys listened to Kosk. He said that the problem was that he could not use it without magical power. Enro replied that he was an exception to the rule. Kosk agreed and added, they had to be ready for the fact that in any case they would not be able to power the device with magical energy. One girl said that, in her opinion, it would not be difficult. Another said that they would just free up some space inside. The third thought that it was enough to just redesign the circuits. And the fourth suggested putting stones into this freed space to store magic. Tzibai asked the girls how they could do everything so easily even without drawings. The girl replied that they had almost everything already prepared. They did not have any drawings. Koski looked at them and said something like it was just an unnecessary headache, because it would have to be registered and duplicated. Kyubei fell silent after these words because he thought, next to them he would look like a fool. Kasuke suddenly asked the girls what they were doing, and they replied that they would now tell him. After that, everyone went outside, and one of the girls showed the boy magic wave repeaters. She began to explain to this boy that these were different devices that worked on the power of magic, such as, for example, magical weapons, magical swords, magical spheres, the endpoints of magical power. Kosk replied that he understood what magic wave repeaters and golem power were, but he had not heard about the rest. The girl showed him the weapon and said that it was a prototype of magical weapons. It was created based on a rifle. The girl continued the story. She said that actually due to strength problems there was a front-loading cartridge. Another girl added, the firing mechanism was a combination of fire and wind magic. Now the girls were testing different variants of such combinations. After the girl's story, the boy raised the magical weapon and tried to aim. He said he was impressed by how the girls developed their own magical weapon. Kyuubi agreed with the boy, and the girl nodded contentedly. Kasuke returned to Ira and asked what kind of magical sword saber and magical spear saber these were. The mistake replied that a magic sword is a sword with magical effects on the blade, and the sphere is intended for extracting magical crystals. She told the boy that she was working on both at the home base. The boy smiled and replied that he hoped to see these events at the advanced fortress. Kasuke thought it would be interesting to learn about the achievement reward the laser blacksmith. The girl looked at Kasuke and asked if he had any new projects and developments. He replied that he did. Kasuke replied to the girl that he plans to cook miso soup and prepare soy sauce. He also added that they already have supplies of ammunition and other life-saving items, so now he is focused on developing new products. After his words, an awkward silence hung. No one understood a single word. The girl asked about miso soup and soy sauce. Cube added that he couldn't even imagine what it was. Kasuke explained that he was simply trying to prepare something new. The idea suddenly sparked as soon as he remembered the menu. He sent something about not being sure if he had all the ingredients, but still did not see either miso soup or soy sauce on the menu. After that, the boys went to the kitchen vats. The girls were surprised by the large volume. The boy replied that he didn't think they were that big either. They asked him what he was cooking now, miso soup or soy sauce. A paper box appeared in Kasuke's hands, and he replied that they still could not make these two dishes, but there were two others. The boys began pouring liquid into the glasses, and the girls watched his actions attentively. They asked what it was. Kasuke replied that it was soy flour and soy milk. He said it was powder from soybeans, both solid and liquid forms. Both were very nutritious. The girl looked at the bowl and said that soy flour could be used for many different things, and soy milk, although a bit greenish, was very healthy. Her words sounded too appetizing. Kasuke frowned and could not understand why he could not make what he wanted. He guessed that the work table was incompatible with these dishes, or maybe something was missing. The man thought that first the beans needed to be boiled or steamed, then fermented and aged in barrels. After these thoughts, the boy suddenly had a flash of an idea. He said that maybe the barrel would serve as a work table. He suddenly exclaimed that this was it. He said he needed 10 more pieces of wood and he would handle everything. The man smiled and told the confused girls that today they might have 2 more dishes. After some time, 2 fermentation barrels lay on the floor. The man finally managed to create them. The man said that both were universal seasonings, and that this was how they were made in the world he came from. The girls began to taste and inhale the smell of the new product. Kasuke added 200 grams of beans to a 20-kilogram barrel. He was sure. The law of conservation of mass clearly did not work here. Suddenly, Ira approached the boy. The girl asked the boy how he did it. Kasuke replied that both were made like this. Soybeans were steamed, mashed into a paste, koji and salt were added and then fermented. Another girl asked about fermentation. She said it was similar to brewing. Supposedly, you can make a strong Japanese drink from it. The boy pondered after these words. A list of products appeared on the screen. Rice and various strong drinks of different fermentation types. Kasuke turned to the girl standing nearby, smiled, and said that it seemed everything was working. The girls were impressed. This boy really managed it. The girls began urging Kasuke. He told them to wait because he wanted to cook a lot of miso soup and soy sauce now. Meanwhile, the ladies discussed the strong Japanese drink from Kasuke's world. The boy said that if more brewing vats were placed, there wouldn't be enough space in the workshop to work. One of the girls looked at Kasuke and suggested he use the edge of the central square. The boy was overwhelmed by this. After the girl's unexpected proposal, Kasuke suddenly looked away and plunged into deep thought. He returned to the girls with a broad smile and said he agreed. The girls shouted joyfully. By this time, the sun was slowly setting beyond the horizon. Many people gathered in the square. The girl announced that she had brought grapes and barley. She was thanked for this. Kasuke said that they could continue. He looked at the food menu in front of him and pressed one of the buttons. Later, the boy exhaled loudly and said that it was finished. The girl behind him asked how much time was needed to prepare. The boy answered her with a smile that it took about 8 minutes. Ara, who stood next to Kasuke, frowned and became gloomy after the boy's words. She considered it absurd. After some time, Kasuke lifted the barrel, placed it on the table, and said that everything was ready. The girls gathered around him and began to watch closely as the boy opened the tap on the barrel. Kasuke laid the barrel on its side and unscrewed the small tap. The liquid flowed directly from it straight into the glass. The man, holding a glass with the drink, turned to the girls and said that there were too many people in this place. Everyone gathered shouted the name of the drink. Kasuki said this with a big smile that he would bring everyone a mug. He asked for a minute. It seemed to him that this was just a sample of what had already come out. In the large hall, many barrels with drinks stood in a row, and people were crowding nearby. The man began pouring the drink into mugs, and passed them to the guests one by one. They took the treat with smiles. Koski looked at the girl next to him and, smiling, said that it was good when everyone got everything they needed. When all the guests received a mug of the drink, they joyfully shouted and clinked their mugs together with a clatter. Kosk began actively drinking the new drink. He drank it to the bottom and said it was a wonderful drink. The girl next to him exclaimed that it was very tasty. Ira said that its taste was unusual. While the guests were having fun and drinking the drink prepared by Koski, someone began sneaking up from the side. Sophie and Leonard returned, froze, and silently stunned, watched what was happening. The girl asked what all the noise was about. One of the guests approached Her Highness and said that Koski was handing out the new drink to the guests. Sophie and Leonard looked confusedly at this answer. They asked again about that boy. After that, the girl went and brought a mug with a drink. She greedily began to drink and her cheeks blushed a little. Sophie finished her drink and sighed happily. Leonard stood next to her also drinking his drink. After that, the girl looked at Kosk with a smile and said that she had never drunk anything like this. But this drink is very tasty. Leonard licked his lips and agreed, saying that Koska's drink is wonderful. He added that cheap drinks from local taverns nearby are like horse manure. Leonard continued to drink his drink, and Koska, very confused by this answer, was turning over in his head what he said, as if he had cut off in mid-sentence. The girls approached them and asked Her Highness and Mr. Leonard if they had decided to try that drink too. Leonard answered affirmatively, smiling broadly, and said that Kasuki had prepared a wonderful drink for all of them. He asked the girls to join them. Sylphie smiled and nodded, saying to call everyone and they would drink together. The girl thought that they would use everything they had. Kyusuk, leaning on the barrels, asked the girl if she was sure about her proposal. Later, even more people gathered in the square. They started drinking that drink. They began shouting wishes of glory and health for the princess. Some of the guests grabbed whole barrels and began drinking from them. A man wiped his mouth and said he hadn't drunk from a barrel in a long time. The girls also gladly drank the drink, holding mugs with faces flushed from the heat. They hadn't drunk it for a long time. And the boys were also joined by all the harpies. They gathered together and began to sing songs. The girl approached Hosky and called him by name. She asked if he wanted to drink with them. Sylphie stood in front of the boy with a red face and held a glass in her hands. She handed it to Kasuk and told him to drink it already. The boy decided that the girl was no longer able to think clearly. He awkwardly refused, muttering that he had to watch to make sure everyone got a drink. Suddenly someone else squeezed in among the boys. It was Ira. She sat next to the barrels. She began repeating words about even fermentation while another girl stirred the drink. Koski was shocked by the girl's behavior. Ira looked at the boy and said that such even fermentation cannot be the same in all barrels. She repeated, "No, it definitely cannot." Koski replied to the girl that the accuracy of fermentation can only be determined by observing its process. Koski looked around at the boys. They were having fun, while two girls sat behind and watched the fermentation in the barrels and drank. The boy thought that they had completely lost control, and he was glad that he did not like to drink. He believed that he was threatened with forced drinking up to death, so it was not worth boasting. Suddenly someone shouted a question about what was happening. Dayan appeared in front of the boy and called out to him. He greeted back again. Dayanin asked the boy what kind of feast this was. There were plenty of barrels and mugs standing nearby. Not far from them stood Her Highness surrounded by other girls. They laughed, had fun while drinking. Dayanin was in shock, staring at what was happening before him, and was silent. Suddenly someone called his name. Koska closed his eyes tightly, barely smiled, handed the man a mug with a drink, ordering him to drink it. The boy thought the girl would be angry at Dano for breaking discipline, but she was already too relaxed, so everything was fine. Danon took the mug with the drink that the boy gave him and looked at it carefully. After that, he started drinking that beverage. He finished it and returned the mug. He asked for another one. Kosk smiled and handed Donan a new mug with a drink, ordering him to take it. Koski lay beside the man and thought about how to postpone all his work until tomorrow, but it was already deep night outside. After some time, the sun rose over the city and the next day came. In the large room lay a considerable number of people who were sleeping. Some were covered and others were simply lying down. Meanwhile, in another room, someone was sleeping on the bed. In the same room was Koske was looking at something. On the bed in the room slept Her Highness Sylphie, covered with a light blanket. Kasuk, who was standing behind the screen near the bed, said words that implied the work was already done. The boy took a small sword in his hand, and smiling, said how wonderful it is to have a weapon made especially for him. He carefully examined the weapon and said it was a good blade. A good blade of mithril, and Kyusuk decided to name it. The next moment the boy felt nauseous, he suddenly shuddered and screamed in fear. A girl was standing in front of him. Kasuk said that the girl's appearance was so unexpected. Ira looked at the boy and, taking off her hood, said that she came to talk to her highness. Kasuk and Ara turned to look at Sylphie. The boy said that the girl was quite drunk, so she is still sleeping. Suddenly Ira began to say something. While she was speaking, she grabbed his hand and pulled him along, ordering him to go. Kasuk looked puzzled at the girl who was pulling the boy somewhere. She looked at him and asked what happened. A few moments later Kasuk was lying there with a confused expression on his face. He asked what all this meant. The boy was lying on Ara's legs and she told him, when she returns she will spoil him. Kasuk replied that he understood, then asked how the girl was feeling. The girl blushed slightly and replied that everything was fine, she was just a little shy. However, she was very pleased to see Kasuk's face. While the girl stroked the boy's head, he replied that he had no doubt that was exactly the case. He lay with his eyes closed, completely relaxed. The boy thought that he liked this feeling when such a gentle, sweet baby spoils him. He thought that this was exactly what people feel in such cases. Suddenly Sylphie ran out to the boys, throwing a blanket over the body. She said words about the girl being here. Sylphie, wrapped only in a blanket, looked at the boys and said that the boy looked tense, then asked what happened. Kasuk awkwardly smiled and tried to brush it off, saying that nothing happened, while Ara looked at the girl. After the words of that boy, Sylphie looked intently at Kasuk. He smiled awkwardly and immediately broke out in sweat. After that, Sylphie approached, sat on the sofa opposite the boys and barely nudged the space next to her. The boy could not understand what kind of scene this was. The boys moved closer to her height on the small sofa. The boy thought about how the air was thickening while Sylphie calmly drank her drink. Koski felt extremely uncomfortable. Inside, he could no longer hold back a scream. He begged Sykes to help. This boy simply did not know what to do in such a situation. At that moment, Sophie spoke. She said that it seemed time to talk about it. The boy looked at the girl in confusion and asked if he could find out the topic of the conversation. Ara calmly closed her eye and spoke the words that needed to be said, how they would divide Kasu. The young man looked in shock at the calm girl next to him and asked what the word divide meant. Kasuk was stunned. He thought the girls would tear him in half. Sylphie confirmed these words and said she would take the left half. Ara added that then she would take the right. Kasuk looked at Sylphie fearfully and asked if by any chance they were not joking. Sylphie replied, of course, they were joking, and asked if he really thought they would start fighting. Ara added that yesterday she saw Her Majesty resolving the issue. Sylphie looked at the boys and said, while the sun shines, Kasuk has Ara, and as soon as it rises, Sylphie gets priority. She asked Ara if she agreed. The girl grimaced in annoyance and replied that it was unfair because she also wanted to sleep with Kasuk. 3 of them were sitting on the sofa. The girl suggested doing it in turns, that is, switching days. Ira agreed. Sophie turned to Kyusuk and asked if he had any objections. Ara added that their opinion was important to them. At that moment, the boy glanced at one girl, then the other, confused. After their question, he hesitated a little. Kasuk answered with an awkward expression. It was better for them to get along like sisters. Sylphie looked at Ira and said that then she would ask the girl to stop calling Sylphie Her Highness. Ira shyly agreed. Sophie then began to pull the blanket off herself, muttering that she felt a little uncomfortable. She asked Ara if she felt the same, and Ara replied that she did. After that, Ara added that everything was fine and addressed Sophie by name. The princess got up from the sofa, placed her hands on Kasuk's shoulders, and said that she had always dreamed of a younger sister. She assured him it had come true, but in a way she could not even imagine. Under such pressure, Kasuk uttered words that the girl needed to wait a little. At that very moment, Ara also took off her jacket. Iris stood up to take off her pants. The man asked if they were rushing too much. He also inquired when to meet that afternoon. The girl replied that sooner or later this relationship would have to start. Apis stood next to Sylphie holding a small container. She said she had prepared and had a few pills. The boy exclaimed, asking what they were for. The girls approached the boy. Sylphie said she would show the girl his weaknesses, and the boy shouted that they could not be shown. Ira told Sylphie that she was listening carefully, and the boy shouted that she should not listen. The girls told Kasuk, be quiet and just enjoy it. The boy shouted at the girls to wait. He begged them to spare him. Later, they reached the command of the advanced fleet. People were already gathering there. The doors to the large conference hall opened, and Sylphie entered. Someone in the hall was talking about how the situation was developing. Kasuk entered the negotiation room with Ara in his arms. The girl said that today had been a hard day, so she could not even stand on her feet. Kasuk added that this was exactly why he was carrying her. The man apologized to Danon for not seeing him since yesterday. Danon said it was all right and ordered them to take their seats. Danon stood before the large table, cleared his throat and began to speak. He said that since they were all here, he would like to propose changes to their main plans for the day. Everyone present was shocked by this proposal. They could not understand what it meant to change the plans. Leonard asked what exactly Danon meant when he was changing the basic plans. The man calmly closed his eyes and responded with words about what he was proposing. Danon seriously asked what they thought about replacing their peace plan with an aggressive attack and the capture of the border fortresses of the region. The man firmly looked at the gathered crowd in response. His words made them fall silent, and everyone just stared at him. Gathered for the meeting, the guys said that according to the plan, Kasuk's sacred royal army had taken a heavy blow. In their opinion, the military forces in the fort standing in the Great Desert Forge were exhausted. Most likely, the situation there was such that it was impossible to obtain any information. Danon stood over the map and pointed to specific areas with his finger. He said that because of what he had already said earlier, it would now be impossible for them to retake the fort. The man was completely focused on what he was declaring. At that time, the guys sat nearby and carefully caught every word of the man. Everyone was focused and a little tense at that very moment. Suddenly, Kosk thought deeply. Their original plan was to hide in the fort and conserve strength, help various nearby villages, and increase the number of workers. The boy put his hand on his chin and thought intensely. He glanced at the other participants of the meeting, less well-dressed, and thought that the reason was a lack of strength to keep under control the territory seized from the enemy. However, they could not deny that they had handled a much larger number than they had previously expected. Compared to 300, it was now 4 times more. Suddenly, someone broke the heavy silence by asking how many of them could be mobilized. It was Sylphie, hands clasped together and a stern expression on her face, and she was looking at Danon, waiting for an answer. The man quietly said, "If you look at this right now, it will be about 200, but if you give it at least another week, you can add another 200 to this." He said that, judging by the data, out of 6,500 who were in 3 quarters, 5,500 left, so about 1,000 remained there. He also said that in one fort there are about 400. Sophie thought and asked if it was not so. The man said he did not believe that those who remained there could be defeated as easily as the others were dealt with before. He said he assumes Kasuk's weapons will help them, especially the bombs, as they could quickly defeat many enemies. Sylphie interrupted Danon and loudly grabbed him. "Is the plan that Kasuk goes ahead of the army?" She asked if that was exactly so. And then the girl got angry because she hadn't even had time to hear yet. Danon began to get nervous. He glanced at Sylphie and quietly said that it was Trush was right. The girl clenched her fists tightly and a terrifying aura rose around her. Sophie asked if Danon thinks she will let Kasuk take the initiative. The room fell silent, and the boys could not help but notice how much pressure was on all of them. Kasuk glanced at Sylphie with a crooked smile as if everything was obvious and clear that she was worried about him. But what really annoyed him was something else. She was ready to just take and smash them all right now. Danon closed his eyes and said he did not believe Sophie would allow it so easily. He was silent for a moment, then loudly exclaimed that despite her wishes, in war it is a necessity. Sylphie fell silent. The girl looked at Danon with a dissatisfied face, realized she had nothing to reply to his words. After a minute of complete silence, Leonard said they agreed. Sylphie immediately looked at the Lord with displeasure, and he closed his eyes in response and pretended not to notice the look. Kosk silently thought, Danon and Leonard really know how to react so calmly to Sylvia's anger. He took a deep breath, trying to release the tension hanging over the whole situation. Leonard firmly stated, "Without this, they will not be able to turn the course of events in their favor, and if they want victory, they will have to use explosive devices until the enemy takes countermeasures." After his words, the room again fell into oppressive silence. With displeasure in her voice, Sophie said she understood. She would have to come to terms with this state of affairs. Noticing that Sophie had calmed down, Kasuk exhaled deeply. It was a bit safer that way. Sophie turned to Ara and asked what she thought about it. Ara pondered, then said that such resistance would be difficult to implement. She said that if high-level defensive magic is used, it could turn the tide of events, but she does not believe that the Holy Royal Army is capable of such magic. And she also added that issuing magical weapons to absolutely everyone is simply unrealistic. Ara calmly said that it would be better for her not to defend but on the contrary to attack in response. And if air magic is used, then everything becomes possible. The harpies listening to Ara froze in surprise and turned pale at her words. Sylphie listened carefully to the girl. When Ira finished, Sylphie asked how much time exactly was needed for the countermeasure. Ira calmly replied that creating new magic would take quite a lot of time, at least a year. The guys asked about the crossbow because it can also be used. Ira said that it can be defended against with magic, but not with a rifle with a longitudinally moving bolt, but the thief cannot defend against this. After that, the room fell silent again. Everyone silently turned their gazes to Ira and Sylphie, waiting for their next words or actions. After a minute of silence, Sylphie said that they had a chance to resist, that they could do nothing about it, but she had other words as well. She said firmly, if Kasuk steps forward, she will go with him and no from her would be accepted. When the girl said this, she was absolutely serious. Dignan was truly shocked by what the princess said. He froze, staring at her after those words. Sylphie looked at Kasuk and smiled as if their meanings, so to speak, coincided. She also said, if one of them dies, everything will not go further. Kasuk silently looked at the girl and listened to her words. After that, Sylphie walked a little forward, leaving Kasuk behind. The girl said that covering each other's backs is naturally safer. Then she asked what Kasuk himself thought about it. She sat on a chair and smirked self-satisfiedly, asking if they seriously thought she could be killed so easily. The girl looked slyly at them and asked Danon at what exact moment in his eyes she became just a weak princess. Having said this, the man bowed low and apologized to Sylphie for causing such a misunderstanding. All eyes in the room then fixed on him. At the end of this meeting, the guys decided that it was time to make a more detailed decision, and they decided to go on the offensive. After the meeting, they reported to the headquarters. Zamiel and 300 students who had undergone crossbow training set out from the headquarters the next morning. And while these 4 days passed, the guys had to prepare food and clothes. Then came the deep night of the new day. Near the entrance to the building, they said goodbye, saying they would meet tomorrow. Everyone wished each other good night. Sighing loudly, Kasuk opened the door to the room and said that tomorrow he would have to dig all day. He noticed many girls in the room. Pornoya no Pirna greeted Kask with a smile. Many other twos greeted him the same wayglet that their master had returned. Eros smiled quietly and confirmed their words. Kask was confused and asked what was going on. Kasuk entered the room, and Sylphie, who was sitting at the head of the table, spoke the words that the boy was supposed to say when he arrived. Kasuk apologized to the girl. He took off his outerwear, announcing that he had already arrived. The boy nearby asked what was happening, while the girl next to him talked about taking his clothes away. Sylphie calmly replied to the boy that she wants to establish a relationship with him first before they go to the battlefield. Kasuk blushed a little and told the girl that it was very sincere. Sylphie closed her eyes and smiled, saying that it is unknown when they will die. These words of the girl greatly surprised Kasuk. He barely squinted, frowned, and looked at her. The girls next to them began to speak with smiles. They said that people did not like them anyway. And they added that if they were taken prisoner, it would be better to kill them immediately. After these words, Kask decided that this was a real battle one where there would be killings. The boy called Sylphie by name. The girl raised her head and said she didn't care how Manitwo 345. Kasuk told the girl that he did not see the difference, and Sophie frowned a little, calling the boy boring. After that, Kasuk tried to say something else. He approached the girl and asked if they had managed to do anything while he was asleep. He clarified that he meant the moment he went to rescue the mine residents. The girl closed her eyes and answered affirmatively. Sylphie looked away and blushed a little. She said it was because everyone was just curious. The girl said that the boy was sleeping so deeply that they tried everything. Koski, stunned, asked what they had done to him. The girl replied that she had simply become educational material for some time. Kosk exclaimed and asked what exactly material she was talking about. At that moment, Era announced that dinner was ready. Sylphie suggested they go eat, and the boy shouted that she shouldn't change the subject. The girl simply told him to sit down too. After that, the man approached the table with annoyance and asked what it was. The girl said it was their legendary dish and it was very healthy. Koski scooped food with a spoon and said that the eggs were like porridge, but he would try them anyway. One of the girls asked him how the food was. Koski replied that it was sweeter than corn soup but not so sweet that it was sweet. He said it was very tasty, and the girl next to him explained happily. They were pleased that the food suited their taste. One of the girls, with a joyful smile, said that they did not wear it in vain. Kasuk, stunned, asked her again, what does she mean? He could not believe that they carry eggs. Sylphie laughed and said that they are pyron eggs, and this shocked the boy at the table. Kasuk frowned, and the girls nearby immediately started talking about how there was nothing, and that they needed to use them. They added that of course they do not eat eggs or chickens. The man awkwardly nodded in response. As it turned out, he spent the night with all of them. And the next day, many people gathered in the square. Support came from the headquarters. Sophie asked Melty why she ended up in this place because she was not told that she would be here. The girl replied that there were 10 others working with her. She assumed they would be needed in the battle. Nulty suddenly noticed that the boys were getting along with each other. At that very moment, the girls standing next to Kasuk began to run away, so only Sophie and Ira remained. The girl looked at them and smiled, asking if they could take her with them. Sylphie answered this question sternly that it was impossible. Kasuk awkwardly wondered if the girl was too categorical towards Melty. The same girl unpleasantly called Sylphie mean. After that, she spread her arms wide and smiled, saying that she wanted to get along with Kasuk. She added, "If something happens, Mommy will calm him down." After the girl's words, Kasuk happily waved his hands and called Melty Mommy. Sylphie and Ira, who stood nearby, were shocked by such a reaction. The girls quickly started hitting the boy with fierce blows, shouting for him not to interfere, and showered him with curses using various words. After that, Sylphie said that they had no time to play. She declared that they would prepare for the next day, and leaving the fight behind, they set off. The boys in the square grabbed Koski and said they wanted him to stay with them. They asked him not to go. Someone wished him luck. Koski struggled, muttering that at this pace the boys would be late. The soldiers lined up in front of the city. Their plan was to build a new fortress farther than ever before. Next to Sylphie, there was always a crowd of people who never left for a single day. She said that this was a terrible ability against the enemy, and Kasuk agreed. They decided to attack the easternmost fortress and besiege it early in the morning to cut off communication. It was deep night outside. Someone said he was reporting everything was ready in the northern part. Donan replied that all soldiers were in their places and waiting for orders. The man said that not everyone was in the southern part yet, but they would start acting according to the plan in Danu. Sophie, who was standing next to Kyusuk, ordered QB to stop. The boy ran and said he was reporting. QB reported that all forces were in place. Sylphie thanked him for the message and asked if he had heard that they were also ready. The radio station replied that the information was received and added wishes for success. Koski looked at the girl with a smile. The guys were ready. They had discussed the plan more than once and everyone was maximally determined. In the north stood part of Danon, 100 regular soldiers, 50 crossbowmen, and the magical era unit of 10 people. In the south, 150 crossbowmen, 100 former adventurers, 15 predatory birds, and 5 musketeers. By this moment, everyone was already in their places. Sylphie turned to Kasuk and said the plan would be successfully executed. She asked if he was okay, and he replied that he was. He was amazingly calm, although he did not know when everything would start. The girl understood his answer. After some time, the first rays of the sun appeared in the sky. Dawn was breaking, so it was time to set off. Sylphie and her company set out. Everyone was ready for battle. The girl raised her sword and shouted that they would go where the crossbow bolts would reach. A large crowd of people gathered near the entrance to the great headquarters. They tightly covered themselves with wooden shields, and blades of long-range weapons stuck out from these small shelters. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the fortress walls were striking the enemies surrounding them with all their might. They also clanged their bells, calling for reinforcements. Sylphie stood before the entire army and drew a long sword, then briefly summarized and said that after 50 steps they must attack. She added that they would soon approach the enemy, so the army needed to be cautious. At that time, it was relatively quiet inside the fortress. In a large building standing right in the center, an important person was present. The man quickly exited the building, adjusting his military uniform. He asked what had happened and whether those beasts were running wild again. The warrior confirmed and said they were attacking right now. The warrior looked away and said that near the southern gates there were about 300 soldiers, but there were other details as well. The man put on his helmet and ordered the boy to lay out all the details for him. The warrior quickly and clearly agreed and began to carry out the order. The warrior said that the situation had changed a bit now, and the enemies were cautiously preparing to attack because they would start with spears. Hearing this, the man froze and his gaze darkened. He asked the warrior if he remembered what had happened 10 days ago. The warrior asked if the commander meant the same explosive that had gone off not long ago. The man confirmed his words. He said that maybe that was the 1,000 that remained. He added that the survivors said their enemies had blown up that fortress. He loudly shouted at the warrior to tell everyone not to relax because there could be elves among them. The boy quickly agreed and was about to head there, promising to immediately inform the army about everything. As soon as this was said, they ran just as quickly to the walls. At that moment, another fighter jumped up to the man and quickly reported the attack was coming from the north. He said that about 300 people were coming from there. Hearing this, the man and the warrior immediately froze. They had no idea about such information. The man sharply gave the order, immediately send experts to the east and west, not forgetting about the center of the fort. He said that this was one pair out of 2. The soldiers agreed and immediately rushed forward, trying to prepare for everything that would come next. Meanwhile, Kosk and a small group of people stood in the forest. The girl with ears smiled and said that hearing explosions meant everything was going according to plan. Kosk sighed and agreed. Everything was unfolding as they wanted. Gerda touched the ground, then waited a bit and said she felt no vibrations around. Kosk smiled and replied that it was wonderful. He thought that Gerda was just the same and that they had all read very well. After that, the boy returned to Perna and Torch, saying that now it was their turn. The harpy immediately nodded ready to carry out this order. He grabbed the neat devices with his legs. They reported that they were always ready, after which Koski ordered them to be as careful as possible. They fluttered their wings ready to take off. The next moment they soared into the sky, while all the others silently watched as several harpy figures disappeared into the sky. They all flew quite fast, preparing for the attack. When they got close enough to see something, they decided to check the target. The young harpy turned to Perna and reported that there was a commander near the middle of the garden. She explained this by the fact that he was wearing a red cassock and a golden helmet on his head. Perna smiled and praised Torch for finding the commander. After that, the predatory harpies changed course, and Perna loudly announced that they were changing their target to the barracks. Everyone accepted the order and followed her there. When they got close enough to attack, Perna gave the order, descend and attack. At the last moment, one of the warriors pointed a finger toward the harpies, and the commander only managed to turn his gaze there. He sharply raised his head, but it was already too late. They had already approached closely. A devastating explosion thundered right in the very heart of the fort, after which the griffins gained altitude again and flew further. Meanwhile, several warriors were in the forest. They sat on horses and pressed as hard as they could. They were eager to know, were these the same magical enemies who destroyed almost everything? They could only glance back briefly and sincerely not understand how it was even possible to do it like that. Suddenly, the horses stopped obeying the warriors. They got scared and started spinning in place until they fell right to the ground, while the warriors tried to understand what was happening. The horses fell to the ground with a rumble so hard it thudded, and the men themselves collapsed after them. The warriors quickly got up, touched their wounds, and groaned painfully, writhing. At that moment, someone skillfully sneaked up behind them and struck with a weapon. The girls quickly dealt with the warriors one by one with their bare hands until all were dead. After all the people were killed, the girls looked at each other and nodded. At that moment, harpies were flying over the fortress. Perna told the other girl that she trusted her with the southern gate. The harpy immediately agreed. A loud roar echoed through the forest. The boys looked back, and then the girl with ears said that it had just been the advance of the second section. At that moment, a voice came from their communication bag. It had established contact with them. Sophie quickly reported on the radio that enemy resistance had stopped, so the entrance was clear. After a brief message, she asked how things were with the others. Donnan replied that everything was the same and asked if they should proceed further. Sophie agreed and said that this would be the last strike. After it, they could enter. Dannon calmly replied that he accepted her words. At that moment, Gert quietly remarked, the result would be visible soon. The girl with ears smiled and agreed, while Kasuk silently stared at the reptile. At that moment, several predatory harpies were flying behind the boys and were already very close. A moment later, Perna landed on the ground and quickly reported that she had returned, and fortunately everything went well. Koski agreed with her and then thanked her for her work. A few more harpies landed, then loudly shouted that they had defeated all the enemies. They began crowding around Kasuk from all sides, begging the boy to praise their work. The boy smiled awkwardly, then praised the harpies for the victory. Suddenly, voices rustled again on the radio. Someone with interference asked Kosk if he was in place. After a short pause, the group of Irie responded from the other side. The girl informed the others that they had successfully met the princess. Upon hearing this, Kasuk and the rest smiled happily. The boy said he understood, then added that they would set off immediately. Explosions and sounds of war lasted quite long during the day, and eventually everything ended at noon of the same day. Kasuk, pale as a white sheet, sat on the ground and tried to hold back what was bursting from inside. But suddenly he could no longer, and from the exhaustion of his strength, he spat out the remains of his breakfast with a loud sound. The boys stood silently nearby. They understood him and his condition. Dane went inside and quietly said that this place would be hard for anyone not used to it. Sylphie agreed, then added that with normal weapons this would never have happened. Then she said that with magic one could be more careful. And just then Ira, who was standing nearby, interrupted the princess and declared that it was bombs that caused such a terrible sight. Ruined buildings and nearby fresh bodies of dead soldiers. The boys walked the area, gathering the remains of enemy troops into one large pit. They said it seemed to them there was confidence in Goa's expression. Kasuk held on too tightly. He leaned his hand against the wall while the remains of food still left in his stomach were being expelled. It seemed to him as if his tongue was already under the baseboard. The boy turned even paler and said that everything was very bad, damn bad. He also could not deny how terrible the smell of burned bodies was. It had already spread throughout the fort they had captured. During these words, his voice trembled wildly. Combined with other smells, it hit Kasuke so hard that he could no longer hold back. After another necessary pause, he leaned against the wall again and spat out something else. Nearby, anxious Perna tried to support the boy. She barely touched his back, standing very close. Nearby, a little further away, stood Ira, Sylphie, and Daenon, watching sympathetically as Kasuke felt very bad. Suddenly, one of the boys approached and said that a report had appeared. According to it, they had already completed the fort inspection. He said that in the end, only 20 enemies survived, those who had already been gathered in one place. All had their hands tied, and numerous people supporting the princess's revolution stood around. A little girl who turned out to be melted entered the large room. She noticed that the warehouse was almost unharmed, so weapons and food remained untouched. The girl immediately rejoiced at the warehouse. In wartime, such a useful trophy was a find. Later, several boys also confirmed. They managed to remove 4 soldiers who tried to escape from there. Sylphie thought deeply after hearing the words. She quickly realized they were trying to pass this on to other forts. Daenon looked at the princess and said he really wanted to believe there were only 4 of them. Sylphie supported him and Araya listened silently. After this conversation, Sylphie addressed one of the soldiers and ordered him to carefully inspect the fort from the inside once again, because if even one enemy remained there, it would be extremely problematic. The man quickly nodded and immediately began carrying out the task. Suddenly, someone loudly shouted Sylphie, and she was a little surprised. She and everyone around immediately raised their heads. At that moment, someone was standing on the roof of a tall building. The boys saw from their army 3 girls were standing there. One of them waved her hand, calling attention, while the other 2 carefully installed the object from above. They quickly gave a signal and the object spun a little. Sylphie looked up in shock, not even knowing what to say. Moreover, on the roof of that building, the girls unfold a large flag that belonged to their revolution. At the very moment when the wind stirred a rustle and began to sway it, the boys smiled broadly and cries in honor of this great victory spread throughout the fortress. People raised their hands, joyfully shouting and celebrating it was their victory. Kasuke finally felt some relief in his soul, so he slowly approached Sylphie and said he was overwhelmed with emotions. The princess immediately looked at the boy, a little confused. Ara was also looking at the boy along with her. The girl looked at Kasuke and asked anxiously if he was all right. Kasuke smiled, wiped his face, and replied that he was feeling better because he could hear again the cries of joy belonging to his people. After that, the boys lowered another flag from the building. It was more noticeable and slightly larger. Sophie smiled proudly, looking at the trophy of her clever victory. Kasuke also could not contain the joy burning on his face. After this, Sylphie raised her hand and created a small light that made her voice louder. She summarized what she heard and ordered everyone to listen carefully. Then she addressed everyone in the fort. Sylphie loudly announced that there were casualties in this battle and that she wanted to emphasize the strength of everyone who was nearby. The boys listened carefully to every word of the princess. Sylphie said that this was only the beginning and they still had to pass 2 forts. All eyes from the fort were fixed on the one and only person, the one who delivered such an important speech. Sophie leaned her hands on her hips and exclaimed that after lunch they would go to the next fortress. Listening to the girl, the people were inspired. They raised their hands to him and joined their fingers into a fist. A loud and joyful roar echoed through the fortress. Sylphie announced that their next target was the fortress in the west. Shouting aloud, everyone agreed with her. The fighting spirit of the people rose. So when they slowly began to repair the fortress, the boys set off further, leaving Vosha in place as captain of 5 mages and hundreds of shooters. They set out on a long journey, and after 2 days after moving west from the fort they stopped. Kasuke froze in place and took a loud breath from surprise, while Milty and Iris stood on both sides of him and silently looked in the same direction. Right in front of them opened a view of a large meadow field, where the end was not visible from the place where the boys stood. During the battle, they usually crossed this meadow. Sophie quickly glanced at Kasuke and asked if this was unusual. The boy smiled and replied that yes, because the homeland of the elves is always strewn with stones. Ara meanwhile silently watched their conversation, not interfering. After a short conversation, the boys continued further across the meadow at a good pace, lined up in a straight line. On the way, Kasuke said that even in the previous world he had no chance to see such beauty. Suddenly the boys stopped. They were informed that a message had arrived. Kasuke and Sylphie immediately froze to hear the new information, and Daenon glanced at the princess for a moment waiting to see what she would do or say. A few rascals flying in the sky transmitted the information. They successfully found carts on the road along with guards. Hearing this, Danon immediately thought whether it was someone from the Holy Royal Army. The Harpies looked closely and said that most likely not and that it rather looked like traitors. Having heard all the details, Sylphie accepted everything and ordered the Harpies to watch these traitors and their route. After that, Sylphie turned and addressed the rest of the people who were walking across the meadow. She said that now they could rest. Hearing the princess's words, the children immediately agreed with her. Then Danon, Sylphie, Natalie, and Kasuk gathered in a circle to decide how to act next. Danon asked what they would do and whether they should attack those traitors. Sylphie thought and said, "They are not bandits, so it is not worth attacking." Here Danon was silent for a moment, then said that he had heard before. This road is monitored by the Bound Royals, but unfortunately does not know the reason. He looked at the others and waited for their response. Melty said that this happened after that incident where the transport force was defeated by Kasuk. The boy awkwardly laughed and replied that it was not him, it was explosives. Then Melty on her side said that nothing bad would happen. The Scion would be released peacefully. She closed her eyes and said that these people were simple merchants and even more than that, they would have to talk to them to learn something useful. Danon tensed even more and asked if they really intended to take it and release these people. Then he wondered if the guys really didn't think they could tell everything to those with higher rank and more power. Nelty stopped him and exclaimed that her words should also be taken into account, because if the local traders did not like them, they would bring all sorts of troubles upon themselves. She asked if they were going to accidentally exterminate all the people in the kingdom of Marinad. After these words, Danon fell silent. Sophie exhaled and said she agreed with Melty because they really needed to avoid various negative consequences. Dan entered and also agreed, stating that he could not contradict their words. Nulty smiled slyly and said that if they could still negotiate with them, they might even side with the revolution. She also added, at least under these conditions, they would be able to make very good deals. The girl quietly, cunningly laughed and goosebumps ran down Kasuk's back. He was convinced. She had thoughts she did not voice aloud. The guys agreed with the girl and concluded that in this matter she could be fully relied upon. After that, Sophie addressed Danon and said that he must continue to stop these merchants. The man quickly agreed and headed to the guarded carriage. At that moment, several carts were traveling along a narrow road that ran through an open meadow. Everyone was moving one after another, so the road was rolling very slowly. Suddenly, a young man quietly knocked on one of the carts and told Miguel, who was driving that cart, that the commander was calling the man. The man looked anxiously out the window and said that they had stopped, so he would get out now. At that moment, the young man hesitated a little, trying to understand and explain what had really happened there. He shouted loudly and told what had actually happened on the road. At that time, several people stood patiently right on the road in front of these carts and watched this conversation from the side. Sylphie, Ira, Kusuk, Danon, Melty, and one more person whose face was hidden by a mask. The merchant told the rest that he understood them, then added he would try to talk. He called the commander and said he would go with him to negotiate. Contrary to the merchants' expectations, as soon as they took a few steps from their carts, they were immediately surrounded by crowds of people with various spears. The merchants froze on the spot in fear of death. The man who was supposed to lead the negotiations panicked and asked why this happened, and whether they had met a witch on the way. At that time, many people hidden under cloaks were quickly moving through the grass to be closer to the carts of other merchants. Sylphie slowly moved forward, lowered her hands along her sides, and calmly stated that they were not going to kill this man, everything would only happen if they themselves started to resist. The girl asked the poor merchants what exactly they would do. The man stepped back not knowing what to answer. At that time, all his guards were also trapped, so they just stood behind him. Later, everyone gathered under a small tent it protected from the scorching sun. The guys quickly explained that they were not robbers. They insisted that this was a liberation army that helps anyone and everyone enslaved by the Holy Kingdom. Around the small tent, many people crowded, holding the territory safe. Melty, who was sitting at the negotiation table, said, "That is exactly why it was not in their interest to kill those who had nothing to do with the army of the Holy Kingdom." The merchant silently sat opposite the girl and listened to everything she said. Nolte also said that they definitely would not take the goods from the merchant. Seeing this, Kasuk could not help but smile. He understood how difficult it was to navigate such a situation, all because of the psychological level of tension. Melty said that first she wanted the merchant to understand what exactly she was trying to convey to him. The man awkwardly and stubbornly folded his arms on his waist and took a deep breath, trying to find the right words. The shopkeeper loudly exclaimed that everything they were hauling was going to the fort. Nalty smiled and said, "True, they already knew this information." Then she also said that the port had already been captured, so there was no point in hauling anything there. Hearing this, the merchants were truly surprised. All at once, they stared at her with wide-open eyes. With a gentle smile on her face, Melty said that she understood. Now they might not believe her, but later they would be able to see everything with their own eyes. And the merchant just silently listened to every word of this charming girl. Nulty took a deep breath and said that right now they are most concerned about the cargo of these people. She said, "Unfortunately, almost nothing remains of the sacred kingdom, and therefore she has a few words she wants to say to these merchants." Nulty carefully took a small case from her bosom, opened it, and quickly pulled out several small items onto the table. She said they had prepared everything for payment. On the table lay small and neat jewelry gifts from the forest elves. The merchant was quite interested in the program. He took a deep breath and quickly asked the girl if he could look at these items. Nulty agreed without difficulty and told the man that he could examine them. The other merchants behind him were as surprised as he was. The man took a neat stone in his hand, covering it with a thin cloth so as not to damage the jewel in any way. Barely smiling, Nunty said the stone was good and asked if he agreed with that. Without taking his eyes off the gem, the man agreed, but he was curious. How many stones were there? He looked at the table and asked if they were really offering him only 8. To this question, Nulty simply smiled and said that yes, that was the case and that was all, they could not offer any other stones. The merchant immediately fell silent, awkward and clearly dissatisfied with such a deal. He quickly shifted his gaze to the left along the table and immediately met the threatening look of Danon, who was looking at the man with bloody greed. Nervously, he looked to the right. Several girls were also looking at him, ready to attack and kill at that very moment. Rejecting the very thought of escape, the man glanced behind Melty, where Sylphie was standing, and noted this agreement with satisfaction. The princess only silently smiled, staring at the floor. Seeing all this, Kyusuk felt uneasy they were forcing them to impose their conditions on this man, and the merchant sighed resignedly, lowering his eyes to the floor. He reached for his head, then quietly said he understood. He took off his small hat and held it in his hands. Disappointed by what had happened, the man simply asked the guys where he should take all his things. Kasuk closed his eyes. He thought all this needed to be delivered to the battlefield. The guys said they were heading to the Western Front, and that was exactly where they would go. Hearing this, someone loudly asked if it was true. Melty quickly moved the stones on the table, then declared that the rates were rising rapidly. The man awkwardly wiped the sweat and guessed what Melty had just said. He laughed and said that as a traitor he had completely failed because the new information had reached him too late. He asked the guys if they were holding the Western Front in their hands. To this, Nulty replied only that it was not true, and that control of this place was only just beginning. After these words, the merchant became frightened, so his voice trembled a little, but he quickly pulled himself together. He was already about to say something, but Melty interrupted and asked if they were with them. With a sly smile, she said that they shouldn't worry because the guys would make sure no one bothered those merchants. The man turned pale with horror and wiped the sweat from his face again. He couldn't utter a single word. Suddenly, Melty stood up from her chair and asked if they were the Pansa Trading Organization. When Melty stood up, the man got a little scared. Nulty, flashing a terrible smile, told the shopkeeper that they were counting on him, so they needed to get rich together. The girl looked at the shopkeeper and, pressing a small jewelry case to her hands, lowered her gaze. The man's fear of Melty made him tremble so much that he staggered, and he couldn't say a single word. He just silently looked at the woman who scared him to the bone. While he was watching, Kasuk sighed, realizing these words definitely meant he wouldn't be able to simply run away from them, even if he wanted to. When these difficult negotiations finally ended, Miguel took a deep breath. He had finally broken free from this pressure from Melty. The other merchants, noticing that Miguel had already given up, immediately rushed to him. They tried to bring him to his senses, asking if he was okay. Seeing this, the guys just took a deep breath and said they would now call for help. And so 2 long days passed after this meeting. After careful preparation, the guys went to storm the fortress. The archers standing on the watch wall began shooting at the liberation squad, but they covered themselves with shields, and the shooting wasted strength and resources. Right in front of the army stood several girls who used their magic to deflect the enemy's arrows, covering the army and helping the guys maintain their numbers. Sophie stepped forward, raised her sword high above her head, and shouted that enemy arrows were not scary to them. After that, she said, their time had come, and she gave the order the first wave of soldiers to move forward. Kasuk lowered his hands along his sides and said that today they seemed to be attacking openly. He wanted to look closer. One of the girls standing next to him replied, this time, except for the eastern side, there were cliffs everywhere, so it would be very difficult for them to win. Melty looked slyly at the guy and said that they should also show their strength. After that, she shifted her gaze to Miguel. He was standing behind, along with the rest of the merchants. Koski took a few steps and approached the harpies, declaring that their time to retreat had come. Perna agreed and quickly spread her wings to fly. They shouted that they were retreating. At that time, the entire fort was already burning and the army was advancing. After a prolonged battle, Kosk and Nagel were pale as a clean sheet. Both struggled greatly to hold back the urge to vomit it was caused by the terrible stench of war and death. Nulti looked at these weaklings and asked if it was not too much. Danon, Sylphie, and Ira stood nearby and watched what was happening. And Danon could not resist. He said that only a few days ago he had seen a similar scene in another place. Melty looked at Miguel and said, smiling broadly, that no one wants such a fate, and then asked the boy if he agreed with her. Mitchell slowly shifted his gaze to the people killed by this war and swallowed his own saliva, not answering the girl's question. Newly smiled again and said that Miguel should not worry about this at all because these are not their enemies. With an angelic smile, she added, of course, if the common folk go against them, then they will have to deal with them too. After these words, Miguel shuddered with horror. Suddenly, Yajira approached the boys. The girl quickly exclaimed that the matter was urgent. Sylphie, Ira, and Donan immediately turned their eyes to her and asked what had happened. The girl in panic pointed behind her and said there were losses. She added, there is one enemy they still cannot defeat, and also 2 have already been killed. Hearing this, the boys widened their eyes in shock. They did not expect such a thing to happen. On the battlefield at that moment, another fighter was brutally finished off. He was bleeding and dying. One man, whose shield was riddled with enemy arrows, stood right over this body, then shouted that this was already his 3rd enemy. Then he looked at the others standing around with tempo and asked what was wrong, ordering them to attack him. The man was incredibly aggressive. The liberation people were afraid to approach him. They held their spears quite high to threaten the enemy, but still could not get closer by a single step. The man covered his face with his shield, thinking that at least before death he would manage to take one more enemy. Suddenly, he noticed a figure rapidly approaching him. With a loud exhale, he retreated while Zamir pushed the soldiers aside, ordering them to step back. The lizard moved toward the enemy with a spear in hand, sharp and clearly threatening. Zamir quickly looked at the man, and at that moment the enemy soldier realized this was the end for him. He lunged a step forward, and Zamir swiftly shifted, making an incredibly fast and agile move. With a light swing of the weapon, she broke the man's sword, and he, completely bewildered, asked how that had happened. Zamir did not respond, only swung the weapon again and rushed forward. She skillfully pierced the head of that annoying soldier, and after that he got stuck on Zamir's spear. The man's body quickly and easily fell to the ground. At first she fell to her knees, then completely to the ground. Zamir barely breathed as someone quickly called her name from behind. Quite a few people had already gathered in that place. Ara and Kyusuk arrived there a little later, and Sophie was standing in front. She loudly gave the people an order to check the area around this fort once again. This man had caused them a lot of trouble, so a repeated check would not hurt. The girl straightened her arm and told the people that they should be extremely careful while carrying out her order. Then she gently lowered her arm and said that they could disperse. And so the long day ended. After the princess's order, the soldiers moved to the fort to search it again. Sylphie and Kasuk slowly walked through the territory. The girl was completely focused and her face bore a rather complex expression. Kasuk silently watched Sylphie as she moved forward. At that time, other guys transferred 3 people onto neat stretchers. They said everything was ready. Hearing this, the girl replied that she understood, then asked to carry out the bodies. The atmosphere was oppressive. Sylphie silently watched as 3 bodies were carried out. Kyusuk thought that these were the first losses in such a brutal war. The bodies were placed on tall wooden stands and the rest of the people stood nearby. On neat tables along with the bodies were small portions of food, bread, soup, several side dishes, and water. 2 small bouquets of flowers were placed in the hands of these bodies. Don handed Sylphie a small lantern and immediately called her name. The girl accepted it without unnecessary words, taking the lantern. When the princess touched the torch, the other guys played a bright melody on the drums, and everyone nearby sang in rhythm with this melody. Sylphie burned all 3 tables with the bodies, then everyone silently watched and honored the memory of the heroes who died in the war. Some stood silently, some wept bitterly, having lost people close to their hearts, and some sang farewell songs to support the souls of the dead. Kyusuk hesitated for a moment, then asked Sophie if this was how funerals were held in Marinade. He also added that it was the first time he had seen such a thing in this world. The girl quickly glanced at Kyusuk as soon as he said this. Sylphie thought for a moment, then quickly said that this could not be called traditional funerals of the kingdom of Marinade. Having said this, she made a short pause. She looked at the tall lights and said it would be better to say it like this. It is rather martial law. The girl explained that after cremation the dead can reach Omiculum and there will have to start a new life. Sophie looked up at the moon hanging high in the sky. Kyusuk also raised his gaze and looked at the sky, admiring the beautiful scene. Sophie sank into thought, staring at the starry sky. After this pause, Sylphie straightened up and turned to Melty, who was standing very close. The princess asked if they had enough food for the near future. Melty smiled and said yes, there was still enough food. Hearing this, Sylphie sighed wearily and said it was time to start. Nalty immediately agreed. Meanwhile, Kyusuk looked at the girls in confusion and did not understand what exactly they were talking about. Sylphie smiled and said that today was a funeral, which means they would eat and remember those who died in the war. Hearing this, Kyusuk also smiled and acknowledged the words the princess had said. He said that it is almost no different from his native planet, and also that the process itself is not that unusual. Sylphie carefully noted his words, a little surprised. Smiling, Melty carried a large barrel behind her back and told the others that she had brought that very one. The girls behind her were also smiling, looking at the barrel. Sophie also smiled slightly and asked Melty to start distributing. Kasuk laughed, noting how strong Melty was. Eventually, they set out 3 barrels of drink into which they gradually poured more of it. Sylphie looked around and asked the people if there was enough for everyone. Then she raised her glass and exclaimed that they would drink to a new journey for the dead. After her, the rest also raised their glasses, wishing the people a good journey. That night they drank until morning. The western fort was captured quite quickly, and the penstrators were freed. After that they all fled, leaving under Gorda's command 100 soldiers with crossbows, heavy artillery, 20 men and 5 harpies. The boys finally moved to the central fort and then to the eastern one. And so their siege began. A thunderous explosion roared right through the eastern fort. A towering cloud of dust rose into the air, and many soldiers hid behind shields and watched silently. Perna and the other harpies soared high in the sky. As always, they started with an attack. One of the harpies smiled broadly and said she even liked attacking. They landed quite quickly on the ground, right where Koski and Zemir were standing. Perna quickly reported that the bombing was going as planned and that they were already ready for the next strike. Koska smiled and said that it was wonderful, then added, "Then let them prepare." The boy asked the harpies if they could manage. Perna quickly exclaimed that yes, she agreed. Suddenly, after a series of crackles, a clear and loud voice calling the name Kosk sounded on the radio. He quickly reported that the second bombing had to be stopped, although their initial plans were different. Koski got scared and asked if something had happened. He wondered if they could have been attacked. After these questions, the voice faltered for a moment. At this time, at the highest point of the fort, several soldiers climbed up and raised a white flag, showing that they did not intend to fight. Ira, a little embarrassed, said that the enemy raised the white flag and surrendered, and then added that they also surrendered. She exclaimed that they were ordered to wait until the situation became clearer. Kasuk sighed and accepted this information, after which he agreed to comply with these conditions. Ira said that as soon as it became clear what happened to the fortress and where the princess disappeared, they would immediately report everything. Kasuk sighed, saying he understood everything. After that he thought for a moment and said that they never had anything like that. Perna looked at the boy and asked if it could be because their leader did not die after the explosion. The boy asked in surprise what it meant. Perna said that if he died, no one would be able to decide to surrender. At the very first fort, they immediately hit the target. Koski sharply exhaled and loudly exclaimed that now it had become clear to him why no one had raised the white flag before. He had not even suspected that if the leader simply died, there would be no one to give orders. Zemir quickly said that everything was fine because they managed with minimal expenses. Kosk smiled and agreed with these words, saying the lizard is right. The harpies sighed quietly. They wanted to blow up even more. The boys agreed, saying that now they only had a third of the original number left. 20 heavy infantry under Danon's command, 59 light infantrymen, 100 soldiers with crossbows, 98 partisans including Shamley. Together with 2 Giraffe musketeers, 5 aerial karas, another 5 mages together with Ira, and 3 civilian officials together with Nulti. An hour later, a message came from Ira. They managed to capture the fort. 269 boys from the Sacred Kingdom's army were captured. Their weapons were taken and they were thrown into prison. The boys' army managed to get through this battle without any losses. And then a deep night fell over the city. Only the moon and stars were shining. Someone lifted a small spoon with food and ordered the man to open his mouth. 3 harpies sat around Kosk from all sides. Perna gave the boy a massage, and another girl asked the relaxed boy if he liked the food. Perna smiled and said that he was probably very tired, so she would heal him. Kosk smiled broadly, saying that now he could no longer hold back. Pesar looked at the boy with a smile and said that thanks to him everything moved forward. And with these words, she handed him another spoon with food right to his face. Another girl with a wide smile added that everything they were doing now was natural. Kosk asked if it was true. Everyone was having fun on the bed when suddenly the front door creaked loudly and showed the figure of Ira. The girl entered the room without any difficulties. Noticing Ara, who was holding a bunch of different papers and books with bottles, Kasuke asked if she had already checked everything. The girl did not even blink when she said yes and immediately finished. Tachai looked outside and happily reported that they had drinks with them. As soon as Era answered, Kasuke immediately asked where Sylphie was now. Era carefully laid everything she was holding on a chair. She was a little surprised to hear such a question from the boy. The girl calmly explained that the princess was now discussing their future policy. Hearing this, Kasuke sighed deeply and said that this activity was too troublesome. After that, Ara looked intently at the boy and added that they had also received an urgent message from the fort in the west, and Sylphie had to deal with it right now. Kasuke tensed as soon as he heard about it. He asked what exactly message she meant. The girl said that there were refugees there, but then decided to correct herself and said that they could be called refugees. That word, she said, would be more appropriate. She explained that they were mostly not humans, but also young men from the kingdom of Marinade. Hearing this, Kasuke said that it was very good. While the harpies were pressing against the boy, Kasuke asked how many of these refugees were among them. Ayura calmly answered that there were 1026. Kasuke's face twisted with dissatisfaction and he asked again how many refugees. Ayura, a little tired of this question, said again, 1026. The girl said that of these people only 260 were soldiers, and the remaining 730 were their families, who were unable to fight. Kasuke exclaimed that there were more of them than freed miners. Perna looked at Era and asked if there was enough food for everyone. Then Era carefully took off her skirt and said that this food would not last long. After this, Era closed her eyes, took off her jacket, and said that delivering food to the base was incredibly difficult, so they needed to find a new food source as soon as possible. Cox's facial expression twisted again with displeasure. Already knew these people definitely wouldn't manage going out into the wild. Perna placed her hands on the boy's shoulders and said they already lacked animals, and now there was trouble with food too. Ira climbed onto the bed and crawled over to the boys, telling them along the way that in the original plans there were no difficulties in setting up the field kitchen point. Koski sat surrounded by 4 girls. The boy asked Ira if she needed to go to the meeting. The girl closed her eye and said there would be no problems because she was entrusted with restoring health. Ayura intertwined her fingers with Kosk's fingers and slowly continued explaining something. The young man clarified her words. Ayura opened her eyes and, snorting discontentedly, replied that she did not want to end up in a place where she would have to deal with Melty. Kosk closed his eyes tightly and thought, if Ira said so, then Melty definitely won't let him relax. The girl lying on the boy's chest decided that Danon and Melty were arguing right now. Danon says they need to use the volunteer strength and get out of Ehrlichberg. The man on the radio will respond that he also supports the man's decision, and as soon as the night passes, they need to leave immediately. Nelty will be against it because the situation needs to be brought under control. But that way they will give Sacred Kingdom time to recover. Kyusuk spoke up when the conversation began to heat up. He thought Sylphie would have a hard time with the controls. The boy glanced at Ira and called her name. He asked what she thought would happen. The girl turned to his words and looked at the boy. After Kosk Ara's question, she stood up, stretching her hand to the side and addressed the girl nearby. Tech first approached Ara with a folded paper in her hands and asked if this was exactly what the girl meant. Ara answered affirmatively, considering Tech's words. After this, Ara unrolled a large scroll and everyone stared at the writing. Kasuke asked if it was a map. The girl nodded. Yes, she borrowed it from other fortresses. The girl began to tell that this is a map of the kingdom of Marinade. The country to the east is a sacred kingdom. They understood exactly where their enemies were. Koski said that there are small towns nearby through which the main roads pass. Piorna replied that this is Ehrlichberg. This city is an important point for the surrounding villages and small towns because all roads go through it. Iris said if they surround Ehrlichberg, then all other cities will join them, and it will be much harder for the Holy Kingdom to transfer its soldiers. The girl asked if they would continue the offensive. Ira replied that it was wise considering the exchange with minimal losses and the current military forces. One of the girls said that Ehrlichberg is a large city, so she would like to visit it. Ira was asked, what about the food problem then? While the boys were discussing the political situation, Sylphie appeared in the doorway and looked reproachfully at the boys. She was mentally calling Kasuke. At that moment, someone called the boy's name and he asked if the meeting was already over. Sylphie was revealed. Her Highness awkwardly stood before them and said that she was just taking a pause. She clasped her hands behind her back and added that she thought the boy was lonely. Kasuke smiled broadly, sitting among the girls, and said that Sylphie assured him, although she herself was lonely. The girl was very embarrassed by his words and her cheeks instantly turned red. She exclaimed, asking with her eyes. At that moment, Torch approached Sylphie and, smiling, began to nudge her as if inviting the princess to join. Sylphie fell onto the bed right into the arms of Kyusuke, Era, and the harpy. The girls smiled happily, and the boy looked at the princess in surprise. Sylphie looked directly at Kasuki and he asked what had happened. The girl was confused and blushed. She was so overwhelmed that she screamed from shame. Sylphie declared that the princess was crazy. 7 days passed after this event. In Erlichberg there were talks about the wrath of God, about a demon, and about the demon world. Someone angrily slammed his fists on the table and declared that the survivors said, God was angry, so he opened the gate to the demon world from where soldiers of evil burst into their lands. And he shouted that such creatures cannot kill people. The priest pointed with his finger to the side and said that it would sound more plausible if they claimed. Dragons attacked and burned everything. The man loudly asked those sitting in the hall what they would say to their lord about such a situation. The priest pointed at the man with his finger and said that he would not escape responsibility. Then he added, it was his fault. The priest believed that to them they were just a bunch of ordinary commoners, but if the elders found out that out of 5,000 soldiers he sent, none survived, he would not be forgiven. The man tightly gripped the stick in his hand and thought that this was not the end yet. He believed that they were capable of fixing something else. He turned and headed to the door, thinking, if he said it was a night attack by Gizmo, then maybe it would not be so terrible. The man sitting at the table asked the priest where he was going. The priest turned around and exclaimed that he was going to lunch, and added that they would continue after him. After some time had passed, the man sitting at the table was congratulated on the end of the workday. Mizzle thanked the man on the right. He said he had underestimated the opponents, so the responsibility for everything lay with him. But he did not think they would lose all the troops. The man on the right replied that he understood this man's condition. He told about strange rumors going around the city. Supposedly, a witch from Black Forest appeared and captured 3 forts on the border. Mr. Mizzle stared skeptically at the boy, who said that this information came from the Pinstrade organization. Suddenly, a man was loudly called. Another entered the room. Misal asked what happened and if it was urgent. The one who came to report said the invasion had begun. The young man replied, the city of Midas was attacked and is now in enemy hands. The city was continuously shelled. A large number of soldiers stood before the city. Princess Sylphie was delivering a proclamation, so the residents of Maywood Sea were urged to listen. Casually, she declared that this was the Liberation Army of the Marinade Kingdom, and she was its leader, Sylphie Denal Marinade. Her goal was to free the half-people from oppression. The princess informed the townspeople that they would not spare the soldiers, but they did not intend to harm the civilians. The girl was listened to attentively by the people who were currently in the town. The soldiers also pondered Sylphie's words. She said they would not harm those who laid down their arms. And the princess confidently added, they would also release those soldiers who did not resist. The guards on the wall were outraged at that moment. They could not believe the girl's words after all. They had killed the fort's defense squad. The guards began preparing for battle and ordered the archers to also take aim. In front of the high wall protecting the city, rows of loaded cannons stood and nearby soldiers. Danon told Leonard, according to Cubai's data, there were about 2,000 enemies. He added that they aimed to completely encircle the city and focus on defense, and the residents were given weapons and forced to fight. Sylphie silently listened to the man's report. The princess turned to the girl beside her and asked if she could strike the commander. Jajira answered affirmatively, saying it was possible. Jajira crouched and took out a weapon. The shooters beside her also prepared. The girl said it concerned them, the rifle platoon. The girl tightly gripped the pistol and began aiming at the soldiers on the wall. She calculated the distance between them. She stuck out her tongue and barely smiled. The girl took a careful aiming line, then pulled the trigger. At that very moment, the enemy commander was shot in the head by the fusiliers nearby, flinched violently. The man suddenly began to fall backward, blood flooded the wound, and those standing nearby screamed wildly. The squad commander fell to the ground. The soldiers nearby froze in shock, looked at him and shouted. The girl near Jajira looked at her. Jajira was very pleased with her shot. Sylphie called out to another girl, ordering her to tell the Harby Saints, strike the main gates with one blow. The girl accepted the order and said she would immediately pass it on to them. In an instant, the Harpy squad charged into battle. They were ordered to attack the main gates together from one approach. Pyrrha joined the flight at that moment and accepted the order. She promised to sweep the main gates with a single strike. The girl folded her wings and sharply descended, commanding them to hold on to her. In the next moment, a huge explosion thundered. The soldiers and residents were stunned by the force of the blast. They stood before the ruined main gates of their city and simply froze in shock. The Harpy squadron was still flying over the city while thick smoke rose from the broken gates. The soldiers gripped their weapons with trembling hands. They listened as they were told. They could not win, and the enemy declared they had given them half an hour. The peasants listened to the princess, and anxiety froze on their faces. Sylphie said that if they want to surrender, they must raise a white flag. Sylphie stood up and confidently declared, if they do not agree, they will continue to attack. Her Majesty turned to the girl beside her and ordered, for now they are retreating. And she said to pass this on to the harpies. Danon approached Sylphie and asked if she was sure. She replied that the enemies would not trust them if a deadly danger hovered over them. Leonard crossed his arms on his chest and said they were hoping for their decision. Danon added that it was before Erichburg and they did not want sacrifices. Leonard looked at the princess and asked if from now on Koski would always be in a safe place. Sylphie replied that she thought the same. Behind her, a group of soldiers were being given orders. They listened without looking away. Leonard closed his eyes and said that he worries when the boy is in danger. Sylphie did the same and replied that she thinks the same. She also added, there are things only he can do. The girl said that for this reason leaving him behind is not the best decision. The man asked what she was going to do then. Leonard crossed his arms over his chest, closed his eyes and grimaced slightly. He said he thought it was best for the boy to be with a girl. In his opinion, that was the most reliable option and then they would both be happy. He stated that he had messed up, that he hadn't done it that way. Sylphie silently watched the man and listened. Sophie and Leonard stood near the city whose main gates were destroyed. Leonard told her to think about it. Sophie replied that she would take it into account. Leonard raised his finger and said sternly that if Kasuk were with them, the food problem would be solved. The girl looked at him with a smile, then replied that she agreed. She closed her eyes and thought that Kasuk needed to show a little more patience. Sylphie stood still and thought, if they take control of Erichburg, her party could rest. Therefore, she had to keep herself together and wait. Her Highness the Princess stood there confidently. She decided to try even more persistently. At the same time, a sharp scream rang out near the central fort. Kusuk froze in place with a shocked face and tried to say something. Next to him stood Ayara with a stick in her hands. In front of Kusuk and Ayara, monsters roared angrily, each holding small clubs. From all sides, huge hordes of monsters began to approach them and surrounded them. One of the soldiers shouted to Kasuk to retreat. The monsters ahead with red eyes and one green eye grinned at the people. The boy tried to guess who it was. But at that moment, Ara grabbed her staff and said that these creatures are called goblins. Kosk responded with an awkward smile. He knew this because he often saw them in games, so he recognized them immediately. The next moment, several goblins rushed forward with sticks. Kusuk shouted he was shocked at how high the monsters jumped. Era closed her eyes and pointed the staff towards the monsters. At that moment, all the goblins were pierced by a powerful attack. Kusuk was stunned by what he saw. He covered his face with his hand and said he was very surprised. Ira looked at Kasuk and, noticing the shocked reaction of the boys, barely smiled. The dead goblins' bodies of the defeated lay on the ground, heavily charred, still smoldering with smoke. Behind the charred bodies stood other goblins. They were also very shocked and frightened by what they saw. The monsters quickly fled back into the depths of the forest. The soldier standing next to the couple shouted that they had escaped. The girl said 7 remained. Ara confidently raised her staff again and aimed it at the fleeing goblins. She spoke words that would not allow them to escape. Energy quickly gathered at the tip of the girl's staff. Ara swung it sharply and lightning strikes covered the goblins trying to break free. All the monsters were amazed, and the girl, noticing this, closed her eyes with satisfaction and smiled. Kasuk approached Ari with great joy. He was impressed by her magic, only she was able to defeat everyone. The man looked at the girl and said he still couldn't understand why she was with him, since usually the strongest are taken for safety. Ira grimaced and replied that she was the strongest of those who remained in the fort. Kasuk, full of great wonder, asked if she was really serious. Ara replied that she was, and told the boy that she was a former court sorceress. Ara said that if she fought seriously, she could take down 50 soldiers at once, but in the end added, maybe. Kasuk asked what she meant by maybe, and she replied that she did not like fighting in close combat. Suddenly 2 harpies landed behind the boy and said anxiously that they had seen magical light. They asked the boy if something had happened. Kasuk turned to the girls and looked at them. Smiling slightly, he said that while they were walking through the forest, goblins appeared and Era destroyed them. Both girls opened their mouths in shock and began to apologize. They exclaimed that they had failed the cleansing mission. Kasuk awkwardly waved his hands and made the girls understand not to pay attention. From there, above from the forest, it was impossible to see what exactly was happening. Era, standing next to the boy, said that Kasuk was right. The boy awkwardly agreed, then asked the girls if they had any news. One of the girls looked at the other in complete confusion and quietly muttered something thoughtfully. The second also looked back and remained silent, confused, unable to find the right words. At that time, the townspeople were working in a small field harvesting the crops. The girl replied that the harvest needed to be finished after lunch. Nearby, a harpy asked again if that was true. Kasuk looked at Era nearby and said something about what it meant. Today it was possible to plow the land and sow seeds. The boy added that when he sowed seeds himself, they grew faster. Era replied that if this territory was developed, there would be enough farmland in the future, and now it was possible to increase the turnover of the harvested crops. A small group stood in a clearing and discussed that they needed to deal with that attack and expand the territory after that. The work of caring for the fields would be completed. After this conversation, Era looked ahead and tried to object. The girl looked back and said she did not think that in a week they would get such spacious farmland. They looked around and said that they could even see the central fort and the temporary fort. Kasuk took a mithril hoe and smiled slightly, saying that he owed everything to it. He claimed, with one swing you could plow 10 blocks in all directions. He also added that thanks to this mithril shovel, land planning had progressed. The boy stood in place and smiled widely, while Era frowned and said that he was talking nonsense again. The girl replied to the boy that she had never heard of making a hoe and shovel out of mithril. The soldier standing nearby shuddered when he heard about that mithril. The man managed to build a wall near the barracks. It covers the warehouses and workers in the fields. Now the small buildings were surrounded by walls. Because of this, the warehouses began to be used. Wheat gradually accumulated there. They argued about how they dealt with the food problem, so the guy thought, something can be done about the employment of the released as well. The girl muttered something in agreement. Kosk glanced at Aura and confidently said that they could go and scatter the seeds. He turned to the girl and asked what she had decided. After that, he suggested, why not take her in his arms and run, it would be faster that way. The Harpid stared intently at Aura, and at this idea she frowned a little. The girl imagined how Kosk lifts hair and refused. She said she couldn't, she felt sick. While speaking, she solemnly crossed her fingers. After that, the boy went in the other direction, saying there was nothing to be done. He said he would have to ride in a cart and that he still wasn't used to the bumps. Era, walking beside him, replied, easier because he has a cushion. Kasuk approached the wooden cart and flared up with indignation. It didn't even have a suspension. He asked if there was really no way to improve this system. And Hera simply inquired which suspension exactly they were talking about. The boy told the girl that this device tames trembling with the power of a spring. Ara did not fully understand Kasuk's words. The young man looked at the girl in front of him and began to insist that such an improvement is truly very real. Ara asked Kosk if he could do it. The girl looked carefully at the boy and he replied that he did not know the details, yet he still believed he could. The man looked at the screen in front of him and said that he had all the materials for a primitive improvement of the cart. Era asked if a spring was really necessary. It was a suspension. That soldier who was with the guys earlier stood not far from them. He wondered if it would be okay to step back that far. At that moment, Kosk was telling the girl that the light might scare her, so she should be careful. Kosk, standing next to the old cart, touched the button of the primitive upgrade with his finger and pressed it. At that very moment, an extremely bright light flashed right in front of them. It surprised them greatly. The light shone so brightly that it illuminated almost the entire field behind the boys. Era covered her eye with a small cry and the boy was only slightly surprised. When the boy managed the cart, they moved on, rolling it while hoppers flew above them. The cart was pulled by 2 horses and a soldier was driving it. Era, who was sitting in the cart, was very surprised. It hardly shook at all. The boy agreed with her. He said it had become several times better. The boys quickly rode in the improved carriage. Era said she would propose to disable and modernize all the carriages in the fort. The boy placed his palm on the window frame and smiled at the girl in front of him. He said she was right, so they would do just that. But at that moment, they were interrupted by a regular call. Kasuk and Ara immediately looked at the bag on the seat next to them. On the radio broadcast, it was reported the Holy Mazewood Army refused to surrender. And the voice added, it was they, the Liberation Army, who started the fight. The report ended there. Meanwhile, Sylphie, who was ahead, raised her sword high and loudly shouted words about beginning the attack. She said they would set an example. The soldiers behind the princess also raised their swords and shouted, fully ready for battle. Ira looked at Kasuk. After the report, he became very serious and called him. She asked if the boy was all right. Kasuk responded to his name, snapping out of his thoughts. Ira said that his face had an expression as if he was in pain and asked if he was worried. Kasuk looked at the girl in front of him and replied that of course he was worried. He added, there was still something to say, but it would be later. The boy thought that only thanks to his abilities could they cope with the food problem. Kasuk thoughtfully looked out the window at the fields. He was thinking about how he did not want casualties and how he did not want such open battles, but it was hard for the boy just to think. He tore his gaze away from the window excitedly. The carriage was rolling along a wide road along the fields. Kasuk again pondered that the man who created the weapon was sitting in complete safety. After some time, the city where the army went to capture it was heavily damaged. The man received a message. Their guys captured Mazewood, but they were wounded. 2 days had passed since then. The squad led by Sylphie settled in Arichburg. They set up camp and it was already deep night outside. Sylphie stood near the city and watched it closely. On the other side in the city, soldiers observed the invaders' camp. It was then that the battle began, in which the Liberation Squad gave all their strength. Outside it was night. Everyone waited for the sun to rise. Ira, Kwabai, Kyusuk, and Harpy sat in the camp. They watched how quickly the sun would rise. After some time, the first rays of light appeared over the horizon. The boys noticed that dawn had come. Someone said he would go ahead, and he was told, "Be careful." At that moment, a new signal sounded on the radio. The voice on the other side began to report, "Liberation Squad has started an attack on Archburg according to plan." Kyubai looked at the guys and said the same words about what had happened and how it all began. Kyusuk seriously stated that this time he wanted it to be without casualties. Ara supported him and said not to worry. She added that the squad is now strong because it includes harpies and crossbowmen. At the very least, the Holy Army needs to hold against the harpies, otherwise the chance of victory will disappear. At that moment, Kosk tried to add a few more words, so the girl looked at him attentively. Kyusuk stood up and approached Kyubai with an expression of obvious dissatisfaction. The boy shouted a question about why he was here. Kyubai looked at him and replied that it was because they were quietly gathering somewhere before sunset. He asked if it was some special mission. The wagon was full of various boxes. The guy told Kyubi that they were carrying missing things to the front like potions. Kosk barely frowned and closed his eyes. He crossed his arms and said that the volume of wheat production which was initially needed had already been calculated. He also added, with the help of the land he prepared, it could be harvested in a week. Ara also closed one eye and replied that the boy actually wanted to see the princess soon. Kyusuk was a little confused and shouted a question about what she meant. Kyubi simply sat down next to them and smiled. After that, Kyusuk awkwardly looked aside and fell silent, his face slightly reddened. The restless silence was broken by Kyusuk. He said that Kyubi better tell them something. He leaned a little towards Kyubi and looked at him attentively. He said that during the capture of the fort he was not visible at all. The young man asked what he was doing then. Kyobai answered the boy that he was conducting reconnaissance. He studied the military forces of the nearest villages up to the Mazewood area. He also explained to those who could help what the Liberation Squad was. Kyusuk looked at Kyubei in surprise and asked how he was not caught at all, to which the boy replied, "Didn't he say that before?" Kyubai looked at Kyusuk and said that he often deals with people from Marinade Kingdom. He stated that it is precisely this experience that saves him. Kyusuk looked at the boy in surprise and replied that he understood. While the boys were wildly rushing in the carriage, QB with a satisfied face began to tell that some guys from the Holy Army were still wandering here. He closed his eyes and barely smiled, saying he would protect them. Kyusuk glanced at Aru with a barely noticeable smile. She also shifted her gaze from Kyubai to him. The boy replied that everything should go well for him too. He even added, the best option would be if nothing happened. Still, he thanked him. At that moment the man raised his hand, sharply directed it forward and loudly shouted to open fire. In the direction his hand pointed, a multitude of arrows flew. A fierce battle began. The conquerors started to shower the soldiers trapped in the besieged city with arrows. But ordinary arrows did not reach the opponent's magical barriers that stopped the arrows stood in the way. In response, the enemy army struck with powerful series of fireballs. The girls with spears stood to defend their army. They set up an anti-magic barrier. A fierce clash of attacks from both sides began. Flashes of explosions flew one after another. Sylphie stood confidently in the middle of the battlefield and watched the enemy as the smoke from the explosions dispersed. The princess stood at the head of her army. After their counterattack, the enemy sent out a squad of tiger mages. Now Sylphie's squad leveled again and the order to open fire came from their side. At the same time, a large number of crossbows again aimed arrows at the enemy. Arrow attacks and other magical strikes flew to the city, unleashing a hail of attacks on the enemy. Sophie stood and watched how the battle unfolded. She said, "If the enemy falls now, they will take the southern part," so the boys tried with all their might. Danon looked at the princess and asked if it would be better for them to retreat farther so that the enemy's arrows would not reach them. He added that they fight with spears and magic, so if they defend, they might not cope with the load. Sylphie stubbornly refused the proposal and said they would go further. Danon froze, looking at the girl in shock. Sylphie turned to Leonard and gave the order, "Create a team of fast boys." She decided to break into the city. The man accepted the girl's order. Sophie ordered the girl next to her to pass everything to Amiro, who was at the northern gate. Her Highness stood there with a stern face and said that as soon as they formed the team, they would have to allow the harpy to blow up the gate. Meanwhile, in the center of the city stood a large, tall building. The man, climbing the stairs, asked the soldier standing ahead how things were going on the battlefield. The knight called Mr. Misael and quickly began to report. They found themselves in an almost hopeless situation. He said that the southern and northern sides had established a barrier, so the arrows do no harm. He also added that there seemed to be fewer enemisso, there were almost no attacks. The man climbed the tower and the knight ended his report by saying, "The enemies are still advancing." Misael replied that he understood. The man rubbed his chin and frowned a little. He said that it seemed they had a plan. The guy next to Misael added, "On such a scale, it turned out that they could already manage if they just placed knights in the rear." Suddenly, the man's name was called loudly. The soldier looked out the window and reported that one of the harpies had already come down. The man again, astonished, asked about the harpy. Mr. Mislee stepped closer to the observation window, where the knight pointed in his direction with his hand. At that moment, one of the harpies was flying swiftly towards the city. The man shouted a question about what the enemies were planning, and the knight reported that the northerners were also rising into the sky. But the harpy heading to the city was equipped with an explosive device attached to her legs. At that moment, a deafening explosion sounded near the main city gates. It struck right at the entrance. Mr. Mazel, his assistant, and the soldier silently watched the explosion with shocked faces. At the same time, black clouds of smoke rose from the main gates, and the soldiers on the wall could only watch silently. Sophie silently watched the attacks flying into the city, her face bearing a rather serious expression. Mr. Mazel peeked out the window and froze with deep indignation. The man could not believe the explosion, so he asked if it was magic. The soldier, in panic, raised a finger to the sky and said that harpies were still flying. At that very moment, another team of harpies flew across the sky at a crazy speed, gathered as if targeted. Another powerful explosive wave was heard, which again hit the main city gates. Shards flew in different directions. From such a powerful blow, the gates that protected the city until that moment shattered lengthwise and crosswise. The soldiers barely managed to take cover from the explosion. Mr. Mazel, in terrible shock, asked what had happened. The man nearby said, "Here they are, the very gates of hell." Princess Sylphie smiled contentedly. Everything was going according to her plan. The passage into the city was opened for the girls' army. At that moment, one of the harpies contacted them and reported that they had managed to blow up the northern and southern gates. Meanwhile, on the watchtower in the city, the soldiers began to report, "The enemy is coming." Mizel gave the order to attack in threes. They gathered and went down the stairs. The man asked his assistant where the archbishop was, and the boy replied that he was in his room. The great gate quickly opened and a man entered the room. He addressed the archbishop and ordered him to prepare. Sitting on a chair, he asked what had happened and whether they had won. The man replied, "No." Miss Lee was still standing in the passage and told him that the enemy had blown up the gates, so the archbishop must evacuate. The archbishop, with a wildly shocked expression on his face, sat down and asked again what exactly the man had just said. A squad of knights stood on a small city street and watched as the enemy approached. They shouted about magic and insisted that the enemy was coming. They were ordered to take spears and be ready. By this time, a deep anxiety had already frozen on the archbishop's face. He insisted that this man would bear full responsibility for what had happened. Near the entrance to the large towering building stood a coachman under the fence. Mr. Mizel closed his eyes and ordered the man to leave quickly. Gradually, the sound of someone's footsteps approaching was heard. The girl said it was him, Commander Archberg. As soon as the newcomer spoke his words, Mr. Mizel and two boys standing nearby turned around. At that moment, the carriage with the archbishop had already started moving. Sylphie stood before the man, clutching a sword. The man noticed her girl's ears and dark skin, and immediately understood she was a witch from the Black Forest. Behind the girl, a squad of soldiers was holding position, covering her. Princess Sylphie stood before Mr. Mizel and his assistants. They drew their swords and were ready. The young man exclaimed anxiously for Mr. Mizel to take care of himself, and the other boy growled, "Immediately to the rescue." The next moment, Sophie sharply swung her sword and with a loud scream threw it at the man. The blade pierced Mr. Misael's head. He only managed to let out a scream. The boys nearby froze in shock and silently stared at him. Mr. Mizel fell to the ground, and one of the boys rushed to him, loudly shouting his name. The other shouted, "Rush," to attack the girl. She had already raised her hand to strike. While the girl attacked one of the boys, the other rushed at her. He was about to strike, thinking that her back was a weak spot. The boy, with a furious expression, swung his sword and thought the girl would not have time to dodge. Filled with determination, he only managed to realize he was fighting for Mr. Misael when Sylphie turned to him. The girl looked directly at the boy behind her, then suddenly lunged forward and pulled something from her pocket. In a moment, the boy's body was pierced by several quick shots right through the chest. Princess Sylphie held a firearm aimed at the boy. 4 holes were visible on his metal armor. The boy began choking on the blood from the wounds he had received. The confused boy slowly began to sink to the ground, while Sylphie stood before him with a sword and firearm in her hands. She looked carefully at the boy, frowning slightly. After that, Her Highness turned around and stepped over the body, heading to the second knight, and told him that they had lost. The girl approached closer, pressed the sword to his neck, ordered them to lay down their arms and admit defeat. The boy clenched his teeth and trembled slightly. At the same time, Leonard was fighting against an army of opponents. He skillfully swung his sword, cutting down enemy swords. The city turned into a continuous battlefield. Everyone was fighting for their lives. Some were wounded, and some still continued the attack. Princess Sylphie stood before the wounded knight, pointed her sword at him, and asked what he would do. The young man shuddered all over and replied to the girl that he understood everything. After that, he spoke the words that, on behalf of the commander, announced the surrender. After that, the battle for Archberg ended. On the ruins of the walls, the flag of the country Marinade was raised. They finally captured an important point. 2 horses pulled a small carriage traveling along a narrow road between fields and forest. Pessar flew up to the carriage where Kasuk was and landed quietly, saying that she had returned. The boy greeted the girl on her return with a broad smile. The girl beamed with a smile and said that Ahia was patrolling today, so this time she was passing on the information. The harpy reported that Erishberg would arrive soon. The girl took a seat in the wagon which set off on the road. Ahead was still in ascent and the city was about to open up. The boys could hardly believe it. Ira, Kasuk, Pessar, and QB looked out of the carriage windows onto the street. Genuine surprise froze on their faces. The boys spoke about how large it turned out to be. The carriage began to climb out of the narrow road directly to the captured city, and a wonderful view of the outskirts opened before the boys. After some time, the carriage with the boys arrived at the city, where Pessar quickly finished. Sylphie came out to meet them, smiling broadly and spreading her arms to the sides. She joyfully shouted Kasuk's name. The girl quickly rushed to the arriving carriage. Kasuk quickly jumped out from there and shouted the girl's name in response. Sylphie quickly hugged the boy tightly, closed her eyes and smiled. She said that he was fine, and he replied that of course everything was fine. The girl joyfully pressed the boy even tighter to herself, and he suddenly sharply opened his eyes and exclaimed. Kasuk skillfully freed himself from Sylphie's embrace, stepped aside, causing the girl, confused, to take a step back. The princess cast a displeased look at the boy and asked why he had just recoiled from her. Kasuk raised his hands and, smiling crookedly, replied that he had felt danger for a moment. Sylphie placed one hand on her waist and closed one eye, saying that she did not understand. She asked Kasuk what it meant that nothing had happened to him. Kasuk smiled, raised his hand, and said with a smile that she could see, he was neither wounded nor sick. Ara behind him also smiled contentedly and added that she was taking care of him. Ira proudly lifted her chin and smiled, saying that she was just like a little sister. Kasuk almost choked with laughter at these words, and Sylphie just silently looked at them. Her Highness looked at this pair with displeasure and asked about the words about the little sister. Sylphie also looked at them disdainfully, then smiled and said that she was just like a little sister. At that moment, Ara approached the princess and began whispering quietly in her ear. Kasuk froze, his mouth wide open in shock, silently staring at the girls. Pessar and Leonard stood nearby, smiling as they watched the boys. After some time, night fell in the city, so the boys went to where they could spend the night. In the small room there were 2 beds, and Kasuk and Ara sat on one of them. The girl said that the boy was younger than her, so he had to call Ara little sister. The girl's suggestion slightly embarrassed the boy. Ara sat on the bed opposite Kasuk, her whole body trembling slightly and tears almost bursting out. Seeing this, the boy understood. This was not right. In Kasuk's mind, the brakes were off. He mentally shouted that crying was unworthy and that it was cheating in general. He awkwardly smiled and said that he understood everything. Kasuk muttered something under his breath, and the girl made a sound as if asking again. After that, the boy called the girl's sister Ara. Ara looked at him terribly embarrassed and said something about how sweet it was, and the boy was completely stunned by this. The girl, with a slightly flushed face and a barely noticeable smile, opened her arms to the sides and called the boy to come closer to pet him. Kasuk awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said something incomprehensible. Enro looked at him through tears in her eyes and asked what he really did not want to talk about. The boy looked away, embarrassed, shrinking in expression. He fell silent and his face flushed red. After that, Kasuk hugged the girl, closed his eyes and called her little sister Ara. The girl smiled, petted the boy, and asked if he wanted his little sister to do something for him. Holding Kasuk closer to her chest, she carefully lifted his shirt a little higher with one hand, then stretched out the other hand and slipped under his clothes. The boy blushed and said he wanted her to treat him more gently. Ara smiled and agreed, saying she would do so. Listening to the girl's story, Sylphia gaped in shock. Then she looked at the boy slyly and noted what exactly he liked. Nulty also smiled. After all, they heard everything. Kasuk blushed and hid his face in his palms, asking the boys not to look at him like that. The next day, Kasuk was walking down the street with Nelty. The boy said he was very tired. He knelt down and declared that after that Nelty kidnapped him and he spent the whole evening turning the stone Nell. He ordered QB to try to do all this for him and then he would immediately understand everything. QB smiled and said he would refrain. After that, he asked if he was given a break. The boy confirmed. QB asked where they were going because he hoped they were not going shopping. Kasuk replied, in general, whatever he wants he can create thanks to his crafting skill. QB suggested Kasuk go to a club, but the boy was very surprised. He turned away and said, that is of course interesting, but if they find out about it they will feel bad. QB agreed. Then QB suggested going to a bar. Kasuk said his own was tastier and did not want to go there for the same reason as the club there were too many girls. QB suggested a casino, but Kasuk refused again. The man asked how Kasuk usually spends his time. He calmly said that he creates new things. QB was surprised and asked if that was what Kasuk called rest. Kasuk smiled and replied that it was interesting, but he was worried about something else.